Danganronpa. Danganronpa. Hello. Thank you everyone for waiting. Yeah, case 2's over. Case 3 is over. I think most people call alter ego a she. But maybe some of them will say he, so, you know, there's still... there's still some of that, whoops, happening in the game, but focus, I think, is turned elsewhere. Hifumi doesn't say it anymore now that case 3 is over. He doesn't say anything. We're down to 7. Celeste sort of guilt-tripped, gaslighted, and blackmailed Hifumi into working with her and then betrayed him, murdering him and Taka. But we found her out. We were onto her shit pretty quick. Though the trial itself was clunky. There were a lot of moments where I didn't know what they wanted from me in that moment. Even if I had a pretty good sense of what was going on overall, moment to moment. The trial was pretty rough, but we got through it. My throat has been acting up, so I'm not super confident. I was talking about how, like, maybe I'll do a whole chapter. I don't think that's going to happen. I think I'm going to go until stuff starts popping off. We get to the investigation phase, and then I think I'll call it. So basically, it's going to be all the boring stuff of Chapter 4. That said, how boring could it be considering Sakura faced off in a kung fu fight in the gym with Monokuma and seemed to be able to hold her own? Possibly she is the spy that has been working for Monokuma and has now become such good friends with all of us that she's decided to turn on him, resist him, I believe were the words she used. There's a secret passage where we were attacked by a masked person that Kyoko knew about, and I don't know if that person was one of us or if that was the 16th student, if that's where they've been hanging out, or if that's even a thing. It was like 2 streams ago that there was one throwaway line where someone said something about a 16th student and that was it. There's been no mention of anything like that ever since. I still think that's probably going to be a thing. But we just don't know. Fed, you got here just in time for to get to the end of the recap that I gave of the last VOD. Celeste tricked Hifumi into making him kill Taka, and then she killed him, and then led everyone on a wild goose chase to try to make it look like they were 2 bodies killed by a third person, hero dressed up in a robot suit. But we found them all out. Sakura might be the spy. There's a secret room in the 2nd floor men's toilet that Kyoko knows about. We went up to see it, and we were attacked by a masked student. We blacked out. We woke up, and then we came here to this gacha machine where I spent over an hour off stream putting 200 coins into this machine. And I'm so glad that I did it off stream. We have like 90% of the gifts now. There's some wild stuff in it. Like, what is... Designed solely for those in control of their buttocks. For better or worse, it's unisex. I don't even understand what this one is going for. A bra designed to slip over your hands? There's just permanently supposed to be your hands on your boobs and then bra over that? I don't even get like what it's trying to do. Yeah, I think it's a mistranslation. It's funny seeing all this stuff that's very clearly for people who are now dead. Oh, this baseball that measures how fast you can throw a baseball? I bet the baseball player would love that one. I forget like where I am and what I'm actually doing though. Yeah, the best thing I can think of is to give it to Yasuhiro. Because he's an idiot. Here's this stupid thing, idiot. Enjoy it. Is there anyone anywhere? Apparently it's daytime. I remembered being in the weird twilight unknown time, honestly. But it says daytime. If I had to guess, I'm supposed to be going back to my room right now. Apparently it's for Junko. Yeah, the other thing I thought about was looking up... I don't need to turn in just yet. I thought about looking up who gets what present. And then I decided I didn't really care. You can replay chapters? I figured there had to be some sort of New Game Plus where you bring all your stuff over. Because it's just not possible to get your relationship up with everyone in the small amount of time that you have. The money's gone. Okay. This seems like a weird game to want a New Game Plus, though. Like, I get wanting to see the extra scenes with the characters, but, like... doesn't really seem to be much replay value at all in redoing any of the trials, or... Is it the second floor or the third floor bathroom? It's also like, if you're doing that, it's because you want to like know more about the characters, you're interested in them, you care about them. And then you also like have to like watch them die and kill each other more and more over and over. Gave you extra options as if you already knew everything. They just got full on 999, hopping timelines and bringing information over. What am I doing? Is this stuff still here? This stuff seems important. Look how important it is. Rather just read the Something Awful Let's Play. Someone went through the effort of giving all hangouts when someone dies. Yeah. I probably would look it up on YouTube or whatever, but... something like that seems more appealing to me. When people do Let's Plays of visual novels, in like forum posts and stuff, I haven't been on the Something Awful forums at all. I think I was on the Giant Bomb forums, and someone, as a joke, was playing through Katawa Shoujo, and was like doing like funny dunks on it, right? For like comedy for the most part, and I was like, haha, you know, this is a little bit funny or interesting or whatever, but I realized, like, actually, I was starting to care more and more about the story that was actually being told in screenshots in the game, and I was like, huh. I ended up playing it. It was my first ever visual novel. And now I'm played 999, it's one of my favorite games. I'm playing this. This is pretty sweet. I'd love to play. I don't know if AI The Somnium Files is quite like those games, but I'd like to play that. I've seen lots of Let's Plays of Ace Attorney, but there are some of those games I haven't played. I actually hate Ace Attorney so much. What, in terms of, like, the logic leaps? Or is it more like characters, music style, sort of? Oh, right, there's a new floor! That's what we're doing! Jesus. I could just completely forgot. The localization is pretty dumb. Let's go out for burgers instead of ramen or whatever. Ugh. Every character's trash except for Phoenix and Maya. AI is a collab between the 99 and Danganronpa people. And the cases do go on a long time. In Ace Attorney. That's true. Like, you'll do an investigation and then a trial, and then the trial goes to a standstill and you do more investigation. I like this mirror on the left. Are they doing a cheat? Are they just... It's not actually reflecting anything, right? They definitely just like... Okay, how are they cheating this mirror? Are they rendering like a square over here or something on the wall over there and flipping it? Or did they model a second room and just cut a hole in the wall? The way the ceiling light moves makes me think it's a hole in the wall. Let me go back inside the room, see if we can get a clue. When the scene comes together? Damn it, it doesn't. This room's not special enough to get its own pop-up animation. Data lab. Ooh. According to the nameplate, this is the data center. Something something skipped it accidentally. Total mystery. It's another one of these identical classrooms that's going to have a monitor in the top right and a clock in the top middle and 2 windows. And I guess this motherfucker. I'm glad this floor got opened up and all, but there's like a ton of locked up rooms here. One day I saw Monokuma in class. Is that me? La 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 la. Gobble gobble. Bing. 1 coin. I spent all 198 or whatever they were. Yep. We're out. Hello, I'm Monokuma from the school store. I'm very kind. Gather up your coins and come play with me. Or I might die of loneliness. Eek. What's the word? Like chiran? I think that's the like onomatopoeia for peeking at something. Or maybe it's just the word, I don't know. Like when you stare at someone, you go G. That's the sound of ominous lasers being bored into someone as you stare at them. Yeah, so you're the ultimate dumbass? Yeah, basically. Oops. The ultimate clairvoyant. Read into that however you will. Oh, there is a thing here. Whoa! Alright. I'll bite. Ooh. Music room. Hardly even a classroom, it's more like an actual concert hall. This is one of the first rooms I've actually wanted to look up in. Grand piano? Seems really old, but it's worth a lot of money. Of course, without someone who can play it, it's totally useless. Except for finding coins that have just fallen inside this priceless piano. You know, you haven't told me what you think yet. What I think? About the secret room in the boys' bathroom. Ah, well, I did find the secret room, but as soon as I started looking around, I was attacked.
What?
Attacked? By who? Well, they came from behind, and I didn't have any time to react, so I didn't see who it was. But when I came to, the mountains of files and documents were all gone. I think she's going to be pretty... I think she probably wanted to know this. She hasn't even really told us what she thinks about the secret room. Like, she just said, like, go there. She didn't say... I've been reading these files, there's all kinds of interesting things, I'm close to cracking the true case of what's going on. Like,
that's fine.
Apparently, she already saw what she needed in there.
I...
And I half suspected the mastermind might come after you.
Because...
When I discovered the room, the mastermind must have seen me on the surveillance camera in the hallway. They must have seen me go into the boys' bathroom and not come out again. Still, I wanted you to go and see it. I wanted to see how the mastermind would react. I used you as bait, is what she is actually saying. I wanted to find out if the mastermind actually knew about the room. But to attack you and steal everything in the room, that must mean there was some unknown clue in there that could reveal the mastermind's identity. Then you knew I was gonna get attacked? You can handle that kind of thing though, right? After all, you're a boy. What does she think a boy is? Fine, I understand. Then let me ask you something else. She might be kind of implying that the mastermind is a girl, and that as a boy, we would be able to overpower. No, I'm not going to read too much into that. Do you know about the note that was left in there? I think that was just a clever, not clever, but is a joke. That's Kyoko's idea of comedy, I think. This is the face of a comedian.
Just a
The note
second.
said, "You must not leave. You shouldn't talk about that, not here." She stole a quick glance at the surveillance camera. I feel like Monokuma's got something on her. You know? She clearly wants to help, but she's also clearly not helping as much as she could be. She's always holding something back. I think something is holding her back. If I find out anything, I'll let you know. Is that okay? She made it sound like she was asking, but it was clear I wouldn't have any say in the matter. So now it's your turn. Let's hear your secret. Huh? Did you think I wouldn't notice? You're hiding something. Oh, she's got that smug smile
Am I
on.
wrong?
The...
What?
What's the matter? If you're worried about the camera, then why not just write it down? Cameras can't see things people write. We're friends, so you should be able to trust me. Isn't that what you said before? She's kind of manipulating me a little bit. I don't like it. I could... Eventually this game's gonna... Like, she has been untouchable, right? This whole time. She's the one that you're supposed to get attached to. But I think this game is not... It's capable of crossing that line. It's capable of doing something bad to her or with her. She could turn on me, she could kill someone, she could die, right? Like, eventually something is gonna happen with her, I think. And I think I'm not gonna like it. I think it's gonna get to me. Anyway, don't think I didn't notice that little bit of manipulation. Shouldn't you be able to trust me? You're right that there shouldn't be any secrets between friends, but there's nothing worse than expressing doubt about your friend when you don't have evidence for it. Whoa, we get a choice! Are you serious? What does this mean? I don't tell everything to my friends? Yeah. Does this choice really matter? Man. I didn't think this would be the kind of game where a choice like this could matter, you know? I thought we were on rails for the most part. Obviously, trials matter. Well, let's pretend it matters. I've already talked about how there are reasons why I don't completely trust her. I really want to trust her, but there are plenty of reasons why I shouldn't. So I think me, the streamer Mythical9, wouldn't tell her, but I'm also kind of interested in role-playing as Makoto here, and what would he do? And he's pretty smart. But he doesn't seem... He totally fell for Sayaka, right? He was hook, line, and sinker. Sayaka at the start of the game had him. He's still lonely boy main character, not much going for him. I think he would crave a meaningful, like, even slightly intimate secret connection with someone like Kyoko quite a lot. He is smart. He solves all those trials, right? I mean, like, you are playing as him or whatever, but there's parts of the game where he's ahead of Byakuya. He's the one catching all these killers. No one else is doing anything about it, right? I think Makoto would tell her. I haven't found conclusive evidence yet. If I talk about it now, I could just make things much worse. Friends shouldn't keep secrets, but there's nothing worse. We just got "but thou must." Oh my god. Sorry, I can't tell you.
Correct.
So that's your answer. But do you think that's fair? You were happy to hear what I have to say, but now you're unwilling to share? I guess this goes... I mean, I said Makoto would definitely tell her. I wouldn't, but Makoto would. And then Makoto basically just said, no, I wouldn't. Like, okay, shit. Sorry, Makoto. I thought you were lonelier than this. My bad.
That's fine. Goodbye.
You're a strong, independent boy. You don't need no Kyoko. With those as her parting words, Kyoko left me standing there alone. I think I made her mad. I was wrong. I was wrong about our boy. He's got a little more spine and a little more sense than I gave him credit for. Yeah, he could be like, I got a lead, I need to verify something, but he just nothing at all to create the most dramatic tension. There is a 5th floor in this place. God damn this school. Also locked? No, we're getting in. Inside the room, the smell of medicine was oppressive. So this is the chem lab. I hope inhaling all this stuff doesn't do permanent damage. I love that these two are always together. I love that they're... The game never establishes... Like, these two never talk to each other and be like, I'm so glad you're here, that you're my friend, or whatever. Like, you know... But just... It's just so implied that they've become close. They're always with each other. She sleeps over at Sakura's room. This is one of the monitors he appears on. We get a coin. Talking. Whoop. Oh. Game's stopping me from leaving. 5 floors to class? Oof.
That's right.
I don't think I've ever been in a school with more than, like, a 3rd floor. You know, just chill out. There's all kinds of stuff we didn't have before. Vitamins, minerals, amino acids, creatine. They even have Proteinzyme X. That's not real. That's not a real thing. I'm gonna type this into Google and the first result is gonna be Danganronpa. Proteinzyme X. Okay, the second result is going to be Danganronpa. I'm getting a lot of search results for all kinds of protein somethings. Proteinzyme TM. Images are all Danganronpa. I think maybe Proteinzyme is a word. But Proteinzyme X is fictitious. It's a high-quality protein drink. It's nothing like that cheap swill in the warehouse. It's connoisseur level. Oh yeah? This is amazing. It's a gold mine. Ah, my prayers have finally been answered. Time to load up on some more prayers then. Gold mine, huh? Remarkably big shelf. Whoop. Hina and Sakura seem to be lost in a deep but friendly conversation. I need to find out what's going on with Sakura and the Mastermind, but I can't while she's with Hina. Hey, you need something? No, it's nothing. Sure? Okay then. Sakura's lost in conversation with Hina. I need to find out what's going on with Sakura and the Mastermind, but I can't while she's with Hina. What is it, Makoto? Do you need something? No, it's nothing.
So then.
Ah. Alright, good talk. Isn't that everything? Oh. Wait a minute. No. There's still 2 whole buildings. Buildings? Rooms. That's the word. Something's a-floating on down. It's another picture! With more dead people in it. There's no hint of any teachers that we'd normally be able to rely on. I forgot, honestly, I completely forgot about the picture. I should be making a list of, like, big picture stuff, right? We have the spy. We have the 16th student, the secret room, the photos of the dead people, having fun at school. We have the... I'm gonna call it the apocalypse. That it possibly has taken place on the outside world. I mean, we've seen just... between the pop stars and that poor couch. I'll put a question mark next to it. I'm gonna put the audience. At some point, Monokuma seemed to imply the executions were all for... like someone else was watching them. And that's all I can think of right now. A picture on the floor. This picture. What? Celeste, Hifumi, and Sayaka. Smiling faces of 3 people who are dead now. Which means there's one missing, right? Junko doesn't have a picture. Classroom without metal plates over the windows. Exactly the same. Just like that picture I saw before. There's no way this isn't important somehow. Smiling the way you'd expect any normal teenager to smile. What is even happening here? Hifumi's clearly taken a picture of her in class without her permission. Maybe she was making a silly face. Maybe she was bending over to pick something up. And she turned around and caught him and is now chasing after him. This is moments before the nails on her hands curl around and dig into his flesh. And it doesn't go well from here. And then Sayaka's just loving it up back there. I can't possibly believe they were able to smile like that in a world of despair like this. So does that mean this picture was taken before they ever came to Hope's Peak? Which would mean everyone in the picture knew each other before they got here, including Sayaka. No, there's no way. Monokuma did it. It must be fake. You're fake! He popped up out of nowhere and snatched the picture from my hand. A forgery plot? What are you, a middle schooler? You think the moon landing was fake too? Come on. Then you're saying this picture is real? If there was such a thing as the Nobel Truth Prize, I'd take 1st, 2nd, and 4th place. Actually, that's probably not true. I asked you a question. Is this picture real or is it a fake? Oh, Makoto, you're so eager to split things in half, aren't you? But it's no use. It's just no use. If you try to split something that can't be split, you'll end up feeling like you're the one being split.
True.
The picture is real. No more, no less. Without another word, Monokuma disappeared. So the picture is real? It's really real? If that's true, if that's the case. What if I'm just trapped in some kind of stupid nightmare? None of this is real. I think that would be a bad ending. Look at all these coins. Look at these photos on the wall. This guy looks like something, man. What is that? It's a hell of a mustache, I gotta say. Flower on the desk. So many flowers on the desks. What's this? A flower on the desk? Hell yeah. I think maybe this is a flower on the desk. Oh my god. It's just a picture and a bunch of flowers. Does it mean something in like Japanese culture to have a flower on your desk? Like if you die, do your coworkers bring in a flower and put it at your old desk or something? Like Headmaster's room. Must be something worthwhile, but I guess we're not gonna find out. There's a lot to think about, but for now I should head back to the dining hall and talk to the others. It's a place to store your coins. Not long after I got into the dining hall, the others began to trickle in. And after a few minutes... So, is this everyone? I mean, it's the 5 of us. Those other 2 assholes aren't gonna show up. Let's discuss what we all discovered. I mean, I discovered everything, so I guess I'll just tell you guys everything I found. There's a big shelf in the chem lab on the 4th floor. It had all kinds of chemicals and stuff. There was an all-star cast of nutrient additives and supplements. You should at least go take a peek. I highly recommend it. What is this ogre talk? I think you and Ogre are probably the only ones interested in stuff like that. But it's not all good stuff, though. There was medicine and health stuff, but on top of that, there was also, a bunch of different poisons. Huh. Yeah, I guess I didn't find that. They were all labeled clearly, though, so it'd be hard to grab one by mistake. You couldn't possibly switch the labels. That definitely won't come up in a murder trial in the near future.
It's true.
Still, we'd better make sure we're careful around there. And we probably shouldn't tell Byakuya or Toko about the poison, right? What do you mean? Well, they do like to do murder. You know what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I think you're right. It's Byakuya. It won't be long before he's discovered it for himself. But to put something as dangerous as poison right out in the open. Makoto, there's been knives and hammers on display since day one. It's absolutely the work of the mastermind. I mean, a lot of high school chemistry, like they'll have some stuff that's like not okay, right? Like they'll probably have some mercury, like maybe some arsenic or something, I don't know. Probably, right? I never got into high-level chemistry in high school. I hated chemistry. I went into physics instead. Found a couple of rooms on the 4th floor, but they were locked. The data center and the headmaster's room. The headmaster's room, that sounds like exactly the kind of place we'd find some clues. If we can somehow unlock the door and get inside. Who cares about a stupid lock? It should be no problem for the world's strongest missing link to knock down one measly door. What was that? No, please, continue. Did you say I've got the nicest butt on the block? The curviest hips in town? Is that what you said? No, I didn't. Then what did you say? Because I know you weren't talking about tearing down the door to the headmaster's room. Knocking down your headmaster's door. What kind of war on education are you trying to start here? That's my room, you know. It is now, anyway. And you're thinking of busting it down? Why is he still... I need to know when they're gonna do a voice line so I don't talk and read over his voice line. You seriously don't want to piss me off if you have any idea how much bacteria lives on a single bear claw. I was kidding. Please don't get mad. I'm not mad. You're totally mad. I was hoping I wouldn't have to add a rule for this, but if you're gonna go around having those thoughts, I have no choice but to add to the school regulations. Seriously?
Too bad.
Breaking down a locked door is prohibited. There, that's a rule now. See ya, jerks. Beep bop boop. Is he gone? How did the gambling go? I've got 90% of all the items. It took about an hour. Man, I was scared for my life. I was sure he was gonna kill me for serious. Like he would go out of his way to make up a rule like that. There's no doubt that something important must be hidden in the headmaster's room. But now that it's a rule, there's nothing we can do. A lot of stuff's happening with each of these conversations. Metal sheets had been attached under the windows on the 4th floor. None of them budged an inch, just like everywhere else. Escape from the 4th floor seems unlikely. That was to be expected, though. Yeah, that's the kind of one and done I was expecting when I was talking to these people. Kyoko? She's still mad. Uh-oh. Hey, Makoto. Does Kyoko seem upset to you? She is, isn't she? She's totally mad. Yeah, looks like it.
What's your deal?
I bet it's your fault, isn't it? You must have done something to her. This is bad. So has everyone said what they need to say? I think so. But it looks like nobody found any clues at all, let alone a way out of here. I haven't been this depressed since my house burned to the ground. You just know it was his fault too, right? Someone do something to cheer me up. Hey, can I say something?
How about that?
It's because my dad was smoking in bed. It wasn't me. I don't smoke. I wasn't interested at all. No, I have something I'd like to report. So you guys all remember, right? You remember when I found that picture up on the 3rd floor the other day? You mean the one that showed Mondo, Chihiro, and Leon all together, right? Yeah, I remember. What about it? Well, I found another one. Another picture? Almost just like that one. Another one. But this time, the picture was of Celeste, Hifumi, and Sayaka. They were all smiling. And the classroom in the picture didn't have any metal covering the windows. So the picture of Mondo, Chihiro, and Leon wasn't the only one. Now you found one that had Celeste, Hifumi, and Sayaka. How can that...
Conspiracy!
Monokuma must have faked it. But if the picture is real, then everyone who was in it, there would have been some kind of hidden connection there, don't you think? I mean, they're all people who died. Is it trying to get it like they all knew each other before? No, it's just being vague. Okay, some deeper truth that we just don't understand.
What?
It can't be, it's a fake. But Monokuma said it was real, and he never lies. Has he ever lied? Now that I think about it, like he will obscure the truth, right? He won't come out and say everything. But has he ever outright lied? That when he wasn't a joke, he has been like, he did straight up earlier be like, I would be number 1, 2, and 4 in the truth contest. No, I wouldn't. That's a lie. I almost feel like he's like bound by some sort of rules or something to never, that he can't just straight up lie. He can twist things to give the wrong impression or whatever, but I feel like he kind of can't lie.
So then,
You trust Monokuma's word over the people who have died?
because
That's what you're saying, isn't it? No, that's not it. I'm shocked. You told everyone how we should believe in our friends, but you refused to do the same. That's not... What's going on, Kyoko? Why are you getting so emotional? I don't understand why she's so angry.
Hey, come on.
Sorry, I had a sneeze. And I had a notepad covering OBS, so I hit the hotkey to mute, but I don't know if it actually worked. I put a lot of faith in that hotkey. Alright, stop fighting. Or all your good luck is gonna float away. No one has said bless you. I've been in big chats and like VTuber streams and stuff at Hollow Live or whatever with like 10, 15,000 people watching. And if one of them sneezes, it's bless you for like 45 seconds. The chat is just bless you, just flying by. Like no one can resist saying bless you to someone who sneezes. You're thinking about it too much. There's no way Monokuma didn't fake that picture.
Of course.
He's just trying to confuse us. You shouldn't listen to anything Monokuma has to say. You might be right, but still. Are you still so conflicted?
What?
It looks like you guys have stopped playing nice. Byakuya. And you all have the same sunken look on your faces. You were all so ugly before. You shouldn't let them sink any lower. I'm so glad this guy showed up. When I look at you, it makes me think of a frog sinking into a pile of manure. What's the stuff the lady shouts at Princess Buttercup in The Princess Bride? The Queen of Muck, the Queen of Slime, rubbish, filth, muck.
You know?
It's like, Jesus, Byakuya. Fucking, you just got here. Why are you apologizing? Leave us alone. You're not a part of this. It's true enough. Your problems aren't mine. We are, and always will be, completely separate. So whatever's causing your faces to turn so ugly has absolutely nothing to do with me. But he's got a vital clue. Did he finally just say something useful?
Hey.
Byakuya, what have you been up to?
That's fine.
I don't mind telling you. Perhaps forcing your lazy brains to get to work might do you some good.
Such ignorance.
I was in the bath. What else would you like to know? Today's lottery numbers? He was taking a bath. Is he saying he's been talking to Alter Ego? Did he tell him something?
It seems...
Maybe we should all go take a bath. Good idea. A mixed bath?
Okay.
A mixed bath? If Alter Ego really did tell him something, I wonder what it could have been. I know it's against school rules to, like, do the nasty. But apparently it's not for all of us to just go take a bath together. She's not all murdery. Toko was sitting alone on the bench, the laptop in front of her. Toko, did you decide to come hear what Alter Ego has to say too?
Problem.
I already heard it with Master. With Master. You don't have to keep saying it. Anyway, so what are you doing now? Shut up. Stop bothering me.
How about that?
Get out of the way. We gotta talk to Alter Ego.
Well,
No, I made Master a promise. A promise? Master told me to wait here, so that's what I'm doing. Were you his dog? If that's what Master wants, I'd do anything he asks. You just love being mistreated. Well, fine, if you really want me gone, by all means. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
what?
What's going on? Well, we'd like you to move. Sure thing, just kneel before me and beg. Well, first a mega masochist and now a super sadist? He's got a talent for alliteration. I know it means a bath with everyone, but my mind can't think of it. Sitting in a bath full of water and the shower head on like a rainy bath. That's a mixed bath? A mixed shower bath? That sounds kind of nice. I'd go in for a mixed shower bath. He's essentially our opponent right now. I'm not sure I trust her to keep her word, even if we did what she'd asked.
What the heck?
Whatever it is, I really don't want to have to beg her. Come on, Makoto, just do it. Why's it gotta be me? Well, it's not like it's the end of the world if you beg a little. Same goes for you. But it would be the end of the world for me. I have self-respect. Listen, Kyoko, about that picture from before. She's been very thorough about pretending I don't exist. Is she actually mad? Is she actually showing emotion? Right? I like that a lot, if that's the case. But I can't help but think that she's got some kind of reason, some logical, stupid, cold, calculating reason for her behavior. Guess we have no choice but to use force. A shot to the face would stand out, so go for the gut. I've got experience hitting girls where no one can tell that I've hit them. Fuck, man. I hate this guy. She's a girl. Who cares? I've already got a mountain of lawsuits waiting for me when I get out. Who the fuck is this guy? Oh my god. What's one more? Hey, Afro Thunder. Don't get any bright ideas, okay? You're totally not adorable, so I'll make sure you live when I stab you. But it'll hurt like hell. I'm strong against women and children, but not women and children that seem strong. These are like the best 6 lines of the entire game. Like all back to back to back to this scene hits hard. This guy is the worst. I'm strong against women and children, but not women and children who seem strong. Oh, man. Toko, seriously, I'm asking you nicely to let us use the laptop. Didn't you hear what I said? I told you to kneel and beg. Come on, Makoto, give her the old 1-2 combo. 1, drop to your knees. 2, beseech. Beseech. Why are you two acting like you're not part of this? I was as desperate as I felt. Finally, I did kneel down in front of her, and I said, please, I'm begging you, will you please let us use the laptop?
I'm on fire.
Such an ultra-miraculous feeling of happiness. All my pent-up anger at Master for abusing me is evaporating. Even you realize it's abuse.
Hey.
That should be enough, right? Hurry up and let us talk to Alter Ego. Okay! She's just gone, huh? Oh no, she's over there. I'll go to bed every night for the rest of my life thinking about what just happened. I'm glad I could make you happy.
You really came.
Everyone, come closer. I already told Byakuya, but I was finally able to crack open all the files that were on this laptop. Sorry to have kept you waiting.
Correct.
Just what I thought.
I see.
Finally, the time has come. I'm starting to get kind of nervous. I felt the same way. Resting on the keyboard, my hands had started to shake.
Just a second.
Move. The single word was like a sharpened blade. Wounded, I moved to let her take over.
So then.
Here we go. Kyoko began typing, the words appearing as fast as I could read them. Can you tell us what you found out?
Leave it to me.
Sure. I analyzed the files and extracted all the useful information I could find. And one particularly important fact I discovered was that a certain plan had been put into effect here. To isolate the students of Hope's Peak Academy and create a communal life for them. That was the stated goal of the plan. But it was meant to be more than just a normal school life. The students were intended to live out the rest of their lives here. That's
I see.
exactly the situation we found ourselves in. It's quite unthinkable, isn't it? And what's more, the one who came up with the plan was none other than the administrators of Hope's Peak themselves. What? Hold on. Then the reason we've been imprisoned here, it wasn't the work of some psycho freak or criminal organization or whatever?
No way.
It was the school itself? I mean, same thing, really. It doesn't make any sense. Why would they do that?
Just a second.
I don't think Alter Ego is finished. Perhaps we should hear the rest.
That's right.
It seems that the reason they devised this plan was because of what happened 1 year ago. This is how they described that event. They said it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. I love this voice line she has. She gets so much use out of it. Huh? What does that mean?
What?
What kind of name is that for something? Otherwise known as the tragedy, it was apparently some sort of devastating occurrence. Because of the tragedy, Hope's Peak Academy was forced to discontinue its role as a school and close down.
See.
I'm going to change what I had in my notes here as the apocalypse. I'm going to change it to the tragedy with a capital T. Things are finally starting to make sense. What this means is, 1 year ago, this tragedy took place. And whatever it was, it forced Hope's Peak to shut down. From there, they decided to use the school as a kind of staging
That's
ground.
right.
They planned to sequester the students here where they would live out the rest of their lives.
So,
I kind of figured all of this anyway. This isn't as exciting as I was hoping it would be, you know? Why would the Hope's Peak administrators want to shut everyone down, shut everyone in like that? And what could this tragic event have possibly been? In a flash, Kyoko had typed their questions into the computer, and the answer we got was...
Sorry.
I don't know. If that information was ever on this computer, it's gone now. I'm totally useless. I'm sorry. And that's all he said. This is really the end? We get halfway through the answer and that's it?
indeed.
It would appear so. Disappointing. Wait,
So,
there's one other thing I forgot to mention. I think it might be important. I believe it has to do with the mastermind. Kyoko's fingers moved even faster than they had so far. Did you figure out the mastermind's identity?
sorry.
No, that I still don't know, but I did find a clue, I think. The one leading the Hope's Peak staff, the one who finalized the plan to isolate you, was the Hope's Peak headmaster. So that same person may very well be the mastermind who planned all this out. According to the files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s. It seems possible, even likely, that he's somewhere in this school right now.
The headmaster?
The headmaster is here in the school?
Okay.
Then that's gotta be the mastermind. I mean, Monokuma's been calling himself the headmaster, right? Which makes the real headmaster that much more suspicious.
Serious.
But if we break down the door to his room, we're dead, right? So what are we supposed to do? I'll find a way. Look at her face! Look at all of the emotion on her face. Oh my god. This is the first. She's human. It's official. She has absolutely no claim. She's saying something a stupid anime protagonist would say without giving it any thought whatsoever. Everything about this is pure emotion. Yeah, it did look like she got punched in the arm, and she's grabbing it and being like, ow! Oh. No matter what it takes, I will find the headmaster.
No matter what? So,
Kyoko, what's going on?
I
I can't explain why, I just know that I have to find him. Total guess, headmaster's her dad. She has to? Kyoko, what's going on with you? When she heard about the headmaster, her reaction was almost violent.
So then,
We should see if Alter Ego has any more information. That seemed to be her attempt to regain her composure, and she started typing again, from all the way across the room, with her mind. Did you learn anything else?
Sorry.
I'm sorry, that's everything I found. All the information on this laptop seems to be pretty old, so that's all I can do from here. And it really is all over.
hey,
Wait, Alter Ego seems to have more to say. Then say it! We've...
So,
It's kind of a different topic, but I was wondering about something. I haven't seen Celeste, Hifumi, or Taka since yesterday. A heavy silence fell across the room. The only sound was the flat, precise clicking of keys as Kyoko typed. They're all dead. What? I see. Certainly I knew that was a possibility, but
okay then.
it really happened.
Sorry.
There's no point in me getting depressed over things I can't do anything about. I think Alter Ego is smart enough to realize that Hifumi and Taka were both kind of obsessed with them. And I wonder how that makes them feel.
anyway,
Well then, I guess that's it. I mean, I say feel. It is a computer program, but... well, who knows. That's it. A simple phrase that held so much meaning. She began typing again. You've done your job. Thank you. I'm done? I guess I am. Huh.
Okay then.
Then maybe I'll take a little rest. I'm kinda tired. Goodbye, everyone. See you later. With that, the laptop entered sleep mode.
I see.
Huh. So Alter Ego did everything he could.
indeed.
We won't have to talk to him all that much anymore.
But
But I feel kind of sorry for him.
But
You feel sorry, but he's just a computer program, right?
well,
I know, but still, he did everything he could for us, you know? I mean, yeah, it did. But that's what a computer program is designed to do. You don't tell a computer good job every time you shut it down, do you? Well, no. You know how tired computers get. But when we talked to Alter Ego, I guess I just didn't see it that way. I know what you mean. I feel the same way.
hey,
Come on, it's just a program. You can tell the difference between a program and a friend, right? But you know, what's the difference between us and that program, really?
Huh?
No? I started thinking about how you would differentiate a person and an AI. Alter Ego isn't human. I know that. It's just a program running on a computer. But at the same time, I couldn't help but think of him as our friend.
that's right.
He's no different from us. He's still our friend. I think maybe I understand where you're coming from. Then there's no problem calling him a friend. After all, the more friends, the merrier.
about that?
Check this out. Friendship has no survival value. Instead, it gives value to survival.
So,
What is survival value? Is that a thing? That doesn't sound like a thing. Don't so anyway. I was totally smart and cool in the thing that I quoted from I don't remember where.
hey,
Anyway, there's nothing more Alter Ego can do to help us. As such, his role in this is over. Am I wrong about that? No, but...
just a second.
And frankly, I question the ease with which you decide who is and isn't your friend. Again, she's digging these needles in. I tried to tell her. Do you really mean that?
Wait.
The story's gotten off track. We should go over what Alter Ego said one more time. Yeah, good idea. What was Hope's Peak staff thinking?
What?
Why are they making us kill each other? I'm gonna guess that wasn't part of the original plan. Alter Ego said that what happened 1 year ago is what started everything.
Well,
He said it was the biggest, most awful, most hopeless event in human history, right? It must have been a huge incident, whatever it was. Something like that. Did it really happen a year ago? I don't remember anything happening that you could describe that way. What about you guys? I don't really watch the news, so...
I'm sorry.
Sorry, nothing comes to mind.
Anyway,
That event led to the closing of
at
Hope's
the very
Peak.
least,
If nothing else, it must have had some kind of connection to this school. Maybe all the students here were killed or something.
However,
That kind of catastrophe would have been all over the news. At least one of us would remember that.
could it be?
Maybe they covered it up. That would explain why none of us knew that the school had been shut down.
see.
Totally covering up something like that. I suppose it's not totally impossible.
What the heck?
What's wrong with our government? Our taxes pay their salaries. They should be handling stuff like that.
anyway,
Right now, there's only one path open to us.
so,
We have to find the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy. We have to find him and make him tell us everything.
no matter what,
As long as we can get our hands on him, I think. When she said headmaster, I got that feeling again. But even that is a problem not so easily solved. Yeah, you're right.
so then,
Well, our business is done here, so for now, we should get out of here.
Um,
Yeah, good idea.
Yep.
Then Huh? Is it really that dusty? Wait, I mean... Oh, I'm not waiting anymore. I'm not guarding it. BLQ's gonna be so mad at me.
whew,
Let's avoid getting involved any further. Good call. But as we left the dressing room... Wow, it's nighttime? That was a hell of a conversation. Does Monokuma really think we all just were in the bath for like 6 hours? He's onto us for sure. Someone was there waiting for us.
Ba-bum.
Ba-bum, ba-bum. It's pounding with anger. You're not still mad about that whole breaking into the headmaster's room thing, are you? Oh, that little matter doesn't matter even a little. And I'm a little jealous of you guys enjoying an indecent mixed bath, but that doesn't matter either. It's building. I can feel it building. My head's about to boil over.
please.
Don't get so angry here. Let me help you center your chakra. Etch this on the walls of your brain, okay? When you do something to me, I do it right back. An eye for an eye, a fang for a fang. Huh. When you do something to me, I do it right back. Did Byakuya do something to him? While we were busy? Be careful, he just chanted the incantation of devastation. Excuse me. Okay, sorry. I've heard eye for an eye. I don't think I've ever heard the addition of fang for a fang. No, wait, what is... There is an addition, though. Eye for an eye, like tooth for tooth or something? What's he talking about? Tooth for a tooth.
This is a school announcement. It is now 10 p.m. As such, it is officially nighttime. Soon the doors to the dining hall will be locked, and entry at that point is strictly prohibited. Okay then. Sweet dreams, everyone. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bug bite.
Correct.
So, it's nighttime.
Hey.
What does everyone want to do? Celeste was the one who suggested our nighttime rule, but she's gone now. I think we should still avoid being out at nighttime. I know it'd make me feel better that way. I agree.
It's true.
Very well then. In that case, time for bed. So everyone headed back to their rooms. Monokuma's parting words left me feeling anxious the rest of the night. Once I was back in my room, I got lost in thought. What we learned from Alter Ego kept on spinning around and around in my mind. The administrators of Hope's Peak had planned all of this. They did it because of the tragedy which had happened a year before. And apparently the headmaster is the one behind it all, the mastermind. All these mysteries make me worried. But I still have to try and unravel them, bit by bit. I'm sure the road will be long and tough, but I don't have any other choice. He didn't say his trademark like, I have to move forward, I have to do it. Let's talk a bit about where I was at before I became a bear. This is implying the headmaster is Monokuma. I was also thinking maybe the tragedy was like the creation of Monokuma. At first, I was at a total loss. I just had no idea what I should become. A lady in our tech support department suggested I try being a shrimp. She was like, oh, the company's been trying to push for this forever. It's a really incredible offer. But as she laid out all the details, it turned out it wasn't a tiger prawn like I'd hoped, but a little popcorn shrimp. That's totally tiny. I would have been the world's smallest mascot. I like eating shrimp. I didn't want to be one myself. Plus, someone might come along and step on me. So then the lady totally started laughing at me. She was like, you think we can do a tiger prawn on our budget? So ultimately, I decided to become a bear instead.
And that's the secret origin story of Monokuma.
I think I've decided I shouldn't read too much into these.
Good morning, everyone! It is now 7 a.m. and nighttime is officially over. Time to rise and shine. Get ready to greet another beautiful day.
First things first, I need to head to the dining hall. Leave the area? Yes. Oh. Whoa, Makoto. Why do you sound so surprised? Sorry about that, it's just, if you'd gotten here even a minute earlier, it would have cost me a few more minutes off my life. Why? Because Kyoko, like, just left. Kyoko?
Serious?
You know Makoto. When a guy and a girl go at it, it shortens the lives of the people who have to watch it happen, too.
How about that?
And since it's me saying it, you know it's true. So, like, hurry up and make it better. Anyway, see you at breakfast. It's easy for him to say, but what am I supposed to do? Hey, Brooding.
What do you want?
Well, the breakfast meeting?
That's enough.
You honestly expect me to go? Right. Well, as long as I'm here. I should ask Byakuya what he made of the stuff Alter Ego told us. Actually, no, I'd better not. The surveillance camera could catch us for sure.
What?
So? Well,
Goodbye.
he's gone. Good morning,
Hey,
Hina.
Makoto.
Morning. Hey, so yesterday, you were kind of cool. What do you mean?
Yeah.
You know, when you said Alter Ego was your friend,
So,
I was thinking the same thing. And when stuff like that happens, I never know how to say what I'm
you
thinking.
got it.
So I'm really glad you said it for me. So, thanks. You're welcome.
Yeah.
You're usually, like, totally normal, but when the time comes, BAM! You bust out your special power of being the main character in a video game. I mean, even before yesterday, when stuff comes up, it's like you always do something about it. She's got a crush on us. She's a super cool swimmer. She's super fit and she's looking pretty good. Even before yesterday, you're talking about the class trials and stuff. I mean, that stuff is just, it just kind of took care of itself, you know? It totally didn't. With your power and Sakura's and everyone else, I'm sure we'll get out of here. Yeah, I think you're right. I am right. All right. Now that we've got that fighting spirit, let's go get some grub. She's right. Even if the road is long, if we don't keep on moving forward, we'll never reach our goal. There is no Kyoko. And then Byakuya took off, right? Yeah. That's everyone else, though. Hey, Toko, what you doing? What are you staring at?
What's your problem?
Think your eyes will rot just by looking at me? Finally, don't look at me. I think she's just surprised to see you at the breakfast meeting is all. Indeed, it's been quite a while since you joined us. Yeah, what made you change your mind? Byakuya said he likes a girl to have some meat on her bones, so I'm gonna start eating. I'm gonna force it down into my stomach. I'm gonna eat till I drop. I refuse to lose. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Well, other than that, it looks like Kyoko isn't here. Oh, she said she'd come by later. Later?
You know?
Yeah, after you leave. She's really making a big deal of this. I know I said she wanted you to show some backbone, but you didn't need to show her that much. You're dirty, Makoto. Dirty. President Dirty of Dirtlandia. You don't understand.
The worst.
You're the type who takes the stairs of love 3 steps at a time, aren't you? What are you talking about? I'm telling you, it's not like that.
What the heck?
Just shut up already. You've been running your filthy mouth like that all morning. Filthy? Me? Don't make me repeat myself. I'm not filthy. It's no use denying it. We can all see how disgusting you are. She's genuinely feeling bad. You and that lusty body of yours. Night after night, you go out for your illicit club meetings. What? Knock it off! I can't deal with dirty stuff like that. Your midnight sextracurricular activities only put us in even more danger.
Please.
Stop it. You'd like me to stop, wouldn't you? Your sweaty hands gripping the big, fat, chalk tight. Chalk? Going for all that extra credit. Your screams are like the screech of a violated blackboard. Yes, extracurricular is pretty strong. Well done, localizers. It's amazing. Indecent ideas are coming to me one after another. Would you like to have your black eye on your left or the right? Yeah. Sorry.
Hey, come on.
Let's leave Toko alone. She's gone a little funny from all our pent-up frustration.
No?
Anyway, you and Kyoko need to make up already, you know? Yeah, I know. I just, don't trust her, I guess. But with everything that's been going on, I haven't had a chance to talk about her. Talk to her about what I saw. I mean, you did have a chance. You just specifically opted not to. Before anything, I need to talk to Sakura about it. I guess he could be more forceful and just be like, hey, Sakura, I need to talk to you alone. Cheer up, man. Not a big deal if a girl doesn't like you. It's better than having one sue you, like I did. You lived a pretty brutal life. Sorry. Don't hit me. If you want to hit someone, hit Master. Please hit him. Oh, please let me watch you hit him. Okay, I think it's best if I stay far away from her. Isn't Hiro like 15? Yeah, it'd be funny if like he was the headmaster because he's clearly just like a 30-year-old man and like no one noticed. It's gonna be like a big reveal. I feel all dizzy. I seriously can't handle dirty stuff like that. Looks like Hina had an unexpected weakness. Sakura, what is it? Can you make some time later? I was hoping I could talk to you. Here we fucking go. Ah, now that Kyoko's dumped him, Makoto's trying to win Sakura's heart. Are you in heat, Makoto? I wish I like the murderous killer version better. Genuinely. At least she laughs and has fun, you know? Don't care who they are as long as they've got the right equipment. Wow. Wow. What a horrible thing to say for all kinds of reasons. Watch out, Sakura. Makoto's transformed into a wild beast. Prime Minister Wild Beast of Beastopia. She already did this exact thing. Dirtlandia. Beastopia. What is happening to me? Can our talk wait until tomorrow? I'd like to get some rest today. For some reason, I've been feeling worn down these last few days. You sick? Did you get hurt? No, nothing serious. I've just had some minor aches and pains. Is that... It must be because of that battle. It must be pretty bad if you have to go rest. Are you sure you're okay? I'm sure a protein shake and some sleep will get me back on my feet.
Got it.
That's true. Protein is good for all kinds of stuff. You guys like worship protein? It's like your god or something? Koto, I don't know what it is you want to talk to Sakura about, but save it till tomorrow. She's in pain. Yeah, I got it.
You know?
Well, for now, let's eat. Eat. I'm kind of nervous. What? How come? What stupid thing are you... Okay, no, she's just genuinely socially anxious at human connection and is being vulnerable. Ever since I was a kid, I'd eat by myself. What about your family? Well, yeah, I used to live with my dad, my mom. You had two moms? What? That's just how things were. That's like a serious issue. Did they all eat together? Hold on. My dad, my mom, and my mom. Huh. You're asking for trouble getting involved with her more than you have to. Dare you speak to me with that disgusting mouth of yours? Stop saying stuff like that. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and eat. If I don't, Kyoko will never show up. Pretty miserable situation, man. I scarfed down breakfast as fast as I could and immediately headed back to my room. Oh, you know what that music means. It's free time. Gotta wait till tomorrow to confront Sakura. Takes a lot of courage to stand face to face with Sakura and accuse her of something. You want to eat, Kyoko? Have to talk to me eventually. There she is. Apparently, we can just hang out right now. Despite the fact that we can't make time for a private conversation. I wonder if Kyoko will even let me hang out with her. I love these two portraits looking away from each other. Did they do that on purpose? I don't know. Yeah, obviously, Aoi, Kyoko, and Sakura are the three I want to hang out with the most. I'm a little curious, what happens if you spend time with Byakuya? I'm also curious if it's even gonna let me hang out with Sakura and say Kyoko. It's you.
I'm sorry.
Is it okay if we talk more tomorrow? Right now I need to rest. Yeah. Makes sense. Gomenasai. I think it was 3rd floor? Maybe it was 4th floor. Alright, hold on. I want to double check if strafe running is actually faster. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Basically 4 seconds on the dot. 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Yeah, it's faster. Yo, do you need something? Better not be my life. Don't kill me. Afterlife, protect me. Oh my god, should I spend some time with him? Let's go see if maybe someone... I want to see if Kyoko will hang out with me. Or if she's in cold shoulder mode. I think it would be kind of a nice touch, if that's true.
Anyway.
I'm busy. I don't have time to waste. Yeah. 2 of the 3 people that I want to hang out with are busy, so... If I could hang out with Genocide Jill specifically, that would be kind of interesting. Pushing on him doesn't help, smacking him doesn't help. What the heck is up with those things? Ah, sorry, I'm talking about the metal plates covering the windows. I know, we should try grabbing the top and yanking down on it. Should I talk with Hina for a while? Let's do it. You want to do some stretches with me? I followed Hina's lead and did some elaborate stretching. Oh, I feel like I should do some stretching. I'm rolling my shoulders. Holding them up. And down. That probably wasn't long enough, but whatever. Hina and I grew a little closer today. Would you like to give her a present? Yes, definitely, because I have so many presents. I'm gonna give her a swimsuit. I feel like that's gotta be a slam fucking dunk. A competition swimsuit. Its design concept is to become one with the water and claims to increase swimming speed by 10%. How thoughtful. This is why I like you, Makoto. Well, I mean, not like, not that kind of like. Seeing Hina so pleased with something I gave her makes me happy. Hey, Makoto. I'm so tired. Yeah, you look pretty tired. What happened? Very sensitive.
Well,
I woke up earlier than normal this morning, so I decided to do a push-up, sit-up, squat set. I ended up doing 1,000 of each. Well, that would explain it. Tired. So tired. I want something sweet. I want those things you get when you mix flour, sugar, butter, and eggs and then deep fry them. Donuts. But maybe churros, though? It's probably donuts. It's not cookies. What even are churros, really? You don't deep fry cookies. Churro. I mean, churro is fried dough. Made ingredients, flour, salt, sugar. You don't fry cookies? I would eat a deep fried cookie. Her thing is donuts, so I'm going with donuts. Don't tell anyone, but there's actually a bunch of frozen donuts in the warehouse. Throw those in the microwave for a few seconds and just imagine. Imagine the warm chewiness of that donut. You know what I'm saying, right? You'd eat the crap out of that, right? You really do love donuts, huh? Is there anyone who doesn't? Who on earth? No. Who in the whole universe can say they hate donuts? Think about the sensation of biting into a donut. First, the sweetness floods your mouth, then the soft dough cushions you. Next, you get that hint of egg and butter, right? Your whole body starts to melt. You feel like you're falling into the center of the donut itself. When people talk about the donut effective, that's what they're talking about. That's absolutely not true. Well, I can't take it anymore. I'm drooling like Niagara Falls over here. Get out of my way, Makoto, or I got an uppercut with your name on it. I'm not in the way. Wait for me, God of Donuts. Almost before she was done talking, Hina took off like a bat out of hell. Whenever I'm around her, I feel like I'm soaking in the essence of human vitality. Her report card has been updated. Skill points. I actually need those skill points now. I think at that point a cookie becomes a deep fried cookie and not just a cookie. Man. I'd have a deep fried Oreo. I'd have a deep fried anything, if I'm being honest. You could be like, here's a deep fried leather boot. And I'd be like, ah, the batter's really good. I have plenty of time. I don't feel like just sitting here. I should go somewhere. What does it say about her now? Aoi Asahina, 1 of 4. Oh yeah, she likes to like get naked. She wants to be tough. I haven't got a skill from her though, huh? I guess we'll make it a double. I don't remember if I have a second swimsuit to give her. Oh! Change of plans. Yeah, let's go on a murder spree. Spend some time with Genocide Jack. Want me to kill you or something? You're not even close to getting me heated up. The time I spent with the murderous fiend was almost valuable. Did I just get a little closer to Genocide Jack? Last time I tried to give her scissors, she hated it. Which surprised me. But I mean, I guess she has her own scissors, right? What even is this stuff? Legendary punk rocker. Oh, I have 4 swimsuits to give. Yeah, shears. And then I tried to give her layering shears, and these were no good. Millennium Prize problems? I know about those. The Riemann hypothesis. I think P versus NP. One of them was solved. The Poincaré in conjecture was solved by some guy, and then he didn't want the $1 million, and it was a big story. Yeah, but you get $1 million if you can solve any of these outstanding, highly difficult math problems. Idiot solves insanely hard math problem. Was that the headline? I think he was just kind of a weird guy. You want these creepy dolls, you creepy girl? You sure? I'd be happy to take it off your hands. Does that mean she liked it?
Attention! Attention!
Uh-oh.
Please gather in the gym as soon as you possibly can.
Nah, we're gonna get some motivation.
Quickly!
He made a special announcement to ask us to come to the gym, and he sounded pretty serious about it, too. Leave the area? Is there anyone else, like, brooding about this? Nope. Hey, Sakura. You're the last one. Everyone else is already inside. Aren't you gonna go in?
However,
I have a bad feeling about this. More than just a feeling, probably. Monokuma did call us all together, after all. Sakura?
well then.
Makoto. If something happens to me... Hina. Oh?
I'm sorry.
No, never mind.
So then.
Who would ever believe in someone who doesn't believe in themselves? She technically committed violence against the headmaster. Like, I feel like punishment could come down on her at any time. Everyone must have heard the announcement. We were all gathered in the gym. It began. Okay, let's get this show on the road. You're about to give us your next motive presentation, aren't you? Huh?
That's right.
You got us all together to present another motive, right? Is he right?
Huh?
We have to go through this again? No, not again. I can't take it anymore. I'm impressed by your level of dismay. You finally see just how low on the totem pole of life you really are. No. No. That's not it at all. We're not here to talk about motive.
Hey, I'm feeling black.
Oh. I gathered you all here so that I could get rid of my grudge. Your grudge?
Why?
We have a grudge against you, of course. but I don't recall you ever having a grudge against us. I told you yesterday, didn't I? An eye for an eye, a fang for a fang. Stop beating around the bush. Just tell us what you're talking about. Well, Byakuya, you've already told everyone how one of you might be working as a spy for me, right?
Come on.
Yeah, so what about it?
In other words,
Well, today I'd like to tell you about that spy. What?
hey,
So guess what? The spy is actually Sakura Ogami. He said it so openly it made it sound like it wasn't that big of a deal, even though he just revealed a huge secret. What did you just say? He said the spy is Sakura.
This.
What are you talking about?
you're a liar.
There's no way Sakura's a spy. Right? Sakura? Sakura. And I might just make Sakura fulfill the promise she made sometime soon. And if she doesn't, I can't be responsible for what might happen to that hostage of mine. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. What you guys choose to do with that information is up to you. I wish I could remember the conversation between Monokuma and who we now know was Sakura in that weird, creepy, like, back room with all the security monitors. Where we learned that maybe there's a 16th student. So the hostage could be the headmaster. Could be Sakura's dad.
Chills, kills.
Roaster, boiler, killer, don't kill her, whatever.
Wait, I can't wait.
Finally, I understood what he had been talking about. An eye for an eye, a fang for a fang. In other words, betrayal would be met with betrayal.
What the heck?
So, what does this mean? Is it true? Has Ogre really been spying on us for the mastermind? There's no way. But that is what the stuffed animal said, right?
Wrong. You're wrong. Hey,
Well, Sakura, if he's wrong, all you have to do is tell us.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier.
Oh no!
Then he was being serious for serious? Ogre's been working for the mastermind? I'm sorry. You've been lying to us all this time. It's not true. Sakura was probably being controlled. There's got to be some reason. She didn't have a choice. She was just forced to do it. Yeah, I'm sure Hina's right. The mastermind probably threatened her somehow, and Sakura had no choice but to do what she was told. You're talking like you know that for a fact. Because I do know it for a fact. Because I saw it. I saw Sakura and Monokuma fighting. And that's where I heard it. Monokuma mentioned a hostage a second ago, right? And during their fight, I heard Sakura say she decided to fight against the mastermind.
I see.
You saw all that? The mastermind took a hostage, so you were forced to swear loyalty to them, right? But in the end, you made up your mind to betray the mastermind. Which means Sakura isn't our enemy. She's a friend who we can trust without question. Is that it? Ridiculous. Do you live in some sort of alternate reality fairy tale? She was the mastermind's tool. You absolutely cannot trust someone like that.
Impossible.
He's right. We can't just believe whatever she says now. How can we even be sure she really did betray the mastermind? Maybe this is a double bluff, and what she's still doing exactly what the mastermind wants. She'd never do that. Okay, then Sakura, if you really have cut ties with the mastermind, tell us who you really are. Well,
I'm sorry.
I can't. Even I don't know that.
What?
You don't know? That just makes you all the more suspicious.
please.
You gotta believe her.
Don't make me repeat myself.
Shut up. I'm not finished questioning
Come
her.
on.
Next question. What's this about a promise? What did the mastermind order you to do? I was told to kill one of my friends. It suddenly felt like the temperature in the room had dropped 20 degrees. Yeah, we know this. He said you were supposed to be the one to get the ball rolling. But it was Sayaka who first tried to do a murder. The weight of those words.
I see.
So even now, you've taken aim on our lives.
Wrong. You're wrong.
I'm telling you, Sakura would never do that.
What the heck?
You don't have to yell. We can hear you just fine. Don't you have an inside voice?
Terrible.
It's because you're not listening to me.
Wait.
Please stop. You don't need to defend me anymore. I have to take full responsibility for this.
However,
How do you intend to do that? By destroying the mastermind. What? I'm going to challenge them. Even if it means we both go down, I will defeat them.
I'm sorry.
That is how I intend to take responsibility. Hold on, what do you mean if you both go down?
Hina,
I'm sorry I didn't tell you about this.
I'm sorry.
I didn't know what to do. I went back and forth about confiding in you again and again,
Well,
but I was scared. I thought if I told you, you might think less of me.
but
I'm sorry.
Sakura turned away from us and left the gym. And then... What? The tissue just completely fell apart.
This is a school announcement. It is now 10 p.m. As such, it is officially nighttime. Soon the doors to the dining hall will be locked, and entry at that point is strictly prohibited. Okay then. Sweet dreams, everyone. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite.
Well, it's nighttime. We should all go to bed.
no way.
Hold on, this whole thing with Sakura is over. She's our enemy. There's nothing more to
That's
discuss.
terrible.
Sakura is not our enemy.
Why?
Why doesn't anyone understand her?
What?
What is it you think you understand? You didn't even know who she really
What
was.
is this? Calm down.
Let it go for now, Talking about it isn't going to help anything.
Why? Anyway,
Go to your room, cool down, and we can continue this discussion tomorrow. Kyoko literally hitting her with the go to your room. It was the worst. The mood at the end of the night was just the worst. What about that time when a man was strapped to a pole and a Gatling gun shot 1,000 baseballs at his body, pounding him to death? Just like a piece of meat on a stick. As just like one example of maybe a worse mood. We were honestly glad the day was over. Sakura is the spy. She's the traitor. Byakuya said Sakura is not the enemy, but he's wrong. She's not my enemy. She's my friend, without a doubt. But what can I do? What can I do to make everyone believe in Sakura? How? As long as you're human, there will always come a point where you wish you could do things differently. Even a baseball player in the major leagues, even a soccer player touring Europe, even a famous singer who started her career as a backup dancer on a sketch comedy show. She makes a brilliant debut, but instead of going for more, she marries some third-rate actor and retires. Every human has regrets, has things they'd like to go back and change.
Cause I'm a bear.
Good morning, everyone! It is now 7 a.m., and nighttime is officially over. Time to rise and shine!
I think today is going to be more free time, and tomorrow is going to be, where's so-and-so? I haven't seen them today. We should split up and go look for them. And then it starts to go bad.
Get ready to greet another beautiful day.
I'm worried about Sakura. I need to hurry up and get to the dining hall. If this 16th student is a thing and it gets revealed and their name is anywhere close to Andy, I'm gonna lose my mind. Kyoko, good morning. Still ignoring me. Is she really that mad at me? But actually, it's not just Kyoko. Ever since Monokuma summoned us last night, the atmosphere around here has gotten really heavy. I can almost feel it looming over us, weighing us down. Well, if nothing else, I need to patch things up with Kyoko as soon as possible. Makoto, are you okay? What do you mean? You were late, so we were worried about you. What a dullard. Even he's here? Toko? Byakuya? What are you doing here? They're taking refuge here. Refuge? Don't make that stupid face. We have to protect ourselves against the Mastermind's tool. You're talking about Sakura? That's when I finally noticed. The only one that wasn't in the dining hall was Sakura. Where is she? All I know is if she were here, I wouldn't be. The only reason I went out of my way to join the rest of you was as a safeguard against that threat.
What is this?
Why do you hate her so much?
Naturally.
Isn't it obvious? Because this makes things unfair. This game should be fair to all players. The existence of a spy for the Mastermind upsets the balance.
What the heck?
That's a stupid reason.
What did you say?
Stupid? This is a life or death game, is it not?
That's terrible.
It is stupid. You're a stupid idiot. Before you get too far into your argument, maybe you should stop and think things through. Why did the Mastermind reveal that Sakura was the spy to us?
What the heck?
They were getting revenge on her, right? Like Monokuma said, eye for an eye.
However,
That may be part of it, but it's not the whole picture. Revealing that fact was also meant to serve as the next motive the Mastermind wanted to give us. The chaos and confusion born from suspicion, the hatred.
in other words,
This right here, the fighting, the bickering, is the trap the Mastermind laid for us. Knowing that, will you still stand there and argue like children?
but
It's not what I'm trying to do. It's just, I mean, how can I get you guys to believe in Sakura again? If she really can beat the Mastermind like she said, that'd go a long way in my mind.
what are you saying?
Idiot. This should be the first thing everyone says when they respond to him. The very first word should just be idiot. The eggs are in the back room. I'll get you some. You'd really ask her to do something so dangerous? What if something terrible happens to her?
Interesting.
It wouldn't matter. Huh? If Sakura were to die, that's one less person for the Mastermind to control. I have no problem with that. Hold on, Byakuya. In fact, if she did die, that would settle this entire issue, wouldn't it? It would put the whole problem to rest. Smack.
What the hell?
You disgust me. You're a monster. To say something like that, it should have been you. You should have been the one to die.
What?
I should have died. Interesting. Then are you planning to take care of that yourself? Go ahead. Try it, if you dare. That's how it works here, after all.
What is this?
You think I can't do it? I'll kill you! I'll kill you right here! Hina, calm down.
That's right.
That is exactly what the Mastermind wants. And it's exactly what Sakura doesn't want. What's wrong? Lost your nerve? I'm leaving. Banished herself to her room. Trembling with anger, Hina ran off. That stupid cow. How dare she? She should die 1,000 deaths, no, 1,000,000. She was just another hysterical little girl, hardly worth my attention.
Just a second.
It's what other people call having feelings, Byakuya, and all you can do is mock them for it. What's wrong with that? A friendly word of warning. Someday that attitude is going to come back and bite you. Hard.
I don't have time to play with you.
And I will happily elude its attempts. So, you know, how about we, eat? Or maybe now's not a good time.
You know?
Without a word, each of us left the dining hall. We headed back to our rooms one by one. But breakfast, though. And then the free time music kicks in. What should I do today? Well. Everyone's in all the same spots. How's Yasuhiro stayed alive this long?
I'm sorry.
Not sure I'm ready to open up just yet. Maybe if you create the right opportunity. Huh.
I see.
Even if I don't feel like talking, you'll still stand by me? I still don't understand you, Makoto. Without saying a word, I stood by Sakura. I literally just stood there. Arms crossed, we stared at each other. We grew a little closer. Did we? I would like to give you a present. I have got so many good presents for you, but I think you would most like... Millennium Prize problems. Secrets of the Omoplata, a little-known book about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu that teaches high-level shoulder lock techniques. Omoplata is another word for the scapula or shoulder blade. You really want to give me something so splendid? You know, I'm not quite sure why, but somehow you remind me of him.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, forget I said that. I'm just talking to myself. Anyway, I feel a little better now. Thank you. Seeing Sakura so pleased with something I gave her makes me happy. Plenty of time. I didn't get a skill from her or from Aoi. I can't hang out with both of them. And something bad's gonna happen to one of them. So that's a bit of a shame. Oh, they're together in the dining hall. Nope. If she don't got the scissors... I'm trying to come up with something that rhymes with scissors. It's a difficult word. She don't got the shears. I don't got the cares. The best I could do. I tried.
I'm sorry.
I'd like to be alone right now. Alone, standing next to this other human being. Right here.
Sorry.
Neither of you are alone. You are together. If she ain't got the scissors, I don't want to kiss her. They're standing by each other, I guess. Wait, wasn't everyone, like, kind of on the first floor? If these two don't want to hang out with me, and Kyoko doesn't want to hang out with me, I got fucking no one. There's Toko, Byakuya, and that idiot Yasuhiro. She's in the dressing room. I guess it's time for bed. Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me, talk to me. Go away. Damn it. It's this one or Byakuya, I think. Chad, any got strong feelings one way or the other? It's that or I flip a coin, I think. It's not this guy. Where is he? He's in the warehouse. I have coins. Somewhere. I'm the next killer. If I recall, if I get this coin next to the microphone and flip it pretty hard, it'll actually pick up the sound. Did you hear it? I was trying to look at the coin to catch it, but also look at the noise gate to see if it picked it up. Okay, well, you heard that one. Heads is Byakuya. And we got heads. Oh, I just kind of happened to reach for the keyboard and mouse. And then shift is run. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's basically Doom. Except your aimer sticks on doors and stuff? No, it doesn't when you use the mouse, though. So if you're gonna speedrun this game, I think you have to use keyboard. Alright, I'm gonna get the keyboard, or the controller. Danganronpa. That probably exists. Sakura and Hina. Finally, some action. Things are starting to become interesting.
What do you want?
Oh, I didn't see you standing there. I was just giggling and talking to myself in the corner, the way that a totally normal person does. Should I talk to Byakuya for a while?
That's fine.
I don't mind allowing you to indulge in my attention. I hope you appreciate this. I like that you can hang out with him because it shows you that at least a little bit of his better than you, don't care about anyone shtick is actually like a little bit of a facade. Like, he does genuinely want to spend time. So what does he want? Does he like tea? It's essential elegance? That sounds like something he'd like. I'll take it. I hope you appreciate this. I have a question for you. Huh, you do?
That's right.
Something's been bothering me for a while now, and I can't take it anymore. So, to answer my question, I need you to explain to me what exactly your ultimate lucky student title means. Oh, well, I don't totally get it myself, but what I do know is that I was picked at random from a pool of normal students.
So in other words...
So you just got into Hope's Peak by blind luck? I see. Well, that answers my question. Which was the question, how a commoner like you, with absolutely no unique talents or abilities, could get into this school. Oh, I forgot to mention boring. How a boring, untalented, utterly generic commoner got in. He's not wrong.
Naturally.
It's the truth. Maybe compared to you, the ultimate affluent progeny and all. But even I... You seem to think it's merely an issue of title, but make no mistake, my lineage, intelligence, figure, athletic ability, they are all ultimate. I'm so good at Frisbee, you won't believe it. Math problems? I got abs. I'm great.
In other words...
I am the ultimate perfection. Feel free to begin calling me that, in fact. This zero-talent commenter consistently dunks on you in every trial. He's really taking this up to the extreme. You, who have nothing. I, who have everything. We are living proof that all men are not created equal. You have my pity, Makoto. Life can be very cruel indeed. Boy, I'm so fucking glad that I came to hang out with you. Because I pity you so much, perhaps someday I'll allow you to hear my tale of glory. Consider it a blessing, a gift from me to you, to allow you to bask in my glory. Did he say that twice? Tale of glory, bask in my glory. Having finished his mean-spirited lecture, Byakuya left me standing there in silence. I learned one thing about Byakuya today. Anytime I talk to him, I need to be prepared for extreme psychological trauma. Ding! Cool and composed. Give yourself a pat on the back, you've earned it. I did my best to keep my spirit from shattering like glass and went back to my room. In that sense, it is very much like every social encounter I have.
This is a school announcement. It is now 10 p.m. As such, it is officially nighttime. Soon the doors to the dining hall will be locked, and entry at that point is strictly prohibited.
Hey, Boney. Yeah, I've been playing every other day for a lot. This is stream number 6, I think? Yeah, I did the prologue, and then I did all of chapter 1, and then I did 2, 2, 3, 3.
Okay then. Sweet dreams, everyone. Good night.
Wait, that would make
Sleep
this
tight.
day 7.
Don't let the bed bugs bite.
I did the prologue and chapter 1 in 1, I think. And then 2, 2, 3, 3. Whatever, it doesn't matter. If you are the kind of person who doesn't mind watching a VOD, I've got it all highlighted. If you want to see the trials and stuff, that would be in day 1, 3, and 5. Parts 1, 3, and 5 have the investigations and the trials. Once the shrimp idea was dead, she came back suggesting I should become a crab instead. How much can one person love crustaceans? I said no, of course, and she shot back. Okay, then how about to make you extra special, you can be a crab that walks sideways and backwards. But how's that any better? I don't want to go sideways or backwards, I want to go forward. I heard her annoyed sigh at the other end of the line, and she said, You just don't see the splendor of the crab. Haven't you ever heard of the tale of the crab and the monkey? Of course I've heard of it, I know all about it, but so what? The crab beats the monkey, but it's just some legend, hardly relevant to our greed-obsessed modern society. Sure, monkeys still show up in movies and stuff from time to time, but not crabs. Monkey-themed clothes are sweeping the fashion world, but the crab doesn't stand a chance, right? What I'm saying is, crabs have no place in today's lightspeed world. Do your market research, lady. Which is why I chose the always popular bear image.
The secret origin story of Monokuma.
I feel like I've done a pretty good job of knowing, like figuring stuff out before the game
everyone.
tells me.
It is now 7 a.m. and nighttime is officially over. Time to rise and shine. Get ready to greet
I think it's,
another
well, I don't know,
beautiful
maybe other
day.
people have other opinions, but I feel like I've only truly been like blindsided by something like 2 or 3 times maybe. There's been some stuff where I've been shaky. Like in Trial 3, I was pretty sure Celeste was the mastermind of the whole thing. I knew Hifumi wasn't dead, that he got up and walked out of the room himself. And then I guessed that he was the one who moved Taka's body. But I didn't really lock in that, like, these two were working together. He killed Taka. He was being manipulated. I did eventually figure those things out before the game told me, but before the trial, that I didn't have that all squared away. Wah! Was that someone screaming? I think it came from the dining hall. Yeah, it's popping off. I'm gonna have to make a decision soon, I think, if I want to press forward with this stream. There has been many moments where I am freaking out over an upcoming question and then it just tells me the answer. Especially because sometimes I'll go in with like, I don't know, I just don't know, right? Like I didn't know it was Mondo in the second case at all. I knew lots of facts about the case. I knew it had to be a boy. So I had it narrowed down to like just a couple people. And there was some evidence pointing to Byakuya, but I figured it probably wasn't him. But it could have been any of the other boys to me. And so I was like, how the hell am I going to do this? And then the game does something stupid to... Like, Mondo just basically slips up and says something. I liked when you debated for several minutes and were impressed the game was giving you a real choice at a but thou must. I did get railroaded. So... I've been having to clear my throat a lot and stuff. I'm a little worried about getting into like once I started an investigation, I don't want to put a break between that and the trial. But I kind of don't want to stop here. So I'm just hoping my voice can hold out. Maybe I'll stop reading every single word. Look, his finger shook as he pointed.
Hina!
Huh.
Are you okay? What happened?
She killed her. Genocide Jill killed Hina.
I don't think she's dead, man. God, this guy is so stupid. Open your eyes. No way she's dead. What happened? They just all of a sudden they were yelling and then they knocked the pepper off the table and I figured that was basically the same as murder. It led to a sneeze. Her giant balloons are a little too perfect, aren't they? I might be flat, but at least mine are real.
Totally not adorable.
Just get out of my sight, or else I'll start cutting and cutting and cutting and indulging myself for who knows how long. Let's get Hina to the nurse's office. Genocide Jack's abrasive laugh chased us out of the room as we carried Hina away. By the time I finished taking care of Hina's injury in the nurse's office, she seemed to have finally regained her composure. Are you sure you're feeling better? Yeah, it really was just a scratch. Still, that was super close. If I hadn't yelled out, you'd be dead right now. It's all thanks to me, you know. Yes, well, 1,000 thanks to you, sir. So sarcastic. That just makes you sound even more hostile. Goofus. Couldn't believe it. I was positive I was about to see someone's life come to an end. If I ever saw something like that, I'd never be able to sleep again. You've seen it multiple times already. Fuck this guy. Never mind the person who actually died, right? Hey, Hina, what the heck happened? We got into a fight. I lost my temper and flew off the handle. The fight was because of Sakura. At first, I tried to just ignore it. But if you let jerk buttholes get to you all the time, you'll never have time left to live your life. But she wouldn't let it go. So I just... Without thinking about it, I felt like I wanted to punch her like a dozen times.
Serious?
A dozen punches isn't really without thinking. And when things got out of hand, Genocide Jack got let loose, right?
Sorry.
It's my own fault. But I just couldn't take it anymore. Because she was saying all those terrible things about my friend, you know? Before I knew it, her eyes started welling up with tears, and just as the tears were on the brink of spilling over, the door to the nurse's office burst open. I thought the door was going to fly off its hinges, and there she stood before us. You're hurt. What happened?
Huh?
Nothing. It's not a big deal. Makoto, Hiro, what's the meaning of this? It wasn't me, it was Genocide Jill. All that demented, murderous fiend's fault.
Damn.
To hurt Hina. Damn you. To leave me alone, but hurt her? What is this?
How dare you?
I'm okay, really. It's just a scratch.
No forgiveness.
Everyone's freaking out. If you want to hate someone, hate me. If you want to hurt someone, hurt me. I don't hate you exactly.
Can't forgive this.
It's just, somebody save me. Hiro nearly tripped over himself as he ran screaming out of the nurse's office. But just a second later, what's going on? What's all this noise about? Kyoko stood in the doorway of the nurse's office, taking Hiro's spot in the room. I gather that something happened. Hey, Ibams. It's going pretty good. Things are starting to pop off a little bit in Chapter 4. Kyoko, please, you have to stop Sakura. She's going Super Saiyan. No one can stop her once she reaches level 2. You don't need to stop me. I'm okay. I'm not going to do anything. I'm drawing a line. Right here and now. Drawing a line? I think I'm gonna get some water. doing Sakura's voice just put me over the edge of needing more water, and I'm out of it. So be right back. Couple minutes. I was this close to not switching the scene back to the game before I started playing again. But we're learning. We're getting used to streaming again. Hina sprang into action, leaving the nurse's office to chase after Sakura. The only ones left were... pro streamer. Kyoko? Are you still mad? Yeah, I figured.
That's fine.
It's fine. About that issue we discussed earlier. I've never once let one of these dialogue boxes go by without reacting to it. Like, I don't really know what the merit is in not reacting to it. It kind of seems like sometimes you need to react in order to progress, and sometimes you don't. And so there's basically like a branching path, and one is like an optional little bit of information, and one is the way that goes forwards. And like, it's one or the other. And if I knew, I would always look at the optional one. I want to see the whole story, right? I want the little bit of extra. Give it to me. But I never know. I never know if reacting is giving me the extra, or if I'm missing it by reacting.
In other words,
You could have told me about Sakura and Monokuma fighting, but you stayed quiet. You were only thinking of Sakura, and that's why you didn't tell me. You didn't want to confuse everyone until you could talk to her and be sure of what you saw. That's what you were thinking, and that's why you didn't tell me, right? Yeah, it is pretty artificial engagement, too. To think like that.
I wouldn't have expected such arrogance from you.
Arrogance. Ooh.
Because
Ultimately, that means you don't trust me. That's not it. But if that's how you feel, I can't really change your mind. I'm sorry.
that's fine.
I didn't even try to change her mind. She probably wants us to try a little bit, you know? Besides,
And
I may have overreacted. She's blushing. I think she might be genuinely blushing this time and not just faking us out as an emotional manipulation master.
anyway,
It's over and done with. Like I said, let's just forget about it. Something else. Yeah, it's just nothing. It's just... I can bring it up again and be like, no, look, I should have, she's like, please, just don't. What is it you wanted to talk to me about?
indeed.
Come somewhere with me. I have business
So-
there. Just come with me and you'll find out.
Shall we go?
With her typical indifference, Kyoko turned and walked away, setting a brisk pace. Kyoko! I hurried to catch up to her. She walked ahead in silence. And in silence, I chased her. And eventually we arrived. The laptop. So the something else you mentioned?
Indeed.
That's right, it has to do with alter ego. You said we didn't need alter ego anymore. She was definitely hiding something there. I didn't say we didn't need him, I just said he had done his job. Besides, it's not us that needs alter ego. He has business with us.
Right.
He asked me to bring others to come see him. Apparently he has something he wants to ask us. Wants to ask us something. Okay. The 17th student. It's just the two of you. I mean, why stop there? We can have Tifa and Stums, Boney and Zuno, Fed and Ise. All of you can get in on the fun. It's just you two, Kyoko and Makoto. Kyoko's fingers glided across the keyboard. Is two not enough? No, it's okay. Two should be plenty. What is it he wants to ask? Danganronpa.
Indeed.
Let's find out, shall we? Kyoko typed in the question. Yeah, I was just eating tacos. No way I was planning a murder under the guise of dinner.
So,
I'd like you to take me somewhere where you can connect me to the school network. We quickly glanced at each other. She replied, "Why?" "Well, you said my job was done, right? But to just stop here, saying I've finished my work, I don't want that. I want to work as hard as everyone else so that we can all get out of here. That's what Master would want too. So, to help everyone else, to solve the mystery of this school, the only way I can help is if you connect me to the school's network. But if you did that, that's basically suicide. I'm positive the Mastermind would find out about it. They'd find you and they'd... You agree, right, Kyoko?" I realize how dangerous it could be. But still, I have to do this. I'm scared, but I can handle it. I don't really understand why, but when I think about everyone else, my courage starts to grow. You know, my courage that I as a computer program have. You might think I'm just some inhuman AI, but it's true. So, it's okay. I couldn't help but get lost in that voice. It was just too committed, too admirable, too fragile.
Hey,
You remember what you asked before, Makoto? You asked what the difference is between a person and a program, right? Yeah.
certainly.
When I talk to Alter Ego, I don't know. I have no idea how to answer that question. I think maybe that's a question even the program's creator can't answer. But I can say this.
Correct.
There's no question that Alter Ego is our friend. To be honest, I didn't want Alter Ego to push himself anymore. Because if we take any more risks, the Mastermind really will notice it. But
Makoto.
let's do it, Makoto. Let's connect Alter Ego to the network. But
Hey.
he's our friend, so I want to take his feelings into consideration. And he says that he wants to fight alongside his friends.
Now,
If you were in his place, could you just sit by and do nothing in this situation? If you saw everyone else fighting and doing their best, could you just look the other way? Or would you stand up tall next to everyone else and tell them you're their friend? That sounds exactly like the sort of anime protagonist bullshit you would do, Makoto, admit it. You guys fighting? If it's about me, please don't. I want to be able to say I know I can do this.
listen.
And besides, there's one place where the Mastermind might not notice. Hmm?
That's right.
There's another place besides here where there's no surveillance camera. The secret room. I definitely remember there was no surveillance
Indeed.
camera in there. And I do believe you can connect to the network. Why does she know that? I remember seeing an Ethernet port in the wall. Alright, fair enough.
However,
Just because there's no camera there doesn't mean there's no danger. There's no way to be sure the Mastermind isn't monitoring the network somehow. We'll also have to move Alter Ego, and the Mastermind may spot us going into the secret room. If they pick up on any of this, then it's all over. You're right.
that's what we have to do.
But despite all that, I still think we need to try.
Correct.
Because that's our best chance of finding any new clues. Kyoko. In that case, will you let me carry him? There's no way you could hide him with what you're wearing, right? So let me do it.
It's true.
I don't know, I feel like her jacket, like, you get it like in the back? Underneath her jacket? It could work.
So then,
What's my plan? What am I have like a hoodie? I guess the hoodie's better. It's gonna be a little cramped for you, Alter Ego. Bear with us, okay? We started packing him up right away. I closed the laptop and stuffed it underneath my jacket. What are you doing? It tickles. We're going to move you to another room. Until we get there, you have to be absolutely silent, okay? Yeah, that sound was the laptop, remember? Imagine Makoto trying to be sneaky with his hood up. Tiptoeing around all hunched over. To have him react like a machine like that all of a sudden, I didn't know how to react. In the secret room, there are a bunch of different cables in one of the desk drawers, so there might be a network cable?
however,
Assuming the mastermind hasn't taken it already. Well, all we can do is go and check for
It's true.
ourselves. Agreed. Let's head for the secret room. I remember where it is. I know where I am. Shut up.
Hey. Why?
You sure all the documents are gone? I refuse to believe you. Go and check again. What?
Listen to me.
Just hurry up and go. And make sure you don't run off. I'm gonna wait right here. Oh, I get it. She's acting. She was so forceful, I thought it had made her mad again
Just
somehow.
a second.
Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and go. Okay, I'm going.
So then,
And be thorough. I'm counting on you. Be thorough. To buy me as much time as possible to do what I gotta do. Okay. First we have to find a network cable. According to Kyoko, there should be a bunch of cables in this drawer. Found it. This is a network cable, right? Now we just have to connect Alter Ego. I immediately got to work. I pulled out the laptop and connected it to the Ethernet port with the cable. And that should do it.
That's right.
Yeah, I think it worked.
To me.
I might even be able to connect to the outside world. If I can, I'll see if I can call for help. So please just wait a little while longer.
Gonna do my best.
As I was about to leave, I decided to leave him with one last thing. No matter what, we're gonna get out of here. You and all the rest of us, as friends. Friends? Even me?
Thank you.
Thank you, Makoto.
Makoto.
How'd it go? Well, it went okay, but all the documents were gone, just like I told you. My reply was an unintentional mix of acting and real feelings.
Correct.
That's kind of how all acting is, I think. And there's nothing left for us here.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Before I knew it, Kyoko was walking away. She wasn't acting anymore, that much was for sure. Kyoko!
What?
So we're just gonna split up?
Why is that?
Of course. I have no reason to stay with you at this point. Well, maybe, but isn't that a little too direct? Should I hesitate and fumble for something to say? You're so high maintenance. No, that's not what I meant. I just had more I wanted to talk to you about. Like, what are you going to do about Sakura?
It's true.
Well, something has to be done, it's true.
However,
But the way things are right now, there's no way to persuade anyone. They don't have the mind to listen. And when should we...
so
If we can find some new clue, that would likely change the situation. That's all we can hope for right now. Which is why, Alter Ego, all we can do is wait and believe in our friends. You're right. That's our only option. We parted ways and I headed back to my room. I'm kinda tired, so I laid down in bed. Maybe it was because of the stress of moving Alter Ego, but I was way more tired than I realized, so before long at all, I had completely dozed off. The stress of moving a laptop. The stress of moving a laptop undercover with a shady, murderous organization watching your every move. The sharp sound of the doorbell pierced my sleepy haze and pulled me back to the real world.
Makoto.
Kodo, get out here. What's going on?
Indeed.
Hina just came to see me and she was white as a ghost. It sounds like something's happened. As soon as I heard those words, my heart started to beat a little faster. I suddenly found myself wide awake. She said for us to come to the rec room. Okay, let's hurry. Kodo, Kyoko, what's wrong? Something's not right. In the rec room. There was a window on the rec room door and I hurried to look inside. And when I did... Huh. Sakura? Is she unconscious? There's a paper on the floor, the locker is open. that Makoto was just completely unwilling to open earlier. I feel like some of the whiskeys in the back are gone. She's sitting up in the chair like she's bowing her head.
Hey,
What's going on? Did something happen to her? I was just walking past and I happened to notice her through the window, and I couldn't get the door open. I tried knocking, I tried calling her name, but she wouldn't respond. Is it going to be a locked room mystery? I think it's whiskey? I don't remember. You're right, it doesn't make sense for it to be in the rec room. What should we do? What are we going to do?
anyway,
We need to get into that room, but the door's locked. And if we break in, we'll be violating school regulations. We're going to force our way in. But I just said the door isn't locked. It's not locked because the rec room door doesn't have a lock. Then why?
see,
The door's pressing up against something inside the room. Ooh, another body that we can't see through the window?
in other words,
This door isn't locked, which means as far as I can tell, the rule doesn't apply. There's no problem if we break in. Let's smash the window. That should be the fastest way. Okay, I'll get something to break it with. Right here. I forget what murder mystery it was, but it was something where someone was still alive. You know, it might have been the Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya has a murder mystery. And she does all these, like, Ace Attorney poses in the in the episode. I think it's like there's a guy who gets stabbed partially, and then you bust into the room, and when you do, you knock the knife into the guy, and that's when he actually dies. Or so. That's a plot point. It's not what actually happens, but it's making me nervous to just force this door open when something on the other side is blocking it. Is she okay? I mean, it's Sakura, so I'm sure. Kyoko didn't reply. There was only silence. But that silence didn't last long. Here. I found a broom in the classroom. Use it.
Makoto.
You can handle this, right, Makoto? Okay, you two stand back. I took hold of the broom and swung as hard as I could. Aiming directly at the window, all it took was one solid hit. The window shattered into 100 pieces, scattering across the rec room floor. I stuck my hand through the now open window and started jostling the chair leaning against the door. The chair's pretty heavy. But if I can just... I pushed on it with all my strength and finally the knob turned. Sakura! I ran up to her as fast as I could. But the moment I laid my hand on her... No! All I felt was cold death. I could feel only the last lingering warmth of a living body. Life had abandoned Sakura's body. And then... There are 3 of us here.
A body has been discovered. After a certain amount of time, which you may use however you like, the class trial will begin.
There's really not much to go on here, right? In terms of lead up, like... Me and Kyoko went to the secret room with the laptop. We set it up. We left. I went to my room and napped. And then she came to my room to get me because stuff was happening. Man.
Danganronpa.
All-star apologies. Deadly life.
Huh? Sakura's dead? She's really dead?
I heard Hina talking, but my eyes stared steadily forward. I could only look on at Sakura's dead body. We didn't make it in time. It's happened again. Muttering to herself, Kyoko began to gently inspect Sakura's body. I wondered, was she confirming that Sakura really was dead, checking for a pulse or a reaction. I have to go get them. I have to go get the others. On shaky legs, Hina left the rec room. And I... Why? Why did this have to happen? That's all I could say. I repeated it over and over again. I need to examine Sakura's body. I just stood there motionless behind her while she checked Sakura's corpse. Time passed. While I stood there, unable to do a thing. Unable... I think maybe unable to do a thing. Time just passed. And after I don't know how long, I got everyone.
What?
Ogre!
Yes, yes.
So she's dead, huh?
I see.
Sakura's been killed. I see. As soon as they arrived, Kyoko
Just
began.
a second.
You heard the announcement just now, right? So you know what this means.
Interesting.
Sakura was murdered, and by someone in this very room. Is that what you were going to say? No. Whoever killed her, it's not just someone in this room.
Your fault.
It was one of you. Hiro, Byakuya, Toka, one of you killed Sakura. What? You're accusing us before we've even begun the investigation? I don't need to investigate anything, because you hated her. You hated the sight of her. One of you did it. I know it. You know it? I didn't know your power level would increase by that much just by getting mad.
Come on!
Isn't it obvious? I'm here to hand out my little murder flyer.
It's the Monokuma file!
Hold on. There's something I want to ask you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed Sakura. Huh? Sakura wanted to challenge the mastermind to a duel. Maybe you and her fought again, and
In
then
other words,
I killed her? Sorry, not quite. Actually, not even close. The whole thing is totally irrelevant now. Sakura came to a most regrettable end, even without getting the chance to finish things with me. Which, thank God for that, has saved me the trouble of having to go through with our little fight. Because even for someone like me, it would have been no mean feat to take down a behemoth like that.
hey,
I gotta tell you, I was actually pretty worried. I mean, she'd violated a rule by attacking me in the first place, but I wasn't able to punish her. So I don't know who it was, but whoever the Blackened is this time, I owe you one.
What is this?
You owe them one? Oopsie, before you get all pissy-potty at me, you better figure out who did it first. Because, I mean, your lives are all on the line, right?
What is this? I won't forgive you.
Well, I, for one, am glad it was Sakura. She was working for the mastermind, after all. How can you say that now? Sorry, I don't have time for your squabbling. The next game has already begun. If you want to be angry at someone, be angry at whoever killed Sakura.
Anyway,
Right now, our top priority needs to be uncovering Sakura's killer. If we can't do that, we're all dead. Then let's decide who will stand guard this time. I'll do it. I'm okay. Just let me handle it. Besides, I want to be here with Sakura.
That's fine.
Okay, then Hina's guard number 1. But we need one more. Kyoko, that's you.
what?
Me? You're always a thorn in my side. This time just stand by and watch quietly. Consider that an order. Asshole.
That's fine.
Fine. I'll stay behind. Then it's settled. Let's begin, shall we? Hold on. Before that, there's something I want to say. Which is... Hiro, Byakuya, Toko, none of you are allowed to step foot in the crime scene. What?
It's your fault.
One of you killed Sakura.
I won't forgive
I won't let someone like that come anywhere near her. Don't be stupid. Our lives are in just as much danger as yours. We have every right to investigate. I don't care what you say. I'm not letting the one who killed Sakura anywhere near her. Even if it means I have to use force. You're not getting in here. Well, it appears further discussion would be a waste of time. How about a compromise? I won't ask you to let all of us in. Just let me. You weren't gonna do shit anyway. Just go get a snack or something. You don't really care, do you? You're both useless anyway. Yeah, I'm actually on the same... You're both. What did he? You're both useless anyway, and it cuts to her. Yep! I'd rather spend my time coming up with another splendid fantasy involving Master anyway. And you, Hiram, do you really object? If you're gonna go that far, what can I do? I mean, I don't have anything to hide, so why should I care?
It's all clear now.
Then it's decided. Nothing's decided!
Calm down.
I know how you feel, Hina, but you should agree to his request. But
Hey,
we have to find out who killed Sakura. And I can't trust Makoto to do it alone, so we need someone actually smart on the case. For those of us still alive, and to honor Sakura's memory. Fine, I guess that's okay. But no matter what, Byaku, you absolutely aren't allowed to touch her. Naturally, who'd want to touch a filthy dead body?
listen.
That's enough fighting. We need to focus on the investigation from here on out. Everyone, keep this in mind. If we can't uncover Sakura's killer,
Listen to me.
all of us face execution. Finding out who killed Sakura. It's not a matter of hoping we can do it. If we want to survive, we have to do it. It's kind of a hopeless hope. We have no choice but to just do it. Here's this line again. Just do it! Just follow your dreams! Better check the Monokuma file. Time of death is estimated to be around 12 noon. Wow. Body was discovered in the rec room on the 3rd floor. Evidence of a strong blow to the victim's head. No other injuries were noted. This doesn't say this was the cause of death. It just says there is evidence of a strong blow. It seems that at some point the victim suffered from violent vomiting of blood. Poison. That seems like a good way to bring her down, huh?
Hey,
I think the case this time might be a challenge. Why's that?
so...
The only way into the rec room is the door we just came through. And that door had been jammed shut with the chair from inside the rec room, which means the killer would have had to escape somehow after barring the door. Yeah. So... I mean, I can kind of picture leaning a chair against the door and such that as you close it, the chair tilts further and further down against the door and then it locks in place. Like, I don't think that's going to be what happens here, but I think that's a thing you could do. I guess what I'm thinking is that Sakura is barring herself in the room. But I have no idea why. If the door was blocked from the inside and there was no way in or out till we broke the window, there's like zero escape, right?
In other words...
It's a classic locked room murder, I called it. I guess you might see this kind of thing a lot in mystery movies or books or whatever, you know, games where you have to solve crimes. Could it really happen in real life? And right before our very eyes like this? Are you curious to hear more about what a locked room murder entails?
That's fine.
When you break down this kind of murder mystery, there are 4 basic types. The first type is when the locked room is created after the actual crime is committed. It simply means that the killer commits the crime, then through some special method seals the room. This mainly involves some sort of trick involving the locking of the room. Basic approaches include using a string or simple mechanism. There are a number of variations. So for that, all we'd have to do is check the door to see if that's what it was, right? The second type is when the locked room already exists before the crime is committed. Oh.
In other words...
Basically, the killer uses a special contraption or tool from outside to target the victim inside. You push a switch and it fires a handgun. You shoot an arrow through a gap in the door.
However...
But in this case, that doesn't seem to fit. There are no guns or arrows in the school, and the door doesn't have any gap that would allow it. If she was poisoned and then came into this room, and then for some reason locked it herself.
It's true.
The third type is when the killer stays in the room until it's opened up. Oh, so like is here right now? What do you mean by that?
In other words...
They stay hidden, and when the door is opened, they use the confusion to blend in with the group. They pretend they showed up along with everyone else, and that's that. Sounds like it could have been possible, maybe?
It's true.
Huh. Like, no? No, it's not. No way 3 of us missed someone just like hiding under the pool table or whatever. The 4th and final type is when it wasn't actually a locked room at all. Not a
In
locked
other
room.
words,
By that I mean, there actually is an alternate escape route somewhere within the room. You see this a lot in novels and things, but in reality it's generally not possible. And you think we can cross that one off too? I believe so. So when it comes to locked room mysteries, those are the basics. Of the 4 possibilities, they seem to think the killer stayed in the room and then blended in with all of us. Which of the 4 seems most
it's
likely?
true.
Good question. Answering that should be our primary focus during this trial, but right now, I can't really say. The way the killer set up the locked room, until I figure that out, the truth behind Sakura's death will stay hidden. It's definitely a tough mystery. I need to concentrate and investigate as much as I can for Sakura, if nothing else. She drew her last breath sitting slumped forward in this chair. There's obvious evidence of a blow to the head. Normally I wouldn't have any problem believing that that's what killed her, but according to the Monokuma file, she had also vomited blood. And I can see a trace of blood on her lips for sure. So what would have caused her to vomit blood? The Monokuma file specifically said she hadn't suffered any other injuries. Do you count being poisoned as suffering injuries? Like, the things the poison does to your body are injuries. I'm not really sure what they're getting at with this. It's been added to the truth bullets. Maybe her getting hit on the head somehow caused her to start vomiting blood? Not a chance. Yakuya.
That's fine.
However, your eyes have landed on a most interesting location.
Naturally.
Most interesting. Don't you agree? No, I don't think I'd call it interesting, but it does make me wonder. The reason Sakura vomited blood absolutely has to be connected to why she died. This looks like some kind of wrapper. Do you recognize it? I mean, I gave it to her. That's a candy wrapper. Sakura got super upset when she found out Genocide Jack had attacked me, right? So after we left the nurse's office, I gave it to her. I thought it might help her calm down a little. You gave that candy to her. I found a big box of it in the warehouse. I really like them. Actually, as soon as we could get into the warehouse, I took the entire box back to my room. I made sure nobody else could get their hands on him. You really like him that much. But I wanted Sakura to get a chance to try one for herself. That's why I gave it to her. But now they've lost all their flavor? Oh, like for her, it's gonna be hard to eat them. Okay. I was like, because poison, you would taste the poison if you could taste the candy. Like my brain, all those gears started spinning. But I think it was just like a metaphorical, poetic way of saying she's sad. These are shards of glass. I thought this was blood. Shards of glass scattered all around the chair Sakura was sitting on. The glass is all red, and these are the top and bottom sections of a bottle. So this must have originally been a bottle. Yeah, that's true. It's not pink, you're right. Something else on the ground near the glass. It's a figure. It fits in the palm of my hand. A Monokuma figure. Is it on the ground? I don't see it. This locker that was closed and has freaky, dusty handprints on the inside of it.
Why?
What's a handprint doing there? It looks like someone touched the inside of the locker and it left a handprint in all the dust. It looks quite fresh. I'd say someone was hiding here in the locker and they left behind a little something extra. Maybe the killer hid in here until the locked room was open, don't you think? It can't be this, right? It can't. You can't. It's a visual novel. I only see the portraits you stick in front of me. But I saw the locker in the back of the room. It was like on screen basically the whole time. Like, you can't tell me that this is a possibility. One of the 3 of us would have seen a man pop out of the locker.
Wrong. Hey.
We looked inside the room. It was already open.
Indeed.
They don't even need to do this, like... No, Makoto, we have eyes and ears. We would know if there was another person in the room with us, is all you need to say. What does this handprint mean? Four red bottles lined up on the shelf. Oh yeah, the figures. Right, there were chess pieces inside. I remember now. It's not whiskey at all. What I'm wondering is how they... You know what I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of the rec room in... Zero Time Dilemma. Has a bunch of alcohol. There's an alcohol called Sad Man 570 or something. And it's a big bottle like this. VLR is a rec room too, but I don't think it has alcohol. I think that's all in the lounge. I think? Maybe not. They all blend together. It's no different from your standard ship in a bottle. You know, where the bottle's opening is smaller than the boat placed inside. Never seen something like that? Yeah, maybe I have. Haven't played Danganronpa since last year. Maybe that's long enough for you to forget some things. And it'll be, like, interesting again. If this is the Monokuma version of that, a Monokuma bottle. It's been added to the truth bullets. I feel like I'm finally starting to make sense of things little by little. The Monokuma bottle sitting on the shelf. The Monokuma figure we found on the ground. The red shards of glass, which probably started out as a bottle, which would mean Sakura must have been hit in the head with a Monokuma bottle. The shards of glass and the Monokuma figure are evidence of that, so I think it's safe to say that the Monokuma bottle was the weapon. I'm not convinced. I'm thinking... I don't know. Bad guy in the locker, pops out, hits her with a bottle, maybe. But this is not what kills her. I'm thinking it's possible that this bottle on the ground here is not a Monokuma bottle, but it's some kind of poison vial bottle from the chem room. And the label's all destroyed and everything, so you... Or someone took the label off, I don't know. Also, there was clearly room for 2 bottles on this shelf.
So...
Is this all the same stuff? It is. So there's a 1 bottle unaccounted for. But there's a lot of things. Same shelf full of magazines. Different kinds of magazines. There's a blood stain in front of the magazine shelf. It must have come from Sakura, right? But that doesn't make sense. Why is it so far away from where she died? We already know who did it. Byakuya, Toko, or Hiro. It had to be one of them. That's like half the people. You don't know who did it. Yeah, I'm not even sure you're right about that, honestly. Who knows? Whoop! Press the wrong button. They couldn't stand the sight of her. You agree with me, don't you? Well, I don't want to say anything for sure without finding out more. Then let me help you find out more. You see, Sakura asked all 3 of them to meet with her. You know where? Right here in the rec room. What? After I went to the nurse's office this morning, Sakura and I both left together, right? Well, eventually she went off on her own. When I saw her again after that, she told me, she said she'd left a note for each of them. She asked them to meet her in the rec room by noon. By noon, the Monokuma file said she died right around then. I'm telling you the truth. I heard it right from Sakura herself. And I tried to stop her. But she wouldn't listen. She said not to worry, that she just wanted to talk to them. And this is what happened. If I'd stopped her by force even, this never would have happened. It's impossible not to have regrets, I know. Oh, it was a count! But the fact that she had asked those 3 to meet with her, and she asked them to come to the rec room at noon, the same time and place she ended up dying, it might be good to confirm what I just heard with the 3 of them directly.
However...
But for Sakura to have been killed, yeah, she's not the type who would go down without a fight. And she certainly didn't, I would say. She was the ultimate martial artist, strong in body, mind, and spirit. So how was the killer able to get the upper hand on her? Did someone get the upper hand? They must have taken her by surprise, right?
Certainly.
They would have needed to if they expected to stand any chance against her. Died an hour ago. That's when they were in the secret room. Okay. Oh my god, Protein Zyme X! Kima A2. There's some kind of plastic container rolling around near the entrance to the room.
So,
Looks like a protein drink, and it's empty. Sakura must have drank it. Everyone knows how much she loved her protein. And she mentioned more than once how protein was good for all sorts of ailments. I wouldn't take that to heart if I were you. I know. But still, this protein can... It's got a label on it that says Chem A2. That reminds me. Sakura mentioned how the Chem Lab has all kinds of health stuff. So she must have gotten this from the
just
Chem
a
Lab.
second.
But that's strange.
Hey,
What is? You see what's scattered around the can? Shards of light blue glass. They must be part of the window I broke to get
Correct.
inside. Oh? They aren't scattered around the can, they're also underneath it. Why does that
so-
matter? Can't say for sure yet, but you're probably going to want to take note of it. I feel like it'll become an important clue later on. This means someone who rushes in after the room leaves that on the floor. Or the mysterious killer with the invisible suit who was just waiting for us to open the door, leaves it, goes outside, changes out of their invisible suit. The chair was shoved up against the doorknob so we couldn't get the door open. There's no evidence that any kind of string or mechanism was used on the chair. In other words, there's no reason to think the chair had anything special done to it. This door is the only way in or out of the rec room. The door doesn't have a lock, and there's no evidence that the mountings have been tampered with. The only notable change to the door is the smashed window, which happened, of course, when I broke it to get inside. There's no evidence that any kind of string or mechanism was used on the door. In other words, I don't see anything suspicious about the door itself. Having examined both the door and the chair, there's no doubt the reason the door didn't open was simply because the chair was shoved up against it. This kept the doorknob from turning, and the door from opening. And there was no evidence of the door or chair being tampered with or anything like that. So the killer must have created the locked door from the inside, not from the outside. Still a lot I don't get about this one.
What?
What do you want? You're bothering me. There's something I'd like to talk to you about. Make it quick. Is it true that Sakura asked you to meet her in the rec room? So you found out. Interesting. And it's true? I did receive a note to that effect, yes. But what fool would do what it said and risk being killed by that monster? So you didn't go see her? Of course not. I ripped the note to shreds and threw it away. I haven't seen Sakura today at all. Byakuya says he didn't go see her. Is that the truth? Well, until I can prove otherwise, I have no choice but to accept it as fact.
Come on.
If you're all finished, please remove yourself from my sight. Okay, thanks.
Listen.
Have you finished with your general investigation? Yeah, I think so, for the most
So
part.
then,
And you should probably go talk with people now. I'm on guard duty, so I can't leave. Which is why I've decided you'll go in my place. She's decided? She's gotten a little more pushy since we had our issue. But she's right, I do have to go talk to the others. Sakura wanted to meet with 2 other people. I need to hear what they have to say. I just wanted to leave. Those other 2 people probably went back to their rooms. Just put me all the way. Can I, like, just leave, or am I stuck here? I'm stuck here. Interesting. Curious. We got Hiro and Toko. I press the doorbell, and after a few seconds, I have this same creepy shot of her. At least she's not, like, spasming out. The most negative aura I've ever felt. An aura of total decay.
What do you want?
So you're back to normal. Genocide Jack isn't around anymore.
Don't even say her name. It makes me sick to my stomach. I was in such a good mood, too.
She didn't look like she was in a good mood.
I was hoping to talk to you about something. Is now a bad time?
Obviously annoyed, Toko slithered out into the hall. Slithered. You said you wanted to talk to me about something? I wanted to talk about the fact that Sakura had asked to meet with you.
Well,
I don't know what you're talking about. Becky already told me she had asked to meet with him. She wanted to meet with Master too? I just said two, didn't I? I guess now it's totally obvious, huh? Yeah, pretty much. So, can you tell me about it? I admit I did get the note, but I didn't go see her. I was scared, so I couldn't bring myself to go. Toko claims she didn't go see her, but can I really believe her? I bet all three of them go to see her. Till I can prove otherwise, I have no choice but to accept it as fact. Going back to her room. You know what would be terrifying? If I talk to Hiro and he says, I just stayed in my room, and then ding dong, the trial starts, and that's it. That's all I got. I would be mortified.
You know?
What, you need something? Yeah, a fucking murder happened. Jesus. It's about how Sakura wanted to meet with you. Well, how'd you know about that? Did you maybe gaze into my soul? Have you special abilities awakened in you? I'm not the only one she wanted to meet with. Ogre told me herself that she asked Byakuya and Toko to come too. When did Sakura tell you that? Well, when she asked me to meet with her, of course. But she didn't write you a note? Yeah, a note. She gave it to me in person, and she happened to mention the others, like in passing. I gotta be honest, this is super suspicious. So then you went and met with Sakura? No way, I totally didn't. Why would I ever do that? Yeah, definitely suspicious.
Actually,
The last time I saw Ogre was when Hina got hurt and I took her to the nurse's office.
don't look at me.
I haven't seen her since then. While I'm here, could you show me the note she gave you? Do I still have it? Let's see. I'm just feeling around in his pockets. Looks like I don't have it anymore. With a big, goofy smile on his face, he pulled his hands back out of his pockets. But when he did, I saw something flutter to the ground. Something had fallen out of Hiro's pocket. Huh. What does this mean? Only Aoi had these candies. And apparently she gave one to Sakura. Maybe more, I don't know. And maybe Sakura gave him one. That or he's sneaking around. Quick as the wind, Hiro snatched it back up again and shoved it back into his pocket.
Hey, come on.
Sorry, just a bit of trash I forgot to throw out.
What?
Anyway, I can't deny that Ogre asked me to meet with her, but I never went, so, well, if you'll excuse me. Before waiting for a reply, Hiro quickly slipped back into his room. Hiro said that was just trash, but there's no way that's all there was to it. Pocket trash. Okay, so I've heard from Toko and Hiro. What next? I'll definitely have to look at the actual crime scene again, but on top of that, maybe I should find out more about the protein can we found on the floor of the rec room. I'm sure it must have come from the chem lab. So where should I start? I should probably use the map, huh? The chem lab's like the 4th floor. Yeah, that's a long way away. I've been drinking too much water. I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. Unmute the microphone, switch the scene, click into the game. Please don't refer to peeing as undrinking water. Oh. Right. Apparently I'm supposed to go back to the rec room. But I think I want to go somewhere new first. I should have refilled my water while I was gone, too. Drink the water and undrink the water. Did you have your eye on the chem lab, too? Just make sure you don't get in my way. Yeah, I got it. I think what you meant to say was, yes, sir, I understand. Well, I think something happened in here. I can't believe so many rooms have the monitor and the camera, and it's just always the same stuff. This isn't my first time seeing the shelf, but I just can't get over how big it is. I should probably take a closer look at it. It looks like 3 shelves have been connected together to make one giant shelf. Why do I think it's going to be some stupid plot point that like someone switched the shelves and then switched the labels or something? It's weird that it's gone out of its way to say that this isn't one shelf, it's 3 separate shelves, A, B, and C. More important right now. What's the powder that's been spilled in front of the shelf? I have to be careful not to step in it. Let's see, what's on this shelf? All kinds of dietary supplements and different medicines. The protein drink we found in the rec room probably came from this shelf. Except for C9. which seems to have a fucking skull and crossbones on it, and a bottle that looks an awful lot like the Monokuma bottles in the rec room. All the containers on the shelf are labeled with the letter A, so I guess I consider this part of the shelving unit section A. But wait, there's one bottle here that's labeled Chem C9. Did someone have put it here on accident? So, on this shelf looks like a bunch of chemicals that I have no idea what they are. They're reagents. Simply put, they're used in experiments to bring about a chemical reaction. How have you lived in such ignorance for so long? It must truly be bliss. Isn't that kind of harsh? What, do you think studying science and mathematics has no practical application in the real world? The words of a lifelong loser, which, I suppose, suits you well. I didn't even say that. Anyway, that doesn't matter. Right now I need to focus on the shelf. All the containers on this shelf are labeled with the letter B and a number. So I guess I consider this part of the shelving unit section B. I don't see anything out of the ordinary here, in which case I don't think I have to worry too much about this shelf. On this shelf one look and I can tell it's nothing but dangerous chemicals. Those look like poisons and other powerful chemicals. All the containers on this shelf are labeled with the letter C and a number, so I guess I consider this part of the shelving unit section C. I should try to find out more about this shelving unit. It looks like it's split into 3 sections. Section A is dietary supplements, Section B has reagents, and Section C has lethal chemicals. Sakura must have gotten the protein powder from Section A, but what concerns me is that in Section A there was a bottle with a label from Section C. Was that a bottle of poison from Section C? What was a bottle of poison from Section C doing in Section A? There's definitely something going on there. There's a broken bottle in front of the shelf. Is this where all the powder came from? It looks like the bottle had a label on it, Chem C4. There's just like super deadly poison all over the ground everywhere. Would you like to hear something interesting? I was on the 4th floor this morning checking things out, and at that point, this room wasn't like this. Then this powder must have been spilled.
In other words,
It could only have been around the time of the incident. If that really is when it happened, it must be related to the case somehow. Unless he's lying. Source of the powder has been added to the truth bullets section of your handbook. Bunch of yellow powder scattered on the floor. I'd better not leave a footprint. Calling C9 toxic before Overwatch. I was trying to figure out how to make an Overwatch joke. You got there though. Well done. These are footprints, and they're only in front of the left shelf. How do these footprints relate to the scene as a whole? I feel like you could have obviously stepped around this to get to any of the other shelves if you really wanted to, and you could have purposely stepped into it if you really wanted to. How do these footprints relate to the scene as a whole? We may need to sketch out the floor plan. By we, do you mean me? How kind of you to offer. With an insufferable smirk, he handed me a piece of paper and a pen. Well, let's go. Chop chop. Okay. So I got to work, and before long I'd drawn up a sketch of the room. Awful. Truly awful. You couldn't find a ruler somewhere? The paper's all bent. How's this? Not bad. For you, I mean.
I see.
So when you look at it like this, interesting. What do you mean when you look at it like this? I don't really see any new information here. It would appear that whoever left these footprints only had business at the leftmost. Oh, that's all they're trying to say? Oh my god. They came in, went straight to that shelf, did whatever they had to do, and then left. That's what the footprints tell me.
I see.
These footprints must be...
Certainly
Makoto, are they yours? No. Okay, then let me see your shoes and I'll confirm their size for myself. Couldn't think of a reason not to, so I quietly did what Byakuya said. Your feet do appear to be too big. Unfortunately, I must admit these are not your footprints. Unfortunately. But with how clear these prints are, that should be quite easy to determine who they belong to. You tell me Byakuya didn't commit the 4 things on this drawing to memory? Then these prints are a really valuable clue. I should probably take a good hard look at that powder. There's a bunch of yellow powder scattered on the floor. Also the remains of a broken bottle. Looks like the bottle is labeled Chem C4, and it looks like someone left footprints in the powder. Based on the positioning of the prints, whoever it was only went to the left side of the shelf. According to Byakuya, the powder would have had to have been spilled right around the time of the incident. Time of death is around 12 noon. The file's not lying about this part, right? The file doesn't mention the poison, which seems weird to me. I think the game's gonna have some kind of justification for why it doesn't have to mention the poison. I think. But I think she was poisoned. And that's what killed her. And then she could have been poisoned who knows how long before 12. So Sakura's dead in the locked room. And then someone comes here, spills a poison, you know, puts something on the left shelf. Maybe comes here to get the cup, the Protein X cup, to plant at the scene. It's also fuzzy. I'm just theorizing like things that somebody could do with no reason who or why they would do those things exactly. Which is not good. I got pieces, but I'm far from even having a skeleton of what's going on here. Which I don't like, considering I already have 16 clues. So I'm gonna take a moment to think a little more about some of these. I think Sakura locks the room herself for some reason. And I think she's already been poisoned when she does and dies of the poison. Someone is trying to frame someone else. Someone's trying to make it look like something else happened, right? Smashing the bottle is not the cause of death. But like only an idiot would try to make it look like the bottle was the cause of death. Because if it wasn't, the Monokuma file would say that it wasn't. So like, it would have to be like Hiro trying to pull this off, right? Like some real amateur level fakery. No injury or indication as to why she would have vomited blood. The blood is presumed to be Sakura's. Seems likely. I don't really see a reason why it would be someone else's blood, considering they don't really... I feel like that's enough blood that they wouldn't be able to hide any kind of wound or cut or anything. Maybe all we're getting at here is that She clearly just like walked away after getting hit with the bottle. She gave a piece of candy to Sakura, which had this type of wrapper. According to Aoi, she had monopolized this candy as soon as it had become available, so obtaining a piece would have been difficult to impossible. So we still don't know why Hiro has a piece of this candy. If we presume Sakura gave him the candy, and he has the wrapper from the candy she had, then the wrapper here at the crime scene could only have come from Aoi. That's a possibility. I have a lot of trouble just thinking of her as the murderer. I just don't think she's really capable of that level of deception after being so genuine for so long. Maybe it's the ultimate act, I don't know. But the candy is a piece of evidence linking either Aoi or Hiro to the crime scene in a meaningful way. So we should think about those two as much as we can, I think. Pieces of red glass. I don't think this is a Monokuma bottle, mostly because the game tried to tell me that's what it was, and it's always trying to lead you astray at the start. There's a missing Monokuma bottle, right? Let me start making a list of questions. Where is the 6th Monokuma bottle? Which wrapper is for the candy Sakura had? Where did the other wrapper come from? What candy would you monopolize if given the need? It would have to be one that you could eat a lot of, right? Like Skittles? You can only eat so many Skittles before they turn your tongue into sandpaper, right? There's no point monopolizing those. Reese's Pieces, I feel like I could eat a whole fucking truckload of Reese's Pieces and not even feel all that bad about it. So I think that's my answer. A fresh handprint was found inside the locker. The locker was opened before the locked room. There's no way someone was hiding in there before they arrived. Reese's Pieces. Infinity Skittles? But your tongue, though! How you couldn't handle it? Dark chocolate again. Only the stuff from the chocolate shop near me. I don't know what to make of this locker. We don't know what was inside this locker, at all, if anything. If someone was hiding in there. Presumably, Sakura could have given a note to someone that said, hey, meet me in the rec room. Oh, I just had a thought. Sakura told Aoi that she was going to invite people to the rec room. So it's not just those three, but also Aoi, who knew Sakura was going to be here at this time, right? So she's not off the list in that way. But I'm not sure when Sakura handed these people their notes or whatever, so it's possible someone sees they're supposed to be there at 12, hides in the locker at 11:30, right? And then does something. She slid these notes underneath each person's door. No time given, though. I can eat a lot of Kit Kats. That's the kind of candy you get murdered for. Ooh, those Lindor truffles. Oh, those are so rich, though. I feel like, I don't know, at some point, I used to like scoff when someone would be like, oh, this chocolate cake is too rich, right? I would be like, fuck it. I would eat more cake because it's good cake. Like, I didn't understand the concept of something being too rich. Like, no, in my face it goes, right? There was no hesitation. I didn't understand it. And now as I've gotten a little bit older, I'm finally starting to understand. Sometimes chocolate is a little bit too rich. Sometimes I only want so much of it. And I feel like a Lindor thing, like when I eat one, I need more or I can't function. But then after I get like just a couple more, I'm pretty good. Genetically, as a kid, it's nearly impossible for something to be too sweet. Byakuya confirmed that he received Sakura's note, but also claimed he never went to see her and in fact had not seen her at all that day. Toko confirmed she received the note, but also claimed that she never went to see her. Small bit of garbage. It was a red piece of paper with polka dots on it. Polka dot candy wrapper. On the shelf in the chem lab, Section A contains supplements, B's reagents, C is harmful chemicals. A bottle of poison labeled as Section C had been placed on the Section A of the shelf. So I'm getting generally that poison was switched for a protein shake, Sakura drank it, and that's how she got poisoned, right? Like, I get that is ultimately what happened. But the specifics of who made the switch and in what way they made the switch and when it happened, right? Timeline, like all of that is completely fuzzy. I don't know why the C9 bottle is in there. Like, did someone take out the poison and do something with it and just honestly not realize that they were all labeled and that's not where it goes? There's a couple things that seem to be like a real fucking amateur was trying to hide something, which makes me suspect Hiro. Ah, jeez. I just don't know. Bottle broken. Labeled Chem C4. Powder on the floor is assumed to have come from this. The powder would have had to have been spilled after the incident took place. The incident. After something happened, maybe at noon. I really don't have much evidence at all at what really happened in the rec room at noon. But I think Sakura was already poisoned by then. Footprints in the powder. Maybe I should take another look around the rec room. So my footprints are too big, suggesting that whoever made these footprints is smaller than me. Boys tend to have bigger feet. I would assume Hiro had bigger feet than me. I don't know, who knows? But probably it's one of the girls. So Toko, Aoi, probably not Sakura, Kyoko. I feel like we could just check someone's fucking shoes here. Man, chat's so active. As soon as you start talking about food, chat gets 1,000% more active. The only thing that could be too rich is straight white men. Am I right? Heyo. Once ate an entire bowl of frosting as a child and slept for a day. I don't know how I lived. I used to take a jar of frosting and a bag of these mini iced oatmeal cookies to school. I called them adult Dunkaroos, and I would eat the whole thing every day. Oh, wow. You guys have truly experienced life in a way that I can only wish. You have my deep envy and respect. I liked Dunkaroos as a kid. There were so many candies and like Lunchables and stuff, right? Like, so much of that stuff was marketed directly to the kids. Like, I remember begging my mom for Lunchables. I thought it was so cool for some reason, and stuff like Dunkaroos. And I can only imagine how my mom must have felt, like, looking at the package and being like, this is twice as expensive as this other thing for ultimately less food. And my stupid kid doesn't understand and keeps asking me for this thing, so I'm just gonna buy it. Being a parent is tough. Classic Jorf lunch in high school was a Coke and a chocolate pudding. My high school lunch, when I bought it at the cafeteria, was 1, Jamaican beef patty, 2, some of the best fries I've ever had in my life. I don't understand why a school cafeteria was serving the world's best French fries, but they were. They weren't crispy. They were kind of like almost like soft and squishy. But they weren't mush. They each fry individually was itself. And yet it perfectly came apart in your mouth in a very pleasing way. Had delicious batter, salt, seasoning. You could get the spicy ones. People loved the spicy ones. I'm not a spicy guy, so I went for plain. I loved those fries. And they would a big cookie. Just a big fuck-off cookie, like almost the size of your face cookie. And it was crispy on the outsides of the cookie, but then the inside of the cookie is the soft good stuff, so you leave that for last. And then a chocolate milk. That was my go-to. God, I wish I could eat that lunch again. I'll never eat that lunch again. That's the most sad thought I've had all stream. And Sakura fucking died 30 minutes ago. I guess we're out of here. Let me at least try this. Won't be getting in here anytime soon. I don't know this floor at all. I'm going to all the wrong places. That's the music room. Bathroom. What's in here? Office. Rec room's on the 3rd floor. I'm not even on the right floor. Bum, 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 bum. Into the purple. I remember the purple. I'm worried I'm gonna check this rec room, I'm gonna find the last clues, and then the trial's gonna start, and it's gonna be bad. It's not gonna be an A rank. I told Kyoko what Toko and Hiro had told me.
I see.
So along with Byakuya, they're both claiming they didn't go see her. But it's all too convenient. Someone must be lying.
Anyway.
Well, I've made some progress on my own. Sakura's body, the shelf of magazines, and the Monokuma bottles. These 3 things have revealed new clues. You do well to look them over one more time. Fucking cowbell part of the song is burned into my brain. Doom, 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 doom. According to Kyoko, there's still something to be discovered from Sakura's
Just a
body.
second.
Do a what? Sorry, just staring off into space isn't going to help you figure anything out. Well, yeah, I know that, but
Hey.
don't you think you might need to actually examine the body? There's no getting around it. Unlike me, Kyoko didn't recoil at the thought of touching a dead body. She was completely unemotional. It's the kind of thing I've grown perversely used to. Although there are still some times... I can't believe how calm you are. No matter how many times I see a dead body, I can't get used to
It's
it.
true.
That's totally normal. Then how can you...
So,
I imagine it's because I've had plenty of opportunities to touch dead bodies in the past. Oh, she's opening up a little bit here. What? Sorry, never mind. More importantly, look here. Ooh. This is on her shoes, though.
correct.
The yellow powder on her instep.
I see.
The ultimate necromancer. I mean, with that face and hair and eyes, yeah, I could see it. Powder is clue number 1. And added to the truth bullets.
Hey.
Powder is on her head. There's no way I have bigger feet than her, right? Shoes at AGDQ. The wound to her
It's
head.
true.
Actually, even telling you that, it's incredibly difficult to spot, so let me just explain. It would appear that she didn't suffer a single blow, but instead received 2 blows to the head.
Indeed.
Interesting, wouldn't you say? There's one more interesting thing. Both of her hands were spotless. There's absolutely no trace of blood on either one.
It's true.
So that's what I learned from examining her body in detail. Hands clean, struck twice. Powder on the top of her shoes, not the bottom. So she wasn't stepping on top of the powder. She was either there when the powder fell and it landed on top of her shoe, but I feel like that would absolutely covered it. I think this is more like a trace amount that was spilled at some point. Kyoko's examination summary has been added to the truth bullets. I can't believe that she was able to learn all that just by looking at her body. I don't think anyone but Kyoko could have pulled that off. Maybe, Makoto, if you actually looked at bodies and like fucking got in there with your hands a little bit, you'd be able to do your goddamn job. Kyoko said the magazine shelf was hiding a clue. This magazine is upside down. Miss Muscle appears. Cosplay King. You're going to the math? What? You're going to the whatever. What is it called? Kakoto ladies? Did someone put it back on that way on accident? If something catches your eye, it's important for you to explore that in detail, don't you think? I picked up the inverted magazine and flipped through it. Oh. One of the pages near the center of the magazine, a word had been written in bold, bloody letters. And it was clearly written on one side and then transferred to the other. Because it's fainter on the right. Right? Like, if they wanted to do a Leon here, it looks like Toko on the left, but actually it was written on the right to be OXOT, which is like a chemical or something, right? But the faintness of the one on the right makes me think it had to be Toko first. A dying message?
Correct.
Then it would appear you found it. No, it couldn't be a dying message. This is why they highlighted that her hands were clean. This was someone else framing Toko.
So,
Someone used their finger to write it.
however,
Actually trying to draw a bicycle. Alright, see ya, Big Pharma. Thanks for stopping by. Just to be clear, I'm not the one who put it back upside down. It was already like that when I found it a little while ago. I made sure to put it back exactly as I found it, for the benefit of others who might come looking. Is that... It says Toko, right? Looks like it. Then she's the killer, right? Well, it hasn't been confirmed yet. It's settled. She's the killer for sure. That's conclusive evidence, right? We can use it to corner the killer. I can see why you would think that, but it just seems too easy. If anything, it makes me that much more suspicious. Magazine dying message has been added to the truth bullets. Shards of glass. It's all red. Must have originally been a bottle. This is all still the same. Maybe it was this we're supposed to look at. A new clue. Is it the other bottle?
Hey.
Did you figure it out? There's a hidden correlation between all the bottles. Pay careful attention and you're sure to find it. I mean, I know they've all got a chess piece. Rook Knight. I mean, taking away this, aside from the fact that the pawn should be in front of all these other pieces, they do kind of go in the order that they sit on a chessboard. Rook, Knight, Bishop. I'm gesturing with my hand. I don't have a cursor right now, do I? No. This is what I got a whiteboard app for OBS. That I never use. And I really don't need to. You know what I'm doing. I'm going left to right. But I just want to use it because I have it and I forget how to use it. I completely forget how to use it. No, I don't know how to use it. Rescue Rangers movie was very good. Time to watch my third favorite detective myth. Chip and Dale. The best detectives. I've heard people saying really good things about the Rescue Rangers movie. Like, it's kind of off the rails in an amazing way, sort of thing. Anyway, I think the chess pieces go in order, so I think the one on the left is where the knight goes, and the one on the right is where a queen goes. I don't mind guiding you towards clues, but giving you my conclusion isn't a good idea. Each person needs to come to their own conclusion so that everyone can have confidence in the outcome. And it's not just because you don't trust me, right? No answer? I do trust you, to a degree. Otherwise, I wouldn't have told you anything to begin with. Only to a degree.
Hey.
Actually, there's one other thing about the Monokuma bottles that's bothering me. I'd like to do an experiment to confirm it. You don't mind helping me, right?
Anyway.
Stand here, turn around. I'm gonna smash you over the head with this bottle. Can you gather up all of the pieces of the broken Monokuma bottle? Try to get the smaller pieces too. Are you sure it's okay to mess with the crime scene?
That doesn't matter.
I've already done a thorough investigation, so it's fine. And that obnoxious Byakuya is not here, so...
So then...
Anyway, I need to get something from the chem lab. While I'm gone, try to gather up the glass. Myth is better than Sherlock Holmes because he doesn't use cocaine, to my knowledge. No. Pizza, Dunkaroos, cookies... these are my cocaine. I really don't know what this is about, but what choice do I have? I'd better just do it. I took the broom and a dustpan and got to work, collecting all the broken bottle pieces. Detective shit, don't mind me. Sorry to keep you waiting. Is everything ready? Then let's get to work. Dunkaroos could definitely be slang for coke. Yeah, or something. Definitely.
In other words...
You got that dunk? I've got a scale from the chem lab. We're going to use it to compare weights. Oh, that's such a smart way of doing this. The pieces of glass you collected in one of the Monokuma bottles that's still intact. Why do you want to do that? That's the point of the experiment. It'll make sense when we're done.
Listen.
First, let's compare the weight of 2 of the normal Monokuma bottles. Balanced.
In other words,
Each Monokuma bottle weighs about the same. Snort that rue. Rescue Rangers movie is very good. You almost have to watch it twice, loaded with lots of cartoon references, including some really surprising ones. Yeah, this is all in line with what I've heard about it. The Monokuma figures inside are basically the same, and nothing else could really affect the weight. Now, here comes the important part. Put all of the pieces you picked up on one side of the scale. What might we expect to see? Normal assumption would be they'd either balance out, or the pieces I collected will be lighter. I did my best to get them all, but there's a chance I could have missed some here and there. But they're heavier. How's that possible?
I knew it.
Just as I thought.
In other words,
The results of our experiment and the correlation between each of the bottles. Put it together, and I believe you will arrive at one very persuasive conclusion. So, what do you think? It's all on you. I mean, I knew immediately. Oh, fuck, it's over, huh? We're gonna. We're going into this. Whew. I knew the bottle wasn't a Monokuma bottle. I figured it was like a poison bottle. It doesn't explain where, in that case, both Monokuma bottles have gone. There's so much unexplained.
Whoops! You caught me sleeping. Your investigation was just so boring I couldn't stay awake. Should I do it? Is it okay? Can I? Okay, then let's begin the class trial.
This is bad.
Please go through the red door on the first floor of the school. See you soon.
It's already time, but the mystery of the locked room is still only half solved. At this point, whatever happens will have to happen at the class trial. No, not whatever happens. I have to make something happen. Evidence of a strong blow. Evidence of 2 strong blows. The room was locked from the inside. I presume by Sakura. Bloodstain was found in front of the shelf. Presumed to be Sakura's. Currently no explanation for how a bloodstain would have appeared so far away from where the victim was found. I think maybe the only reason this is here is that it indicates that she's able to still move around after being hit with the bottle. Unless this is the blood she vomited, right? And it's not from her head at all. Those did nothing, right? Just like smash, just completely fine. That could definitely be a thing. And this is vomit blood. Which then someone else ran their fingers through. Which I don't like thinking about. She gave a piece of candy with this type of wrapper, and she was the only one who had the candy. These are from a different bottle. Goes out of its way to say this would fit roughly in the palm of your hand. Is Sakura gonna have like a figure in her hand or something that we never found? Sakura died and Myth has no idea. Sakura died from poison in a locked room style mystery. There's some evidence that seems to suggest Hiro has something to do with this. There's some evidence which I think is pure misdirection that suggests Toko did some of this. And I feel like Byakuya is never not a suspect. There's some evidence that says Aoi, Sakura's best friend, who I think would never, ever, ever do anything bad. There's a little bit of evidence against her as well. Some kind of unknown correlation between the bottles. I don't really know what she was getting at, other than possibly that there should be 6 and there's only 4. Empty protein drink. It says Chem A2, which is what it should say if it is actually Protein Zymex. A is where the supplements were found. But it was dropped after we arrived at the scene on top of the broken glass. So this is planted by someone. Don't know who. Don't know why. Maybe at some point someone was hiding in the locker. The locker was already open before we came in here. Sakura wrote notes to these 3 to meet her in the rec room by noon, which is the time of death. She slid these notes underneath each person's room door. But Hiro said he spoke to her in person. Which is like not... I don't have evidence of that. So Hiro's lying about something. We did try to feed me fish donuts. Byakuya confirmed he received the note, but he claims he had never went to see her or hadn't seen her all day. Toko confirmed she received the note but never went to see her. Small bit of garbage fed out of Yasuhiro's pocket. I don't know which wrapper. Yellow powder was found on the instep of Sakura's foot. What do her shoes say? Soldier? Two blows to the head, no blood found in either of her hands. That's going to be important for refuting the bloody message. This one. Magazine shelf but put back on upside down. Toko's name had been written. It's assumed whoever wrote it used their finger to do so. There's a possibility that whoever was writing this was actually writing on the right page and then it got transferred to the left and looks like Toko, but I think because of the way it's drawn, that's not what happened. But that's, you know, we gotta be ready for that bullshit. The bottle that's broken is a different bottle, which we already knew that. It means there's 2 bottles unaccounted for. Maybe the one here, this C9 bottle, is one of the Monokuma bottles. That's red. This is pretty clearly brown, though. A, supplements, B, reagents, C, harmful chemicals. Wait, does this even say that, yeah, a bottle of poison labeled as Section C had been placed on the Section A shelf? Someone left footprints. It can be assumed they only access the left side of the shelf. Broken bottle in front of the Chem Lab shelf, which is labeled Chem C4. Which is different from Chem C9. Powder on the floor is assumed to have come from this. It would have had to have been spilled after the incident took place. Alright. Unanswered questions. Where is the... I'm editing the first one. 5th and 6th Monokuma bottle. Which wrapper is for the candy Sakura had? Is poorly written. Which wrapper comes from the candy Sakura had? Where did the other wrapper come from? Whose footprints are in the yellow powder? Whose handprints are in the locker? I still don't know what is... Why is Chem C9 on shelf A? This just seems like trying to frame someone. I think I know what's going on there. 2 blows to the head would explain 2 missing Monokuma bottles? Is that why the glass is heavier? Because it's 2 bottles worth of glass? Huh. Why 2 blows to the head? This is so important, and I don't have any idea what they're getting at with the powder here. What is the powder on Sakura's foot? When did it get there? How did it get there? All 3 of those I don't know. Like, I literally don't know if this is poison or protein shake. If it's poison, I don't know if it's C4 or C9. I don't know if she got this on her foot in the chem lab or here. I don't know if she coughed it up. I don't know if it got here after a bottle of poison was broken open. I don't know if it's just protein shake she spilled on herself. Like, nothing. I have no clue about this, and it's so important. I'm gonna add where is the 6th Monokuma figure. Shoot. Shoot. I'm gonna go in and talk to these people. I'm gonna get into the screen where it lets me review the evidence, despite I was just already doing that. I'm gonna pause there. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'm gonna refill my water, and then we're gonna do this trial. The ultimate martial artist, happy face. A locked room murder mystery, winky face. Oh, I've just recently discovered the power of emoticons that I can express sort of to you here in person somehow. Like, no matter how awful something is, if you toss in a smiley face, it turns positive.
Yes, indeed.
For example, you're at a picnic and you find a dead body. XD. This is just plain creepy.
Well,
How about the reverse? No matter how great something is, if you put in a sad face, it makes it look super negative.
yes,
For example, do you have 100 friends? Sad face. That just looks weird to me. I don't know. That's right, it does make it seem sad.
I can't wait.
Now then, please get on the elevator. I'll see you all down there. And what the hell was that?
Just the worst.
I don't get you guys. How can you act so casual after murdering someone?
Don't look at me.
Don't think I'm acting casual.
Don't be mean.
I'm acting super suspicious. I mean, fuck.
What the heck?
I'm completely innocent. How dare you call me a murderer? Whatever. Either way, the truth will be revealed soon enough, because there can be no doubt. One of us is the culprit. The killer. The one that murdered Sakura. There's only 6 of us left, right? And one of us did the murder, so there's only going to be 5 after this? Someone killed her. Man. My odds are 1 in 5. Hiro has been such a nothing character. He's had no... There's been plenty of attempts to sort of humanize and characterize Asahina, Toko, even to some degree Byakuya and Kyoko. Yasuhiro has been a one-dimensional character from the very start. He's an idiot goofus. He's been dragged along through the game up to this point. I want to say it's him. Just as like from a narrative structure standpoint, I got my eyes on him. There's a little bit of evidence. He's clearly lying about having talked to her. Or that he says he talked to her, but Aoi says she planned to slip a note under each of their doors, right? There's a contradiction there. He's got this other candy wrapper that he shouldn't have. I was gonna say that it was he was set up to take the fall, but it's clearly trying to have Toko be set up to take the fall with her name in the book. So it makes me think he was trying to set her up. And then like some of the weird clumsiness I think would explain. I mean, I say he's an idiot, but this is also the case I have the least grasp on.
Don't look at me.
Said it before and I'll say it again, it wasn't me. Culprit is one of us, make no mistake about that. Because I didn't do it, how many times do I have to tell you? How can you just stand there and say you didn't do it without even breaking a sweat?
Hey,
Standing around here isn't gonna do any good. Let's get going. Yeah, I feel like we have to be breaking away from conventions soon, right? Something that you think shouldn't happen, or something that you think would only happen at the end, like these sorts of major things need to start happening, because we're down to 7 people. We're down to 6 people total, right? Like, so it's maybe late enough that we could see Kyoko becoming not just the detective who knows all the answers. We could see Byakuya trying to make his move and actually do a murder. I still kind of have this sense of just like it's not their time. But maybe I'm wrong. I really don't know. I don't know how many chapters there are in this game. I'm looking at Yasuhiro the most, I guess. With each step I took, I felt like I was moving further and further away from my goal. I could feel a chilling fear running through me, trying to make me rot from the inside out. No matter how many times I got through this, it never gets any easier. We climbed into our steel prison in total silence. We watched the doors close, and felt it begin its sinister descent. Just roll a 5-sided die. The elevator lowered, uttering its all too familiar clunking sounds. It fell lower and lower, and as suddenly as always, the ride was over. The doors opened once again. Just the 6 of you, huh? Really? That's so few. You must be so lonely. You say that like it's not your fault we're all here. That's all that's left. I wonder, will the class trial end with one less classmate again? Or will your school life come to an end completely?
Now then.
Are we ready to begin? You know the drill. Find your assigned seats. And so the curtain opened for the 4th time. A deadly judgment, a deadly deception, a deadly betrayal, a deadly riddle, a deadly defense, a deadly faith, a deadly class trial. I'm gonna save the game. I'm gonna go to the bathroom again. So this is the first trial where we're straight up gonna have to Phoenix Wright bullshit our way through as we go. There were like moments in the last one where I felt like I was doing that. But they were, I don't know, it was weird. It was trying to hammer on something specific to hint at the overall. And I knew what the overall was. I just couldn't figure out what their specific thing they wanted. This one, I don't even know the overall. So this is pretty different. I've got 1 skill point. This costs 2. Steadies your aim a little. I can't check the log on this screen, huh? Oh, I can. Here. I want to go way back. I got basically no evidence of the narrator. I want to know when I talked to Yasuhiro. There's a lot of times where the game flashes back to a conversation you had with a character. A lot of the things I've missed, like Mondo calling Chihiro dude, and Hifumi calling Yasuhiro supposedly by his first name, right? There's a lot of things that people say that give clues that don't get entered into evidence. Here we go. It's about how Sakura wanted to meet with you. How'd you know about that? I'm not the only one she wanted to meet with. She told me herself. When did she tell you that? When she asked. Didn't she write you a note? Yeah, a note. She gave it to me in person, and she happened to mention the others in passing. And you went and met with her. No, I didn't. Last time I saw her was when Hina got hurt, and I took her to the nurse's office. I haven't seen her since then. You didn't have the note, and then the wrapper falls out. I don't get it. If you talked to him in person, would she just have not given him the note? Should she then still have the note somewhere on her? But we never found it, so she should have given it to him. If he had it, isn't it in his best interest, assuming he's innocent, to present it to us? So if he's not innocent, why did he hide it? Did this candy wrapper fall out of his pocket accidentally? Like, it seems just straight up incriminating. Okay, and then what does Toko say? Oh, we don't get that. We don't get the whole conversation. It's too far back. Oh. All right.
Let's begin with a basic
This is the first time I really don't know what happened.
trial. So,
I'm excited to find out.
Determine the results.
I'm scared to have to find out, but I do want to know what happens.
If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Now then, where to begin?
We already know who did it.
Whoa, deja vu.
The one who killed Sakura is one of the people that hated her. Byakuya, Toko, or Hiro. It was one of you.
Idiot.
I had nothing to do with it.
Yeah! I'd never kill someone, no way!
I don't want to hear your stupid excuses.
Hina seems really sure that one of those three is the killer. But she must have some reason for believing that. Allie's account, which is about the 3 notes delivered under the doors.
It was one of you. One of you killed Sakura.
And what reason do you have for saying so?
Because you all had a motive. You hated her.
Is that it? That doesn't make any sense.
That's the only reason you have for accusing us?
That's low. That's about as low as you can get.
I think I just start by hitting that second one with my truth bullet as is.
It was one of you. One of you killed.
And what reason do you...
Because you hated her.
Is that it?
That's the only reason you have for accusing?
That's low.
What? Come on.
Low as you can get. It was one of you killed.
And what reason do you...
Because you hated her.
Is that it? That doesn't make any sense.
That's the only reason you have for accusing us?
No, it's wrong. Another reason you suspect them is because Sakura wanted to meet with them, right?
Straightforward.
Yeah, and that was right before she died. So there's no doubt about it.
Ooh.
One of those 3.
Her hair
killed
got
her.
split into these 3 sharp things. Does that mean one of them did it? Pocket trash.
The fact that Sakura wanted to meet with all 3 of them, there's no way that's not suspicious. One of you is absolutely guilty.
I don't deny that she wanted to meet with us, but I never went to see her.
I didn't either.
Yeah, same here. I never saw her.
Come on. There's no way.
We
none
could
of
just
you
hit
did.
Hero's thing with the pocket trash, I
At
guess.
least one of you is lying.
It's a clear contradiction. I don't fully get how this pocket trash links him to the scene of the crime.
The fact that Sakura wanted
I feel
to
like
meet
there's
with
other
all 3 of
explanations
them,
for it.
There's no way that's not suspicious. One of you is
I don't deny that I never went.
I didn't either.
Yeah, same here.
But here we go.
It's wrong. Hiro, when we were talking before, you dropped a small piece of paper, remember? It was white with red polka dots.
What's that got to do with anything?
Red polka dots? That's gotta be the wrapper from the candy I gave Sakura.
No, it's...
Ever since we got into the warehouse, I totally monopolized that entire box of candy. So there's no way a single one of them was left in the warehouse.
In that case, Hiro, where did you get that piece of candy?
go to Sakura. It's the only explanation.
Well, I mean, yeah, sure I got it from her, but
Okay. If he gets this from her, what about the one on the ground in the crime scene?
But she gave it to me forever ago. It doesn't have anything to do with what happened to her.
Oh. Did you give her 2 candies that you just never told me about?
When did she give it to you?
The last time you saw Sakura was when Hina had to go to the nurse's office, right?
Yeah, so I must have got it sometime before then.
Sakura could only have gotten the candy after the incident in the nurse's office. The reason I know that is when Sakura got the candy, which is from Hina, after the fact.
I'm not sure about that, Hiro. Hina didn't actually give Sakura the candy till after she left the nurse's office. So if that was the last time you saw her, there's no reason you should have had that candy.
Damn it. I mean, what I meant was, oh, that's right. I did meet up with her in the rec room. You got a problem with that?
Okay.
Why the sudden hostility?
But we just talked. That's all. I didn't do anything. You gotta believe me.
You're acting incredibly suspicious.
You're acting incredibly suspicious.
Got her.
It's not just normal hostility. You're the real culprit. I even have proof.
Oh.
Proof? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about her shining message.
What would a shiny
At the
message
scene
even
of the
be?
crime, she had written out Toko in her own blood, right? It was her dying message. Just like what you guys were talking about with Sayaka.
That's true. I saw it for myself.
See? See? Toko did it!
What are you saying? No way! I didn't do it!
You just don't know when you're beat, do you?
Hiro, hold on. When did you see that dying message of hers?
Uh-huh.
Huh? Well, when we found Ogre's body. Duh.
But if you recall, Hina was very adamant about keeping you away from the scene of the crime. So it's hard to believe that's when you actually saw the message for yourself.
But when Kyoko found the magazine with the dying message in it, it was on the magazine shelf.
I got it! Kyoko, you found the magazine on the magazine shelf, right?
That's right. Looking through the shelf, I found the magazine with the dying message on it. I found it right there at the scene of the crime, after we'd started the investigation.
If that's true, then what Hiro just said doesn't really make sense, does it?
Doesn't make sense? What doesn't make sense? Everything I said makes perfect sense.
Definitely something strange about it. Kyoko found the dying message during the investigation, in which case that clearly contradicts what Hiro told us. And now I gotta use the fact that her hands are clean. Huh, no. Magazine dying message is my only ammunition here.
I can tell you exactly when I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
And I can
Damn
tell
it.
you when I found the dying message. It was only after the investigation had begun. I found the magazine tucked away on the magazine shelf. When I pulled it out, I saw her final words.
What's your problem? What I said makes total sense.
Alright, so I think our evidence is not good here. I think we need to use one of the messages. We're shooting, not magazine shelf. I feel like we want to contradict not Kyoko, but Yasuhiro. So we're targeting Ogre's body was discovered. With what? Magazine shelf? As in the magazine was on the shelf when the body was discovered? That's what I'm gonna go with. Actually. I do have this evidence. I don't think it's useful, but what does it actually say? And put back upside down. Whoever wrote it used their finger. Yeah, I'm gonna grab magazine shelf and shoot it at when it was discovered.
I found the magazine tucked away on the magazine shelf. When I pulled it out,
What's your problem? What I said makes total sense.
I can tell you exactly when I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
Shoot.
and I can tell you when I found the dying message.
It was only after I found the magazine when I pulled it out.
What's your problem? What I said makes total sense.
Alright, I'm gonna shoot the main
I
evidence.
can tell you exactly when Ogre's body was discovered.
Huh.
Shoot.
What are we doing here?
I found the dying message. When Ogre's body was discovered.
And I can tell you when I found the dying message. It was only after the investigation had begun. I found the magazine tucked away on the magazine shelf.
Nope, I didn't want
When
to do
I
that.
pulled it out, I saw her final words.
What's your problem?
What I said makes total sense. I can tell you exactly when
Ogre's body was discovered.
And I can tell you when I found the dying message. It was only after the investigation had begun. I found the magazine tucked away on the magazine shelf. When I pulled it out, I saw her final words.
What's your problem? What I said makes total sense.
I can tell you exactly.
You think it hit the purple?
Dying when Ogre's body
I thought about that, because it made a different... It didn't go red, right?
Investigation had begun.
I think you're
found
right.
the magazine tucked away on the magazine shelf. When I pulled it out,
What's your problem? What I said makes total sense.
I can tell you exactly when I found that when Ogre's body was discovered.
Yeah, okay.
No, that's wrong. When Sakura's body
I continue
was
to
found, that magazine was
not
sitting on the
like
shelf
basically
nearby.
all of the mechanics that this game does with bullets and guns, and like the whole thing is... I like that it conveys this sense of action and danger and oh my god, things are happening, bing bang boom, but I don't like engaging with any of them.
That's where Kyoko found it. After we'd begun the investigation, and you weren't at the murder scene. So there's...
This is like so fucking obvious. Like, this is why I have such trouble with this. Like, why did I need to prove this? Like, of fucking course. He wasn't at the scene, so he couldn't have seen it. That's what they already said before. And then, alright. It's fine, we're learning.
Focusing on the wrong part. Why does it matter when I saw it? All you gotta do is read the Vienna sausage Ogre left us, and we know who the killer is.
I don't even know where to begin with that one. He's just trying to confuse us.
Actually, can we even be sure Sakura wrote that message in the first place?
Yeah? I think we can all agree Ogre wrote that mess 100%, without a doubt. She wrote it.
Here's where we need to
And this
use
is
the
me
body
talking, so you
that
know
has
it's
clean
true.
hands. Which means we need the... Oh, we're doing this, huh?
Show me the proof. I'm at least 30% right. The occult is bullcrap. Give it a rest. I'm at least 30% right. The occult is bullcrap. The end is nigh. Show me the proof. I'm at least 30% right. The occult is bullcrap. Give it a rest. I'm at least 30% right. cultist bullcrap. The end is nigh. I'm at least 30.
How do I fucking get rid of this? I can't see the meter. Right bumper can. You will not be required to reload, and the temple will be forced to its maximum.
Can't hear you, can't hear you. Conspiracy.
Jesus.
Show me the proof.
This should prove it. I'm completely unconvinced that Sakura wrote that dying message. Because if you look at it, the message was almost certainly written using a finger. Both of her hands were completely free of blood.
Say what?
Then, who did write it?
Hiro could very well have written it himself. That would explain how he knew about the message in the first place.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
Ah! He admits it!
I figured as much.
But why would you write something like that?
Because I killed her!
Okay, I think I get it. This goofus pops out of the locker, tries to smash her in the back of the head with the bottle. She succumbs to poison. He thinks he killed her, but he didn't.
Please, just let me explain what happened. I got Ogre's note, and so I headed to the rec room right before noon, just like it said.
The different mechanics in the other games. Good.
You just did exactly.
But I don't really have faith that they're going to be any better than these, to be honest.
And when I got there...
Sorry, do you mind waiting? I asked a couple of other people to meet as well. Would you like a piece of candy? Might help give you some energy. Sure, thanks.
That's all she said. After that, we just stood around in awkward silence. Suddenly, I heard her mutter something.
This is it. I'm going to end it today. I'm going to end everything.
As soon as I heard that, I just knew. I knew she was gonna try and kill me. She was gonna kill me and make her escape. So of course I freaked out, and then... I saw my only chance. I grabbed the Monokuma bottle from the shelf and smashed it across her head. I hit her from behind before she had any idea what was happening. Then she just went limp. I didn't see her move again after that.
Only once he hit her with a bottle, huh?
Once it was over, I pulled myself together. I realized if I didn't do something, I'd be caught and executed. So I wrote Toko's name in blood across a magazine on the table and I ran away.
This makes sense. This makes sense why there was like this really obvious misdirection that didn't actually have much to do with what really happened.
I can't believe you! You're the worst! I hope you die!
Well, that's what happened. Go ahead. Roast me, boil me, do whatever you want.
You're not gonna get off that easy. It's death. Death for the one that killed Sakura. We're ready to vote now, right? We know who did it.
No, I think there's more to Hiro's story.
What are you talking about? What else could there be?
There's one thing that Hiro's story just now doesn't explain.
Blood in the corner by the magazine stand, for one.
And until we figure that part out, we can't consider the case closed.
The locked door, the poison, like there's like thousands of pieces of evidence, and I don't know which one it's gonna want. What he would have had to do after writing the message, it doesn't make sense. why the magazine was hidden.
I got it! That's true. Everything you just said. It doesn't explain why the magazine was hidden, does it? By the time the body was discovered, the magazine had been picked up and put on the shelf. Why would you take the time to write that message, then stick it somewhere we might not find it?
Oh. Well, I didn't hide it. I'm sure I just left it sitting there on the table.
Really?
He's lying! He's gotta be lying!
I don't see any reason he would lie now, after
So
already
what, Sakura
confessing to
puts
the
it away?
Then he's not lying?
Assuming he's telling the truth, someone else must have put the magazine back on the shelf. In other words, at least one other person was in the rec room both before and after the incident.
I don't think there's any question about that.
But then, who was it?
If they went to the trouble of hiding the magazine, they must not have liked what was written on
Huh.
it.
Okay.
I got it! It had to be Toko, right? Who else would want to hide the magazine other than the person whose name was written on it?
Toko would have passed out at the blood in front of the magazine stand.
Was he right, Toko? Did you really go to the rec room? Why
Unless
did
the
I have-
blood wasn't there yet.
Wait, but more important, that doesn't even matter. We already know who did it, right? Hero just admitted it.
That's right. I killed her.
No, you didn't.
Who asked you?
I don't doubt Hiro attacked Sakura with the bottle. But that's not where this case ends.
What do you mean?
What he means is that Hiro isn't the killer.
You can't be serious. That's just... I don't believe it.
Hiro, tell us what happened one more time. If we go through it once more, it should become clear he's not Sakura's killer.
So, what do you want me to do?
Just tell us what happened one more time when you attacked Sakura.
I don't really see why, but okay.
We haven't reached the end of the case just yet. Hiro isn't the real killer, and I have to prove that. Whoa, boy. Kyoko's examination summary. Oh,
I didn't
hold on.
want to, but I did it. I grabbed a Monokuma bottle from the shelf nearby, and I hit Ogre from behind before she could do anything.
You hit her from behind. And you only hit her once. Is that right?
Yeah, just once.
Latched onto that idea pretty quick. I didn't know where they were gonna go, but
If Sakura died from Hiro's single blow, that doesn't explain why she had 2 head wounds.
2?
That's right. She had 2 separate wounds on her head.
And remember, this girl examines dead bodies as a hobby. Personally, I'm inclined to believe her.
But I only hit her once. How could she have 2 wounds?
2 wounds means she was struck twice. What's more, both attacks must have come from a Monokuma bottle.
I'll just take her word for that.
How can you know that just from some cuts on her head? She was attacked twice with 2 Monokuma bottles?
It's not just because of her head wounds. It's also because of the Monokuma bottles themselves. There's something very suspicious about those bottles. Once you understand that point, you'll understand why 2 separate Monokuma bottles must have been used.
Okay.
Think back. After the incident, there were 4 Monokuma bottles.
Is this
left
still
in the
just
set,
getting at the fact that
right?
there were 6 and now there's 4?
And we found pieces of a bottle on the ground, along with the chess piece it had inside.
That was the bottle Hiro hit Sakura with, right?
For now, just note that there were 4 intact bottles and 1 broken bottle. But originally, there were 6 bottles in total, meaning 1 has gone missing.
But how can you know for sure there were 6 bottles?
Here we go.
That's easy. If you look at what the bottles all had in common, it should become clear.
I mean, aside from the fact that there's 2 perfectly spaced gaps for bottles, it's starting to become clear. The object that the Monokuma figure inside each bottle is... This is so obvious, but what does it actually want? Chess piece? Yes. Okay. Like, how can they... Sometimes this game is clever, and sometimes it's so simple I don't understand what they want.
Now I understand.
I'm like, no, it couldn't be that simple. So I rule that out, and then I started looking for something
That's it.
ridiculous.
The chess pieces. Inside each bottle, there was a Monokuma figure holding a different chess piece.
Like, does someone generally not notice that they're holding chess pieces?
Bishop, pawn. I definitely remember seeing each of those.
And the piece that was inside the broken bottle we found was the knight, if I remember.
So, what's that matter?
I guess you don't know too much about chess, do you? Then let me explain. In chess, there are 6 different pieces. The king, the queen, the rook, knight, bishop, and pawn. What was left intact at the crime scene were the king, rook, bishop, and pawn. Just those 4. And on the ground was the knight.
Oh, so the queen is missing.
So we only have evidence for 5 bottles at the scene, while one apparently went missing.
What does chess have to do with anything?
Yeah, shogi is way better.
Yeah. Wait.
Yeah.
That's not what I mean. So, let's say a bottle did go missing. There's still no evidence that has anything to do with this case. That bottle could have disappeared any time before the murder.
No. It's clear that the missing bottle is connected to this case.
How is it clear?
Think about what state the missing bottle must have been in. Maybe then you'll understand.
What are we talking about? This game has a way of taking the most simple things and phrasing them in the most strange way. Like, she says, it could have disappeared any time before the murder, and my brain thinks, no, we need the extra glass to be the thing that tips the scales, right? And then Kyoko says, think about the state the bottle must have been in. And it's like, what the, that's not where I went at all in my brain. Why are we going this direction?
I got it! The bottle must have been broken.
What makes you so sure?
Because there was evidence at the scene that supports it.
Huh?
That's right. We found evidence that shows there was more than just one broken bottle at the scene.
And what is this evidence?
Yeah, see, I think it should have just jumped to presenting this instead of having to...
I got it!
choose the state that the bottle was in.
Kyoko and I did a little experiment. We compared the weight of the broken
Kyoko's question wasn't about
to one of the unbroken
when... She was talking about when the bottle disappeared. And then Kyoko just switches straight to a question about what state the bottle is in.
And what we found was that the collection of pieces was heavy. And the reason for that is... there was actually more than one bottle's worth of shattered glass.
What this game fails to consider is that every time you drop a piece of glass and it breaks, it instantly becomes about 5,000 times more glass than you ever could have possibly imagined, as it scatters across the floor and now you have to clean it up.
So from this, we can surmise that 2 bottles were actually broken at the scene of the crime.
There's no other way to explain that phenomenon.
But someone did their best to clean up the pieces of one of the bottles, along with the figure inside. But when they did, they must have left behind a few too many pieces. Which is only natural. They certainly had no way to measure the exact right number of pieces to remove.
But why would they have to try and get rid of it like that anyway?
Because of what it would reveal about the case.
There can be no doubt that the second missing Monokuma bottle is involved in this case. It must have been used by... Well, it couldn't have been her first attacker, because that makes Hiro the second one, and I would hope he would say something about broken glass somewhere. So we're gonna say this one,
The bottle
and
that
we're
was
gonna get some
removed
health
from
back.
the scene was used the second time Sakura was attacked.
The second wound on Sakura's head came from that second bottle. Given all the evidence, this is the only possible conclusion.
The killer wanted to make it look like there was only one attack, so they had to get rid of their evidence.
From there, we can conclude that it wasn't Hiro who delivered that second blow. Wouldn't you agree, Toko? And there's the matter of the magazine. You must have been in the rec room when the incident took place.
Wait! I admit, maybe there was a second attack, but...
This is a little weird, though, because, like, we've already established Byakuya is willing to mess with crime scenes just to make things interesting. Like, you can never rule out that he just turned the magazine upside down and stuck it in there, like...
No evidence I had anything to do with it!
No way! You killed her! I'm sure of it!
Shut up! Until 2 seconds ago, you were claiming you killed her!
I'm not afraid to admit when I'm wrong. That's just the kind of guy I am. Plus, I just remembered something that proves it.
Oh.
Okay, fine. Let's hear it.
It was right after I got Ogre's note. I was kind of nervous about it, so I went to the rec room early. You know, to stake it out or whatever. So I was waiting there, and that's when I saw her. I saw Toko go into the rec room. Pretty
You
soon,
did.
Ogre showed up, and she went into the rec room. I assumed Toko was still in there, so...
Oh, okay. So this is Toko hiding in the
That's why I
locker.
headed in. But when I got inside, Ogre was all alone. Toko had disappeared.
And you just now decided to share that with us?
After the shock of thinking I'd killed someone, I forgot all about it.
Ridiculous.
Tighten the screws on his brain. I think they've come loose.
So, Toko, where the heck did you disappear to?
You don't know what you're talking about! I never went in the rec room!
I'm sure she didn't disappear, but maybe she found somewhere to hide.
What? Hiding in the rec room? Don't be ridiculous! Why are you all ganging up on me? You're all nothing but vermin!
No, it's not ridiculous at all. I need proof that shows Toko was hiding in the rec room. And I have it. She left it there for anyone to find. A new element has been added to bullet time battles. I have been playing this game for like 20 hours. Absolutely tell me about this new mechanic that I am not going to like. So far, you've probably been pressing the Y button during your final strike without a second thought, but from now on, you're gonna have to pay a little extra attention to your finishing blow. Now you'll have to choose the proper truth bullet to use during your coup de grace. Selected the same way as during the non-stop debate, simply press the LB button. Also, like the debate, if your logic difficulty is set to kind, you'll have fewer bullets. But for educational purposes, we're going to pretend you're set to mean regardless, just this once, okay? Oh, by the way, you're about halfway through the game now. What? Why would you say that? I've been feeling like we've been building up to a climax, and the game just straight up spoiled itself. Fuck. Alright, if you say so. I hate this fucking garbage.
It's a lie! I admit nothing. I hate you. I curse you. No! That's enough! I admit nothing. I curse you. I curse
Where's my cursor? Oh, I just pressed Y.
This should prove it. Did you know someone left a handprint behind on the
It didn't
inside
show
of
me
the
what
locker?
my bullets were in the gun. So that was kind of scary. I didn't know how many times I had to hit the button or anything. Also, I was so focused on the minigame, I forgot what I was even refuting. So there was there was genuine panic.
They must have been hiding in there and put their hand on the wall without thinking.
They put their hands all over the wall.
Does this handprint look familiar, Toko?
No, it doesn't.
Okay then, let's just compare it to your hand, shall we? That'll clear everything up.
Stop wasting my time. Just tell us the truth.
She'll do it for him.
My handprint.
Dang, she just straight up admitted it.
Then you killed Sakura!
No, I swear, there's no way.
Out with it.
I probably did kill her.
Every time Byakuya says it, she just folds immediately.
Straight up again.
Wait, what do you mean probably?
Give us the details, Toko. What happened between you and Sakura?
Talk. Now.
Here she comes.
After I read
Yep.
Sakura's note, I decided to go there early, so I went into the rec room. I didn't know what she might do if I didn't go, but I was too scared to face her head on, so I figured I'd just sneak in first and hide in the locker.
Perfectly normal behavior.
Did you see what happened? Did you see me hit her?
Yes, and I saw you write my name. I saw you forge her dying message.
Well, that's awkward.
So after he left, I jumped out of the locker and put the magazine back on the shelf.
But when you did, you put it back upside down.
I didn't mean to. I was in a hurry.
Imbeciles, all of you.
So this means the blood wasn't on the floor yet, because she would have passed out.
Forget all that. Why did you attack Sakura?
After I put the magazine back, I heard a sound behind me like a monster growling. And when I turned around, there was Sakura covered in blood and staring right at me.
This didn't make her pass out?
When I saw all that blood,
Oh.
I fainted right there in front of the magazines. I don't remember what happened after that. If you want to know more, you'll
I
have
see.
to ask her.
Oh, well that's convenient.
Guess who's back?
It was your fault after all.
My fault, Master's fault. When our faults combine, they soar to even greater heights.
Just answer the question. Did you kill Sakura?
Well, to be honest, Miss Morose and me don't actually share our memories. So I can't really say what was going on. But I was just minding my own business, sleeping peacefully when someone shook me awake. Was it a prince paying me a visit? I wondered. So I opened my eyes to see... splatter everywhere! I was not prepared for that. And, well, I guess it took me by surprise. I got so startled, I smacked her with the first thing I could find, which I guess was a bottle. Sakura was just worried about you, and you're terrible! No, she's terrible! Thanks to her, I murdered someone who wasn't an adorable boy for the first time ever!
And when it was all over, you collected the pieces of the bottle to get rid of the evidence, didn't you?
I wasn't about to die for some woman! If I'm gonna go down, I want it to be for killing Master!
Just go away and die your meaningless death alone. Don't drag me into it.
But I just can't catch a break, you know? Fate's got it out for me. Because normally, Sakura should have been able to dodge my attack no problem.
Even as strong as she is, she must have still been reeling from Hiro's attack.
I think she was probably reeling from the poison coursing through her body, but you know.
You know?
I haven't ruled out suicide. She takes the poison intentionally to sort of atone for everything she's done. It doesn't seem quite right. I feel like she would have had to have tried absolutely everything to fight against Monokuma and make things right, and failed. And that's the only thing she had left.
But anyway, I'm not the one that
But
killed
it is a
Ogre.
possibility
So that's
I've
good?
had in my mind. Keep talking like that and
Well
Hina's
then,
gonna...
that's that. Let's start the vote.
I thought for sure you'd have some words for Hero on that one.
Come on, everyone. We're ready to vote, right? Let's do this.
No, not quite yet.
Huh? Not yet? Why not yet?
Don't you think there was something odd about Toko's story? I mean, you had to have noticed.
Let's reread the story. Someone shook me awake. Opened my eyes to see the splatter. I got so startled I smacked her with the first thing I could find, which I guess was a bottle. Collected the pieces of the bottle to get rid of the evidence. Only collected some of the pieces of the bottle. Normally, Sakura should have been able to dodge my attack no problem. Yeah, it's either the fact that she was slowed down by the poison that she didn't dodge, or it's that first thing I said, the not cleaning up all of the bits of the bottle.
Odd. Huh?
Hiro's attack, and then Toko's, but that still wasn't the end of it. Tell us your story one more time. Tell us what happened after you fainted. Then even this gaggle of idiots should understand what I'm talking about.
Your wish is my command, darling.
It's not over yet, is it? The one who killed Sakura is...
I was just sleeping peacefully, and all of a sudden, Sakura was right there in front of me. I remember waking up right in front of the magazine shelf.
You were taken by surprise when you saw Ogre covered in blood. So you smashed her head in with the Monokuma bottle?
You got it! I smashed her good!
And where did the attack take place?
Right where I woke up! I killed her there in front of the shelf!
If the second shot from Toko is what killed Sakura, then the problem is... where the body was found, right? I forget what my evidence is that I have.
I was just sleeping peacefully, and all of a sudden,
Okay.
Sakura was right there in front of me. I remember waking up.
You were taken by surprise when you... So you smashed her head in with the
You got it! I smashed
And where did the attack take place?
right where I woke up. I killed her there in front of the shelf.
No, what's wrong? We found Sakura sitting upright in a chair. If the blow by the shelf was the cause of death, there's no explanation why she was in that chair.
So, you finally noticed.
That's just another lie from a bloodthirsty serial killer.
Are you sure you didn't attack her while she was sitting in the chair?
No, I'm sure she's telling the truth. Anyone who saw the murder scene should think the same way.
That has to be it. The evidence that proves there was an attack in front of the magazine shelf. Guess it's this.
I got it!
I thought this was
Sakura
vomited
was
blood, but I guess
definitely
not.
attacked in front of the shelf. The blood stain by the magazines is proof of that.
Then she must have moved the body after she killed her, right?
Her head didn't seem all that bloody on her body.
to make it look like I did it. Because when I hit her, she was sitting in the chair.
Hey, come on now, look at me. I can't carry anything heavier than my own scissors. There's no way I could move a muscle-bound heavyweight like that.
Then what's the deal?
Well, are you still convinced the case has come to an end?
But
Plus, the biggest mystery of all, the locked room, still has yet to be explained. Until we take care of that, we can't say this case has been properly settled.
oh, that part's easy. After she killed Sakura, Toko just hid in the locker again.
Oh.
So she just hid in there till everyone showed up and opened the door?
And then no one just saw or heard the locker open?
He was all confused.
Because we were all confused and hectic? I don't buy this at all.
No.
I
don't
think it's
that's
stupid we have to
possible.
even consider and refute this. How do I even refute this? No, it was open. It was open.
Even before we opened the door to the rec room, Hina and I both got a look inside. And at that point, the locker was already open. So obviously Toko couldn't have been hiding in there.
Okay then, where was she hiding?
I don't know. What's this whole locked room thing about anyway?
How do you not know? You killed her!
I think the fact that I don't know proves I didn't kill her. Thank you very much. You're lying.
No, she's not. I've been saying all along, there's still more to this case.
But if Genocide Jill didn't do it, that means Ogre didn't die from the shot to the head.
And
Well, I can't imagine what else could have killed her.
that's because you're overlooking vital information.
Alright, we're finally getting into the poison now. Yellow powder. Monokuma file indicates vomit.
What was it that killed Ogre?
Awie's account I don't think matters
It
here.
wasn't from Genocide Jill's attack. And what was it?
There's no other possible cause. What killed Sakura? I can't think of anything other than the shot to her head. So you're dead set on blaming me, huh?
Alright, I'm just gonna shoot the poison at that thing Aoi said.
Genocide Jill's attack. And what was it?
There's no other possible cause. What killed Sakura? I can't think of anything other than the shot to her head.
Shit!
Okay.
What was it that killed Ogre? If it wasn't from And what was it?
There's no other possible cause. What killed Sakura? I can't think of anything.
No, it's wrong. According to the Monokuma file, Sakura had vomited blood. I think we can assume there's a chance this was related to her cause of death. In fact, there was even a trace of blood left around her mouth.
Well, I mean, maybe when she got hit with the bottle, she cut the inside of her mouth.
If that's all it was, the file wouldn't have specified vomited blood. Not to mention, I didn't find any cuts inside her mouth.
You actually, like, got up inside her mouth?
You even checked in there? God, you really are into dead bodies!
No, I'm not into dead bodies. What I'm into is solving mysteries.
Except when I'm literally into a dead body, like with my fingers in their mouth.
But if there
Or
wasn't
other
a cut
places.
or anything, then what made her vomit blood?
Some sort of reaction within her body. Most likely, Sakura was poisoned.
Oh my god.
Poison?
That's right. This is the conclusion I've arrived at, and so there can be no mistake.
You're making me go all weak in the knees! That she was poisoned? It isn't possible!
Is it really so hard to believe? Then let me explain exactly how the culprit was able to poison her.
You can explain it?
Of course, if you don't mind.
Everyone quiet! Shut up and listen to Master!
But you're the only one talking.
The key to unlocking this mystery was hiding in the chem lab up on the 4th floor.
Huh? Not in the rec room? Then I could have found it all along.
You never would have, since you gave up on the search the moment you were barred from the crime scene.
Well, yeah, good point.
There's a big shelving unit in the chem lab that houses a variety
Shaking
of
my
mixtures
head.
and chemicals. And that's where I found this.
Is that the poison?
It's a
It's not an
poison.
especially powerful poison, but it'll still kill you if you drink an entire bottle. But the specific properties don't matter. What does matter is where I found it.
On shelf
Where'd you
A.
find it?
The shelf is divided up into 3 sections, A, B, and C. In section A, dietary supplements. In B, reagents. And in C, a variety of lethal chemicals.
And that's where the poison came from? Section C?
Well, that's the question, isn't it?
I'm sure I know where he got it. It was on the same shelf as the supplements, I'm positive.
I got it! The poison was actually in Section A, wasn't it?
Huh? You just said that Section A was for supplements or whatever.
Strange, isn't it? Why would there be a bottle of poison mixed in with all those nutritional additives?
Yeah, so? Why?
Because the culprit switched it out. That's why.
What do you mean?
I mean, this.
I couldn't believe my eyes. Byakuya put the bottle of poison to his lips, and
Master!
we were so shocked at what we were seeing, all we could do was stand there and watch. But as if it were the most natural thing in the world, Byakuya was as calm as ever.
Ugh, that tastes awful.
Oh no! Master's in real trouble! You have to drink some water! You can't just swallow powder! It'll stick to your throat!
Idiot! He just swallowed poison! We need to make him spit it out!
The flavor certainly makes me want to spit it out. What's so high quality about this stuff?
Huh? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the protein, of course.
Protein?
Can I see that bottle for a second?
Sure. Do whatever you like.
Kyoko took the bottle from Byakuya and scraped out a bit of the contents with one finger. She touched her finger to her tongue.
It's protein powder.
Correct. That wasn't poison in the bottle, but harmless protein powder. Which makes one wonder, the poison that should have been in that bottle, where did it go?
The bottle of poison was actually filled with protein powder, which would mean that conversely, the poison must have been in... Could it be? Oh my god. Protein... drink. Okay. I was like, shake? That doesn't fit. No? Alright. I finally watched the Pro ZD clip about Danganronpa, by the way. I was worried about spoilers a little bit, but it's like... What do you think killed her? Like, it was a knife. Are you sure? But can you spell knife? And it's like, what? And it cuts to the letters.
Now I understand. The poison.
I'm kind of glad they make you do that minigame instead of presenting the protein drink cup, because that was added after. That's not actually what she drank.
If the protein's in the poison bottle, it seems only logical to assume the reverse is true, right?
Absolutely. The contents of each container were
It's
switched.
so logical that it's like, why did we even treat it like it was something you had to deduce?
Protein was in the bottle of poison, and the poison was in the protein can. Once you accept that, it becomes obvious how the culprit was able to get Sakura to drink the poison.
Holy crap!
All they had to do was hand her something there at the scene.
The letters are going to explode when they touch each other. I need a K. Whoop. Uh-oh. What did he say? Shit. Shit, I don't know what he said. What did he say, chat? Oh, someone save me from myself, please. I was laughing about YouTube memes instead of solving murders. What do I do? It's one of these two. No. I can't. I can pause it if I need to. I literally don't. It would be easy if you just gave her something she would drink. Okay.
You're saying they gave her a protein drink, right?
A protein drink which actually contained a deadly poison.
Yeah, there we go. I got a first-time chatter finally weighed in to try to bail me out. Thank you. If I explicitly ask like that, then help me.
What?
That's all it took.
Right, I wasn't sure if it was just repeating the same thing or if it was actually going in a new direction all of a sudden. It caught me off guard. All right, what did he actually? It's weird that they won't let you go to the log during those moments. By the way, that's like the third time at least I've been on one of those choices and wanted to check the log and just couldn't. It's like when you would most want to check it and you can't do it. All they had to do was hand her something there at the scene that she was happy to drink. I already said protein drink. Why did I need to choose it? Literally, why did I need to choose it again? This game's really clunky sometimes.
You know, I do remember Ogre saying that protein stuff was good for all kinds of aches and pains. So maybe she took it to try and help with the whole bleeding head wound thing.
But what was offered to her instead was a bottle full of poison. And I already know exactly who swapped the mixtures.
He already knows. If it wasn't him, and it wasn't Toko, and it wasn't Kyoko, could it really be?
For real? Who was it?
Evidence revealing who replaced the two materials was left in the chem lab for anyone to see.
The evidence that shows who switched them. It has to be what we found in front of the shelf. Yeah, but we don't know. We never looked at. We don't know whose footprints these are.
I got it! The footprints left behind in front of the shelf. That's the evidence you're talking about, isn't it?
I visited the chem lab this morning, and there were definitely no footprints there at that point. They must have appeared around the time of the murder, which leaves no doubt that they're connected.
So he's positing, I think Aoi checks in on Sakura because she knows Sakura's tried to meet with these three people to have some kind of conversation, possibly a confrontation. She brings her a protein shake.
What's more, the footprints were in front of Section A, where I found the bottle meant for the poison. The culprit must have gone to Section A to swap the poison and protein, leaving their footprints behind. And given how clear the prints were, figuring out who they belong to will pose no problem.
Okay.
All we have to do is check everyone's footprints right
So
now.
you don't
Then
fucking
we'll
know
see
who it was. You just know it had to match. It's a Cinderella situation.
It was me.
Yeah.
The footprints. They're mine.
Hina?
If you're all gonna find out anyway, I'd rather you hear it straight from me, you know?
Then Ogre's killer was...
Yep. I did it. I killed Sakura.
The fact that she's confessing now has got me wondering if she went to get her a genuine protein shake and they were already switched before she got there.
Just as I suspected. footprints were made by a pair of sneakers. There was no mistaking it.
I want to briefly consider the fact that there's already a spilled jar of poison on the ground when this happens. Like, what's the sequence of events here, right? You need to get a protein shake from A. You need to get a poison from C. You need, like, a third bottle to put one into... to clear out one of them, right? You can't just pour one into the other or they're gonna get all mixed up. It doesn't really add up.
And the only people here who wear sneakers are...
Wait, I'm sorry, they had to be sneakers?
I got it! Me and Hina are the only ones. Oh, so Byakuya. That explains why you...
Are those footprints really clearly sneaker footprints? Like, we're just gonna ignore that? We just made that leap.
If the footprints didn't belong to Makoto, that left only one other possibility. Just Hina. Plus, Hina's been acting strange ever since the trial began. You were in an awful rush to get to the vote, weren't you? This whole time, you've been focused on pinning the crime on
The Nike
someone
swoosh
else.
in the dust.
I can't believe it.
What about it can't you believe?
Well, it's just... the two of them were so close.
What about it can't you
That's
believe?
likely exactly why it turned out this way. Because they were so close, Sakura didn't think twice about it when Hina handed her the concoction. Hina used that trust to kill her.
Just murder it? Yeah, Makoto's been just do it this whole time. I've just gotta do it.
She deceived the victim, and she tried to deceive all of us. I have to say, Hina, coming from you, this was a particularly nasty little scheme.
Is it true? Did you really kill Sakura? And if you did, why? Why would you do that?
I found her. There in the rec room. She was hurt. She asked me to bring her that protein drink. But when I went to get the powder from the chem lab, it just occurred to me all of a sudden.
We need to pay attention to see if everything she says here explains the broken bottle on the floor, how she did the switch.
Now's my chance to kill her. That's what you thought, right? That's when you switched out the protein powder.
When I went to get the powder from the chem lab, it just occurred to me.
And then she downed it all at once. And then
Hold it! I'm not convinced.
You're not about to claim she wouldn't kill a close friend, are you? You still don't get it, do you? The game we're playing here isn't so kind. Honeyed words like friendship don't matter here. What matters is outwitting the opponent, defeating them. Not a person alive would sacrifice themselves for another. In the end, we're all in it for ourselves.
How much evidence have we not used? Rec room door. We don't know why the locked room situation was set up, right? We haven't really used this. This thing was planted after the fact. That hasn't come up yet. how this powder got on her foot hasn't come up yet. Byakuya's already admitted he's been here earlier and seen that this spill wasn't here. It's possible he did some kind of pre-switcheroo or something beforehand.
Just like how this girl sacrificed Sakura to save herself.
You say that, but I'm still not convinced.
Alright. There's a couple different ways you could go with this, Kyoko. I'm gonna follow you on whatever it is, but I don't know which, so...
How many times do you plan to repeat yourself?
Don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying it because of some misguided sentimentalism, but there's still that one unsolved mystery, and I'm not convinced.
Are you talking about the locked room problem?
Hina, if you really are the killer, explain it. How did you create that locked room?
Well, that doesn't matter. Just because I'm guilty, that means I have to tell you everything?
No, it doesn't. But
No.
the fact that you won't tell us concerns me.
Surely you're not... Do you honestly think Hina didn't actually kill her?
It would be pretty devious if someone were to have poisoned her some other way, had pre-switched the drink and the poison so that when Aoi switched them, she did a... well, I won't spoil it, but did a thing from a movie, and actually swapped the right thing in and gave it to her, and now thinks that she did the murder, but actually what she did was actually give her the protein shake. And
if I do?
Impossible. She switched out the mixtures. She's the culprit. There's no way you can doubt this.
Are you sure about that? Even ignoring the fact that I don't want to believe it, it just doesn't fit.
What doesn't fit?
I mean, why would someone leave such a clear clue like
Uh-huh.
a footprint? It's too obvious, too easy.
He's right. It makes it look like you wanted people to suspect you.
I was just nervous. So, I didn't notice I'd left a footprint.
You didn't notice?
Yeah, that's just how it was. What can I do?
Listen, Hina. Could you go into a bit more detail? Tell us more about when you switched the poison and the protein.
okay.
How come? That doesn't matter.
Hina, please, I'd like to know too.
Fine.
Waste your time if you like. It's clear that Hina is the culprit.
He's sweating. Did he finally make his move? Is he going out in the 4th round?
There's
Ooh,
nobody
I
else
don't
to
know,
suspect.
but I
Nobody
mean,
else
maybe.
could have possibly done it.
Go ahead, Hina. Start from the moment you arrived at the chem lab.
Well, right away I went to section C and got the poison.
And is that when you spilled the powder in front of that part of the shelf?
Yeah. When I opened the bottle, I dropped it like an idiot.
I see. Okay then, go on.
So then I moved to section A and got the protein powder. And that's where I switched them.
We're just gonna assume that she grabbed a second poison from shelf C. And just switching them's not... You don't switch their placement in the shelf. You need to switch the bottles.
Once I was done with that, I took the protein can that had the poison in it and left the room. But I accidentally put the bottle filled with protein powder back on the wrong shelf. And because of that, everything I did got found out. And that's it.
That story you just told. First you went to section C to get the poison, then moved to section A to get the protein, right?
I feel like there's something obvious that it wants me to refute this with.
Meaning you went from Section C to Section A. Do I have that correct?
Oh, is this what? There's no footprints in Section C at all? And it should have got spilled while she was still standing there in Section C?
Yeah.
Can you repeat that series of events one more time?
What's wrong with you, Big Mac? You're being awfully pushy.
It's the same thing no matter how many times you hear it. How long until you're satisfied?
He's trying awful hard to make this this investigation stop here. Until I uncover the full truth of this case, I will not stop. We're gonna get 3 bullets? Yeah. Oh, these are all relevant to what's happening right now, so...
First, I went to Section C. That's when I grabbed the poison.
And you spilled some of the powder on the ground in front of the shelf.
Yeah. When I grabbed the bottle, I dropped it.
Okay, and then?
I moved from Section C to Section A.
I feel like I need to grab the footprints and shoot Section C to Section A.
Once I was done switching them, I put the bottle filled with the protein powder back in Section A. Then I took the bottle with the poison in it and left the chem lab. That's all there is to it.
Okay, I
Honestly,
think I got
that's
this.
enough. How much longer must we tolerate this?
I think there should be footprints in Section C.
First, I went to Section C.
All I need to do is hit the right words at the right time.
And you spilled some of the powder on
That's
the
easy,
ground
right?
in front of the shelf.
Yeah. When I grabbed the bottle, I dropped it.
Okay.
I moved from Section C to Section
Press the wrong button.
No, it's wrong. You said you went to get the poison from Section C, and that's where you spilled the powder, right?
Yeah? What about it?
And after that, you said you moved from Section C to Section A to get the
That's
protein.
wrong. Doesn't quite have the same oomph as objection, huh?
But the footprints left at the scene were not moving from Section C to Section A. That contradicts what you just said.
Then maybe she moved in some weird direction on purpose to disguise her movements?
No, that can't be it. Remember what Hina just said?
I didn't notice I'd left a footprint.
What the? Hina, what's the meaning of this?
Well,
You lied to us. Plain and simple. If you look at the footprints, your movements in the chem lab are obvious. The powder had already been spilled when you came in, and you went straight to Section A. So you never went to Section C. Whatever you did there, it only involved Section A.
well, you see...
What the hell? What's going on here?
Is this how he gets undone?
And the footprints aren't the only problem with her account. Before I explain that part, I'd like to submit some new evidence.
She's got new evidence. The classic Ace Attorney, hey, the trial has already begun. Here's some extra evidence.
New evidence?
I just had this lying around. If you'll allow me to just slip this in
Are
here.
you sure? After all, you're the one that gave it to me.
Not at all how trials work.
It was hidden inside the bottle of poison you gave me.
Oh.
I'm amazed you, of all people, would miss such a vital clue.
I want to try to figure out what this is. Hidden inside the bottle. The protein shake. I'm not sure.
Just say it already. What is it you think you found?
I found this.
Oh. A piece of glass? Blue glass came from the window that I broke. Is she saying he drank the protein shake with a piece of glass inside it? And not only did he not hurt himself, he didn't realize it was in there at all? Okay. If this came from the window... So, like, someone dropped the protein thing on top of the glass after it was broken, right? So someone planted evidence there, and I'm wondering if someone also lifted evidence. Or something.
It had sunk to the bottom of the bottle. And the hidden clue was exposed, thanks to you ingesting the powder.
He drank almost that whole bottle.
I couldn't have solved the mystery without you. So, thank you for that.
But, what is it?
Oh, you still don't realize? Well then, Makoto, why don't you explain it?
Ah, shit.
Huh? Me?
Fine. If you really do know, explain the meaning of that shard of glass.
Ah, Jesus. Okay, they just want to know it's the window.
I got it!
I know that much.
Part of the window from the rec room door, right?
The window?
The window we broke to get in was light blue, just like that. So I think that must be it.
You're right, it must be. Of course, that leads to another question. How did a shard of glass from the window get inside this bottle of poison?
What's so strange about that?
What's strange is that, according to what Hina told us,
Where wasn't the bottle of poison should have been when I broke the rec room window? So this is the bottle. So this is the one that should have been on the shelf. Because it's not actually poison inside. It's talking about the poison bottle with the protein shake inside. And she left it in the wrong part of the shelf.
I got it!
So it's an A, not
The
C.
bottle of poison was left on the shelf in the chem lab. That is what you said, right, Hina? And yet, somehow a piece of glass from the rec room window made its way into the bottle.
Everything Hina told us was a lie?
In reality, that bottle of poison most definitely found its way to the rec room. It was there at least until the window got broken. In other words, when the locked room was unlocked. There's no other way to explain the presence of that glass in that bottle.
I'm still not 100% on what happened
Then,
here.
Once the room was opened, the bottle somehow got moved back to the shelf in the chem lab.
Okay, this is where the footprints happen, I guess.
Meanwhile, the protein can we found at the crime scene was planted there.
Yeah, she's just revealing this. Is it gonna ask me to
That had
figure...
be after the locked room was opened. In other words,
to explain why?
after Sakura died.
Wait, hold on. You're moving too fast.
Yeah.
I'll grant you, the bottle of poison may well have been in the rec room when it was locked.
I got
How
you.
can you say the protein can was put there after the room was unlocked? We already know she was given the protein can with the poison inside, right? If that can wasn't there when she died, how did she get poisoned?
You're right. We do need
Yeah,
to explain that.
that's a good question.
But before we do, there's something I'd like to confirm with everyone here.
What did Sakura actually drink? And what bottle was it actually in, right? Like, there's been so many switches.
It has to do with the protein can. After Sakura's body was discovered, did anyone move it or trip over it or anything like that?
Drank the glass,
What are
boom.
you talking about? Is this some kind
Pour
of
her up
loaded
inside.
question?
And then the Monokuma report was like, nah, no injuries.
Not at all. Just answer to the best of your ability.
Well, no, not that I remember.
Yeah, me either.
Not me.
Same here.
Yeah, me either.
Okay then, that settles it. That proves that the protein can found its way to the murder scene after the room was opened.
Oh, come on! How can you say that?
I am enjoying watching him squirm.
You know what I don't know.
I know everything. There's proof that someone brought the protein can to the rec room after it was opened. I mean, I know what it is. I don't understand how they're gonna... Source of the powder. I mean, I think I just need
When
to...
it comes to that protein can, there's not a doubt in my mind. Until the locked room was unlocked, it absolutely was not in there.
So you're saying someone planted it there after we got the door open?
No. No, that's impossible. It had to have been in there the whole time. It had to be. It was in there before the rec room.
No.
I didn't even really read what he was saying. I just knew it had to be him, and it had to be that. So I... When he started talking and the yellow appeared, I hit the button.
Scattered all around the room, right?
Of course. It came from the window you broke to get in. What about it?
Well, those pieces weren't just scattered around the protein can. We also found pieces underneath the can.
Uh-huh.
What?
And this proves it. It shows that the can must have been put down on the floor after the window was broken. So it had to be after we got into the room.
I see. So that's your explanation. Kyoko, earlier when you asked if anyone had moved the can or tripped over it...
If that were the case, that would explain the can being on top of the glass.
So you asked everyone about it to eliminate that possibility right out of the gate.
If Byakuya was even a little bit smart, he would realize they were onto him. And he would have just said, like, no, I tipped the can over or whatever. Like it.
And that's made everything clear.
I picked it up and looked at it and then dropped it. He reminds me of the Shadow Sonic meme in a Petersonian sense. Sexual hedgehog, or whatever the fuck it was. New sexual archetypes. Fastest hedgehog.
And not the protein can.
Oh man.
But once
Absolutely.
the room was opened up,
100%.
They were switched, and as a result, the protein can wound up in the rec room, and the bottle of poison returned to the chem lab.
I've been laughing about Shadow the Hedgehog and I haven't been listening to my girl explain it. Shadow, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh, the delivery on that line's really good.
All true, then why did Sakura drink the poison? I thought we all agreed she was tricked into drinking it because of the protein can.
No, that's not why. The only explanation is she drank it from its original bottle, knowing
Precisely.
Whoops, I skipped it.
She was alone in a locked room. All she had was the poison. What other possibility is there?
You're saying she drank it knowing what it was? Such a ridiculous fiction is...
Exactly what happened.
Then tell us already. Sorry. Please, tell us.
Before we get to that, we need to...
This seems like it's going the way of Byakuya's. Byakuya didn't do it. It's just gone the way of Byakuya didn't know, I think. All right, Columbo. What's the one other
We
thing?
need to establish who exactly got the poison from the chem lab and took it to the rec room.
Is this where the footprints come from, Aoi?
Hina, right? She took it and gave it to Ogre.
What do you think, Makoto?
The one who got the poison from the chem lab and brought it to the rec room. Unless Byakuya was like, you want to atone for what you did? Here you go. Do this. All right.
Shoot! I got it! I think it was Sakura herself.
Huh? So Sakura, who was apparently murdered, just poisoned herself?
When is it saying she got this poison? Like, if it's after the spill, I would have thought she would have left prints somewhere. So was this before the spill? And then this poison, this bottle of poison was just in the room during Toko's attack, during Hiro's attack?
What are you talking about? There's no way!
On the contrary, we know for a fact she went to the chem lab, right to the section full of poisons.
We know for a fact. And this is why she has poison on her shoe?
You're lying! Stop lying! Why? Why would you lie like that?
Kyoko already showed me the evidence I need.
You're a liar!
Why do we have to do this again?
Wrong! You're wrong! I'm telling you, I did it! Stop talking! You're a liar! Wrong! You're wrong! Wrong! You're wrong! I hate you! You're a liar! What are you saying? Wrong! You're wrong! I'm telling you, I did it! Stop talking! You're a liar! Wrong! You're wrong! Do you have any kind of proof Sakura took the—
This should prove it.
Clap, clap,
Did you
gun.
know that Sakura's foot had a certain yellow powder stuck to it?
It did?
It did. The same yellow powder that had been spilled by the shelf in the chem lab.
Do we really know that? There's a lot of chemicals there. The protein shake apparently looks exactly like the chemical. No one ever examined these shoes and said, oh, this is definitely poison. Like, none of that.
That powder was yellow, wasn't it?
And it's the only yellow thing.
So the powder we found on Sakura, what else could it be but the powder from the chem lab?
Wait. So, what was that powder doing on Ogre's foot?
She's the one who originally
Kind of
spills
fell
it?
down her instep, right?
Sakura must have been standing right there where the powder was spilled. So the person who spilled the powder by the shelf wasn't Hina, but Sakura.
Shouldn't there be some other... Like, if her foot was in the line of fire of the splash, shouldn't there be one outline of part of her shoe or something in the...
And when Sakura dropped the bottle, she dropped it away from where she was actually standing, which is how she was able to avoid getting it all over herself. But the powder still got scattered around, and some of it must have wound up on her instep.
Okay, if you say so.
Is there any problem with my thinking?
But why did Sakura pay a visit to Section C in the first place? The only explanation is that she was looking for poison. After all, that's all that section contained.
No! It was me! The poison! Because Because I killed her!
No, you didn't kill her.
Connection between Sakura and the poison, the unsolved mystery of the locked room. There's only one way to explain it. I think she killed herself. Is it finally time? I have to click a portrait instead of a person? Like, I was thinking him for a while, but... Whoa. I can't check the log or anything. I don't know how Byakuya could have possibly convinced her to take poison, do that. Like, I think it's...
Here's my answer. The one who killed Sakura was Sakura herself.
What? The killer was Sakura?
Wait, so you're saying it was suicide?
I don't believe it. I don't believe it any more than I believe I can fly.
This is one way to have a trial and not have a lot of people die because of it.
I can't believe it either. Or rather, I don't want to believe it. But when you really think about it, everything matches up. Sakura went and got the poison. She barricaded herself in a room, and she drank it, all so she could end her own life. And that explains why we couldn't solve the mystery of the locked room.
Sakura wanted to create the locked room. I don't know why.
The locked room mystery was created by Sakura.
I'm sure she locked herself in so nobody could stop her from doing what she did.
Yeah, okay, so she wasn't trying to create a locked room mystery, she just wanted to barricade
She
herself.
sat there, drank the poison, and breathed her last breath. And the empty bottle of poison rolled around the locked room until we came and opened it. At that point, someone grabbed the bottle and snuck it out of the room. And that was you, wasn't it, Hina? You did it to throw off the investigation, didn't you? When we found her body, you stayed right there near the door because you already knew Sakura was dead, and because the bottle of poison had rolled near the doorway.
That's when you picked up the bottle, right? I was too shocked to notice anything, and Kyoko was busy checking the body.
And the more I think about it, the more I realize how unusual your actions were.
I have to go get them. I have to go get the others.
You said you were going to go get everyone else, but your real intention was to go to the chem lab and switch out the containers, wasn't it? Once you were at the chem lab, you headed straight to the section where the protein powder was kept. There, you took the powder and poured it into the bottle of poison you'd grabbed from the rec room. When you left the lab, all you had was the empty protein can.
Okay.
Thinking about it like that, the footprints make perfect sense.
And this explains why you don't need like a third bottle to pour one into and then...
When you were done, you gathered everyone together. And once you were back in the rec room... While everyone else was focused on Sakura, you quietly placed the can on the ground. Honestly, I should have noticed. You should have been the first one to run up to Sakura's lifeless body. The Hina I know never would have left her side in a situation like that.
So, Sakura committed suicide. In order to hide this fact, Hina undertook a series of actions to undermine the investigation.
And thus has committed a crime punishable by death.
As long as you could disguise the truth, you didn't care if we blamed you for her death. That's why you didn't bother to get rid of such obvious evidence, right? The footprints in the powder and the bottle of poison? Vital pieces of evidence. And yet...
So you're saying Hina consciously deceived us to make it look like she killed Sakura?
No! No, 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 no! I killed
Asahina, you realize if we accuse you of doing it and we're wrong, we all die, right?
That's enough, Hina. It's over.
It's not! Nothing's over!
It is. Actually, no. You're right. We have to end this properly.
Oh. Oh. Alright. Notes are delivered to all 3 people. Toko shows up and hides in the locker. Hiro shows up. She gives him some candy. And that's when he becomes convinced that she's gonna kill him. So he swings a bottle down. This is the night bottle, apparently. Because we can see it here. Then he sees the book, so he tries to frame Toko and leaves. Toko sees him leave in the locker and climbs out, finds the thing with her name, hides it on the magazine shelf. What is this? But places it upside down. Not actually knocked out by the bottle, Sakura stands up and approaches Toko. The blood on her face causes Toko to faint and immediately snap into Genocide Jack, who sees something very scary, reacts by grabbing the Queen bottle, and I guess this is the thing to indicate she smashes it? This is her grabbing it, so I think we would want to see a scene of the bottle coming down on her head instead of this, but okay. And then she cleans it up and skedaddles out of there. Bzoop! But she is still not dead from these 2 blows to the head. And decides it's time for her to die. From the poison that she already has. Hey, her hands are covered in blood here. Isn't that not what happened? Her hands were clean. Did Aoi clean her hands, I guess? We never talked about that. She drinks the poison and dies. We discover her body, and who is the person being framed as sort of the perpetrator here, is outside as well. Sees the bottle of poison and picks it up. And makes an excuse to leave. We're just gonna leave out the part where she goes all the way to the lab and makes the switch, and then comes back with the protein shake, which she takes out of her pocket and plants on the ground. I feel like we skipped ahead a little bit. So, him accepting the candy. Is right here. The note being delivered. It's right there. This shot of the bottles on the shelf is right here.
Here's exactly what happened.
Which means everything is perfect.
This case began when Sakura asked a number of people to meet her in the rec room. Specifically, those people were Hiro, Toko, and Byakuya.
Aoi would have outsmarted Byakuya if it wasn't for Makoto and Kyoko, yeah.
But one of them headed out a bit earlier than the others. Toko. She got there one step ahead of everyone else and looked around for a good hiding spot. And she found it. She crawled into the locker to get out of sight. Then, from inside the locker, she saw Sakura enter the room. Next to arrive was Hiro. When he got there, he mistakenly thought Sakura was going to try to kill him, so he panicked. Without thinking, he grabbed a nearby Monokuma bottle and attacked Sakura with it. Thinking he'd killed her, he hastily began covering up his crime. He took a magazine from the table and forged a dying message from Sakura. To that end, he wrote down a name. Toko. By writing her name, he was hoping to pin the murder on her. But of course, Toko had witnessed the whole thing. So as soon as the coast was clear, she jumped out of the locker and hid the magazine on the shelf with all the others. But in her rush, she made one little mistake. She put the magazine back upside down. Soon after, she watched as Sakura slowly opened her eyes. She also saw the blood dripping off Sakura's head and fainted. This caused her personality to switch back over to Genocide Jack. When she woke back up, her second personality also saw the blood-soaked Sakura.
It's kind of interesting that we learned they don't share memories
And she freaked out.
in this case.
And just like Hiro, she grabbed another Monokuma
What does the
bottle
text
and
say?
attacked her.
Gtich.
This explains why there were 2 wounds on Sakura's head. Assuming Sakura really was dead this time, she set about disposing of the evidence. She gathered up the broken Monokuma bottle shards and the queen chess piece. And that explains how Sakura was attacked twice with the same type of weapon. But even after those 2 blows, she was still alive. So then, what was Sakura's actual cause of death? It was the poison that Sakura herself got from the chem lab. She turned the rec room into a true locked room scenario, and then drank the deadly mixture. And there, she took her final breath.
How does this help anything, what she does here? Like, I get if she wants to commit suicide, but doing it under these circumstances... Like, maybe she wanted to try to get Aoi out of here? But like, I don't know. Like, I feel like all she's gonna succeed in doing it by killing herself now in this way is that there's a chance we get the killer wrong and everyone dies.
Later on, the rest of us discovered that her body was in there. We had to smash the door's window to get inside. But someone already knew what had happened. Knew that she had committed suicide. And that same someone quietly snatched the bottle of poison from off the ground.
I love the confident slide in the in the top middle with arms crossed, just sliding into the room.
They did all all this specifically to place all the suspicion on themselves, in an attempt to guide the trial to a false conclusion. And the one who went to all that effort...
What is Makoto doing?
was you, Hina. That's the full truth of the case. Sakura took her own life, and you claim to be the killer to hide that fact. Isn't that right?
That's what happened? But Makoto, how did you manage to... How were you able to uncover the truth that even I couldn't discern?
He's rattled.
Huh? Oh, well...
I mean, Kyoko did kind of prompt me on a lot of things.
Still haven't realized? We don't all act according to calculations and cost-benefit diagrams. That's what makes us so complicated. That's what you don't understand. And that's why you couldn't solve this case. See? Didn't I tell you? When you dismiss other people's feelings, it'll always come back to bite you in the end.
Yeah, but this is pretty minor. Like, the thing that bit him here is that someone else saved his life and he looked a little bit stupid. Some of us just act completely at random, lol. B. And then perfection the rest of the way. Was B when I completely ate shit on the first Super Bullet Time thing? Because I got messed up pretty bad. I got 99 coins.
Okay.
There's another 30 minutes of my life I won't get back when I spend those coins.
Did you guys forget already? You still haven't voted yet.
Oh yeah, that's right.
You seriously forgot?
Is he gonna make us vote for Aoi here? Like, is she blackened because she tries to cover it up? I feel like by the rules, it's only Sakura.
Well, whatever. You don't really have a choice anyway. You just gotta do it. Maybe you don't want to, but please grab your lever and cast your vote. So, who will be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
There she is. I'll never know what cool skill I was supposed to get from her.
Okay.
The one who killed Sakura was Sakura herself.
My entire existence!
We're done here.
What did you say?
That's the whole truth, I see. There's still one thing I don't understand. You know, why did you try to cover up what happened? If the truth hadn't come to light, you would have died along with the rest of
What are you
us.
thinking?
And yet why did you do that?
Don't be mean.
We almost died there.
What is this?
Because that's exactly what I wanted. Wow. I mean, the reason Sakura died is because all of you pushed her into a corner. You all killed her. So that's why.
You should have been the one to die. What?
You were gonna take us all with you? We have to atone for our sins. Because everyone, even me, we all killed her. We all have to pay for our crimes.
What?
What is this?
You still don't understand? Then let me explain. Do you realize just how much despair Sakura was carrying with her when she died? Look at this. Such brutality has made me desperate. So instead of just waiting to be killed, I'll do it by my own hand. Okay. This explains Sakura's actions. And Aoi's. Thinking back, I should have seen it coming. It was right after Genocide Jack had attacked me. Sakura got mad and stormed out of the nurse's office. I ran out after her and... Sakura, calm down. You don't have to worry about me. I'm fine. I can't calm down. I don't care if I suffer for this. It's my fault after all. But now you're suffering because of me.
No forgiveness!
You tried to protect me, but Because of me.
I can't forgive this.
My closest friend got hurt. Sakura.
I...
Because of me. My friends are all going to kill each other. This is all my responsibility. Sakura thought she was responsible. She thought everything was her fault. Which is why she wanted to find some way to get everyone to forgive her. So she asked to meet with them. You asked to meet with those three? You can't! Don't you see how dangerous that is? Don't worry. I just want to talk to them. Talk about what? Listen, don't do it. They all gang up on you at once, even you.
Hina,
Please don't think of things like that. They're not my enemy.
they're friends.
Sakura. She clearly believed, she completely believed in all of us. If you just talked to her, you would have understood. She was a friend to all of us. And yet... And yet... You trampled all over her feelings. And then you did the unthinkable. It's just a misunderstanding. Fucking hero. Don't just stand there and call it a misunderstanding. She believed in you. And you wouldn't even listen to what she had to say. Without asking a single question, you tried to kill her.
I won't forgive you.
Do you have any idea how desperate she was? Seeing you act like that? That's what her suicide note means.
Why?
That's how far you pushed her.
Huh?
What happened to you?
Hina.
Wait right here. I'll help you out.
Hina.
Huh?
I'm so glad I got to meet you. What's wrong, Sakura? Why are you talking like that?
I have a favor to ask.
Huh?
Some protein.
Could I ask you to... Yeah, you got it. Just hang on. I'll be right back. That was the last conversation I had with her. I went to the chem lab to get the protein she'd asked for, but when I got there, I saw the powder. And that's when I realized, yeah, this is... She doesn't react to the bottle coming across the floor to figure out that she's poisoned herself. It's because of this. So I ran back to the rec room as fast as I could. By the time I got there, it was already too late. Sakura!
Please! Why? Why?
Why did she have to die? She had weaknesses, just like any other person. If she got cut, she bled. If someone hurt her, she felt it. That's weakness. That's normal. And yet,
Why?
you all blamed her. I tried to protect her, and I suffered for it. And that just added to the weight she had to carry. I didn't even realize it. We killed her. All of us. We pushed her into a corner, and we murdered her.
Why?
People like us shouldn't be allowed to live. And that's why you tried to lead us astray. You did your best to make us arrive at the wrong conclusion during the class trial. Sakura died hating all of us. That's not true. I wanted to free her of her regrets. But even after that got found out, in the end I wasn't able to do anything for her. I could never face her after this.
Hey!
Sorry to interrupt right when you're about to deliver the final tearjerker, but it's just taking so long. I'm about to fall asleep over here. I mean, do you really think you have any idea what Sakura was thinking when she died?
What is this?
Everything you just said is nothing but your own interpretation, right? Your own opinion on what her suicide note meant. Well, of course I know what she was thinking, because her and me...
In other words,
But what I'm really trying to say is...
yes, indeed.
Don't you think the entire foundation is shaky? What if it was really like this?
What the heck?
Of course.
Isn't it obvious?
Yep.
A suicide note. Sakura's suicide note. What, Bahina already? Oh, I wrote that one. It was all me, baby. Holy shit. That's fucking evil.
It's true.
This is the one Sakura addressed to Hina and put in her room. You lied to me? Oh, don't say lie. It makes it sound so dirty. I just thought I'd liven things up a bit. I can't help it if you totally took my little scribbles at face value. It didn't even have Sakura's signature on it. You filthy little... I'm not filthy. I didn't do anything. Did I falsify evidence? Did I affect the outcome of the class trial? The case played out between you and you alone. You were the ones jerking each other around. Heck, even if the will had factored in, it still would have been between you guys. So what's the problem? This is all part of the production process. Okay. And scene. Cut.
And?
So what did she write in her real suicide note?
What are you gonna do?
I'm glad you asked. For your benefit, I shall read it in using my melodic, angelic, harmonic narrator voice. Melodic, angelic, harmonic.
Hey, hey!
But you know, haven't you ever been curious about the whole suicide note thing? Who came up with the idea of leaving a note when you kill yourself in the first place? But isn't it just so unfortunate? Killing yourself is just so final, you know? You can never hear the rest of their story. The truth will be lost in darkness. Gives me the wills. Get on with it.
Yes, indeed.
Talk about a buzzkill. All right, here we go. Melodic, angelic, harmonic. I'm only one person. How can I do harmonic? I'm just gonna read it. I'm 6.5 hours into this stream. My good friend Hina, there's something I have to tell you. I hate to do it like this, but you need to know. This is my final wish.
As you know, I've been giving information to the one who's imprisoned you here.
It was our first night in the strange school that the mastermind came to see me.
See, the mastermind took control of my family's dojo and demanded I become their tool.
You might not see the importance of a dojo, but my family has watched over it for over 300 years.
I couldn't let it be destroyed under my watch, so even if it meant my own life, I had to protect it. That's how I saw things.
However, this was my greatest weakness, and because of that, I made the mistake of giving in to the mastermind.
And what the mastermind wanted from me was nothing less than murder.
They were probably worried that until the first murder had happened, nothing would move forward. But what neither the mastermind nor I expected was the incident involving Sayaka. At that point, the plan changed. The mastermind told me to hold off, to wait until we reached another stalemate.
However, as I lived here with all of you, as I lived here with Hina, my resolve began to weaken.
Watching everyone fight with such despair, trying so desperately to stay alive, I saw the weakness in my own heart, the mistake of succumbing to the mastermind. And more than anything,
I cannot betray those who would call me their friend.
That's how I came to feel. So that's why Sakura...
I've made a decision. I will no longer retreat, no longer compromise, no longer regret. I've made my decision. I'm going to resist you.
Of course, because of that, I decided to reveal her secret, which made everyone else hate her. Her decision to stay true to all of you led directly to all of you hating her for it. Ironic, isn't it? Or maybe oxymoronic, or just moronic?
Of course, I understand if you all hate me. All of this is because of my own weakness.
I'm perfectly willing to accept whatever attack you may want to make on me.
So this is my atonement for betraying you. That's what I had in mind.
But unfortunately, that's not enough. This won't end with just me accepting your hatred.
My own situation has started having an effect on more people than just me, which is exactly what the Mastermind wanted when they revealed my betrayal.
My betrayal brought suspicion, disharmony. The Mastermind knew that eventually it would escalate into someone murdering someone else.
Of course, I'm still responsible for that as well.
I have an obligation to get this situation under control. And to fulfill that obligation, I've decided to do as the mastermind has commanded. I will do as I was told, and commit murder.
But I've decided the one I'm going to kill is myself.
If the mastermind demands that I kill someone, then that someone will be me. Then my dojo will be safe, and above all else, none of you will have to kill anyone. When I die, the source of conflict among you all dies with me. For that, I'm willing to give up my life.
If it can save you, then sacrificing my own life could have no greater meaning. Whatever you think of me, please know that you are all my most treasured friends.
I've never had people like you in my life.
Huh?
Then Sakura didn't feel cornered? She didn't die hating us?
No way!
She wanted to stop us from fighting, to protect us?
Correct.
She didn't end her own life because she was weak. Quite the opposite, in fact. She was strong. Too strong. That's why she killed herself. She chose death for herself in order to protect the rest of us. To sacrifice so much. No normal person could do that.
However,
It was only her limitless strength that made it possible.
Finally, Hina, I want to apologize to you especially.
The reason I didn't tell you any of this is because I knew you would try to stop me. I'm really, truly sorry. But please don't be sad. If I can thwart the Mastermind's plans, if I can keep you from killing each other, that's enough for me. This is the path that I have chosen. This is the only way I have left to distinguish myself. You can use this note to bring the class trial to a quick end. I'm so sorry to ask you to do something so unpleasant, but I have to leave the rest of you. Please talk to Byakuya, Toko, and Hiro on my behalf. I can't tell anyone about my plan while I'm alive, but I wanted you to understand why I'm doing this. In the end, though, I hope to show myself through actions and not words. Hopefully then, they'll see.
I never saw you as my enemy. You were only ever my friend, who I wanted to help as much as possible. Hina, whatever it takes, survive. Survive along with everyone else. No matter what, just survive.
But
I didn't understand how she felt. Not at all. I thought we were close and still...
What are you gonna do?
In the end, all her meddling was like totally pointless.
Oh.
She died so you guys wouldn't try to kill each other, but you almost ended up doing it anyway. Thanks to you, her death had no purpose at all. In fact, it was because of her stupid meddling that the rest of you nearly bit the big one. She deserves all the blame. Everyone blame her. Go ahead. She deserves it. Now then, the next victim has been decided. What do you mean, next victim? Nobody here blames anyone. First of all, you're in the wrong for tricking Hina with that fake suicide note. And plus, Sakura's death wasn't a waste.
Say what?
Because she made us remember. We're not enemies that hate each other. We're friends who need to work together.
You know?
Damn straight. This is all because of our misplaced hatred.
Well,
I don't blame her. I can't blame her. And nobody can blame Hina either. Whether or not there was a spy never really mattered, because the one we need to destroy is you, nobody else.
What? What do you want?
What the heck? That's not how this is supposed to go. But anyway, are you sure about that? This killing game is a competition between all of you, remember?
Hey!
Your enemy is each other. He's absolutely right about that.
Phew!
Ah, lovely Byakuya, you understand, don't you? This is a life or death elimination match. The only way to survive is to win. There can be no doubt that those are the rules of the game. Which is why I am bowing out of the game. Huh?
Naturally.
Sakura and Hina were both willing to sacrifice their own lives to deny the reality of the game. Thanks to them, it would appear the others have cast aside their fear for this game.
Don't make me repeat myself.
There's no point in participating in a game which has lost that sense of excitement. Which is why I will no longer be participating in it. What's going on here? Now I only have one thing to look forward to.
It's all clear.
And that is to heap the harshest possible punishment onto the one who thinks they can control me. Byakuya, does this mean... Don't misunderstand. I haven't been moved by some thoughtless sentimentalism, if that's what you're thinking. Wherever Master goes, I go. And if the mastermind turns out to be a guy, maybe I can catch on fire. What? Everyone...
Hey,
Well, now can you say that Sakura's death had no meaning? How boring. But nothing good can come of this. I'm still gonna be the one having the fun time.
What the heck?
The fun time? Anyway, let's forget about that good-for-nothing backstabber and get back on track.
Punish you guys?
It's the moment you've all been waiting for. Punishment time. I am very worried that it's gonna fall on Aoi for some reason.
What?
Sakura was technically the killer. She's dead. You're not gonna... Is it me? Oh, heavens no. Just because the Blackened is dead doesn't mean I can just sub in whatever old student I want. Didn't I tell you? I'm very particular about the Bear times 1 rule.
Listen up!
But I spent so much time preparing my special punishment, it'd be a shame to let it go to waste. He's just gonna fuck with her body. It's messed up. For my special punishment, I've prepared a special guest. A special guest?
Let's give it everything we've got! It's punishment time!
Oh no. He knows. Well, this is sad. Excavator Destroyer. He's working all the angles. This guy would be a savage at Power Digger. For the, I think, arcade and PS1. You suck, man. You turned him into a mangled hunk of junk. That really took it out of me. Maybe I'll go grill up a plate of chicken. After all, they say a post-workout grub, chicken's where it's at. And I'm all about the grilled goodness. Fried, broiled, give me a break. The color, the smell, the succulence. Grilled is where it's at. I realize how dangerous it could be, but still, I have to do this. I'm scared, but I can handle it. I don't really understand why, but when I think about everyone else, my courage starts to grow. You might think I'm just some inhuman AI, but it's true. So it's okay. If it's for the sake of everyone else, I won't be afraid. Alter Ego's words raced through my heart and soul, and my disbelief gave way to raw anger. The anger turned to fury, black and muddy and boiling over. It bubbled up through my body, quickly overflowing and shooting out of my mouth. How dare you? That was my friend! How dare you kill him?
What's the matter?
You were friends with a laptop? That's pretty pathetic. What's next, friends with a basketball? I thought they'd go for volleyball. Shut the hell up. He wasn't just a laptop, he was my friend. And you killed him! Is this what you call animism? Where a soul dwells within all things, even like laptops? Well, you can call it whatever you want. Bottom line is, it got in my way. I was trying to find things out all sneaky.
just as I thought.
So you finally noticed him.
Actually...
Finally? No. I knew about it from the very beginning. Yeah, I figured. I knew Chihiro was doing something with the laptop, and I knew you were using it to analyze data. I knew exactly how it was all going to play out from the start. What?
What are you thinking?
You knew and you were still cocky enough to let us take the plunge?
Yep.
Well, I mean, the data in the laptop, it was, I guess you could call it a gift from me to you. Or maybe more like a reward, in honor of you being able to unlock something so difficult. So of course I didn't care if you got access to that. But sneaking into the network was just too personal. So I had to do a little, you know, reformatting.
I want to be able to help.
Animeism. I want to work as hard as everyone else so that we can all get out of here. Alter Ego wanted to fight for us. He wanted to help, at the risk of his own life. And for that, he was killed. Yeah, the punishment time has made me feel a billion times better. Experience a meaningless death is so soothing. It makes me remember that every low can get even lower. No, his death wasn't meaningless either. Everyone who's died so far, the deaths of each and every one of our friends, they all make us stronger. I swear to God, someday you will pay for this. Holy moly, you're super mad, like just unreasonably upset. Well, time to bring things to a close. Oh, but before that, I need to read the postscript.
Yep.
There's still a bit more left of Sakura's note. Do I have your attention? Okay then, here we go. Prepare your ears for the dulcet tones of yours truly. One other thing, Hina. There's something I'd like you to tell the others. Hopefully it will act as a clue to help you unravel the mystery of this school. What? A clue?
Hina.
I've spoken with the mastermind off and on the whole time I've been here. And so I've learned one thing, which is, the mastermind has done something to us. I think what they've done is... Oopsie daisy! That was a close one. Another word and we would have been hip deep in spoiler territory. Okay, I don't want to ruin the surprise, so book club is dismissed for today. You can't just stop at the most important bit. It makes your brain rumble and tumble, huh? Makes you so mad you don't even friggin' know, huh? That's the whole point, stupid. It's to get back at all of you for hardening your resolve or whatever. Fine, but at least Sakura's note. Like I'd ever let any of you greaseballs have it. But sucks for you, loser. Wait, what's this?
What?
What is it now? There's one last line in the note. And let me just say this to the mastermind. I'm not going to just lay down and die. I will fight you, you bastard, no matter what. And that's seriously it. Huh? Wow, what a stubborn loser, huh? She won't lay down and die. She'll fight you. Well, whatever. Who cares what some dead musclehead has to say? Okay, I'm out of here. You guys should try and get some rest, you know? Maybe take some time to reconsider how you approach this school life of yours? Are you sure you don't want to graduate? Can you really cut free from the regrets of the outside world? Think about that. Think long, think hard. Those were his parting words to us, before disappearing. But what was that all about? Sakura's final message? Her last clue to help us solve the mystery of this school? The mastermind did something to us. Kyoko said something like that before, didn't she? It was after Celeste's trial was over.
You...
What did you do? What did you do to my body?
Ooh.
Hey,
Answer me. What did you do to my body? The mastermind did something to our bodies. What are they saying the mastermind did? What did the mastermind do to us? How many times am I gonna say the exact same thing? I mean, did the mastermind plant a bomb in us or something? And if we try to leave the school, a sensor goes off and the bomb explodes? I've seen stuff like that in movies and comics and in a video game in specific that's very similar to this one in a lot of ways, but it's not totally unheard of. No, I feel just awful thinking about it. I can't afford to acknowledge thoughts like that.
Yo,
The class trial is over, Monokuma's gone.
but
So, now what do we do?
Yes.
Yes. What else is there other than to head back up? Yeah, okay. Let's get out of here. But, Hina must still feel responsible. Well, she fucking should, at least a little bit. Dial back that ego a bit, girl. The kind of mystery someone like you could pose is absolutely no threat.
Not possible.
I would never have lost due to that kind of challenge. Oh, he's already retconned this in his head, huh? Kyoko and Makoto are the ones who figured everything out. Shut up. Seriously, I'm sorry. How many times do you plan to apologize? How about you make that the last one? I haven't reached a point where I need someone apologizing to me more than once.
Sorry.
Okay, I see what you mean. Then, I'll try. Huh? That totally wasn't normal, right? Did she just capture his flag? What?
No, 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 no!
I cannot suffer the existence of someone who would disturb the romance between me and Master.
Huh?
Is she trying to get it like when you set a flag in like a romance VN or something by choosing the right choice? I don't know. What are you talking about? That's absolutely not what's happening here. Why would I ever go for a sleazeball like him?
What did you say?
Sleazeball?
What the heck?
That's right, I called you a sleazeball, because you are sleazeball. I'm glad we're all friends. I'm glad our hardened resolve at the sad death of our friend has brought us all together, closer than ever. More biting sarcasm? No wonder you don't have any friends.
No, 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 no!
Stop fighting with Master, you're making me jealous. I want the abuse, give and take. Me. I guess it's not so easy for everyone to act like friends. Well, that's just how it is for now. And so, Sakura's trial came to an end, and we returned to the world of Hope's Peak Academy. But the story wasn't even close to over. No, apparently we're about halfway through the game. Time kept marching on. We all went back to our rooms, and before long, night snuck up on us.
This is a school announcement. As such, soon the doors to the dining hall. Okay then. Sweet dreams, everyone.
Nighttime descended, and pulled me down along with it, down into sleep. I couldn't remember the last time I'd fallen into such a deep sleep. But the night still wasn't over for me. You notice Makoto's inner monologue is like way more poetic than he actually is when he talks? A voice. I could hear a voice. What? Cake up. Wake up. The voice dragged me from my deep slumber into hazy half-consciousness. My eyelids were like lead. She's got a creepy look on her face.
Yes, it's me.
How did she get into my room?
I said yes.
So Kyoko's here.
Wait, what?
Time unknown. In a flash, I was wide awake. What are you doing here?
It's true.
I'm here to wake you up. Always. But my door, it was unlocked. You're unbelievably careless. It was unlocked? Are you serious?
Hey.
Always. Yeah, she's not wrong. And you don't have to overreact like that every time you're surprised. What time is it?
Correct.
3 o'clock. In the morning, of course. It's 3 a.m.? Why was Kyoko waking me up at this hour? Well, let's find out. It's so late. What happened?
Makoto.
I have a favor I need to ask. What's your favor?
So...
Remember what Sakura said at the end of her note? I'm not going to just lay down and die. I will fight you. I want to find out what she meant by that. Okay, but how do you plan to do that? Then Kyoko put her lips next to my ear and whispered. The data center on the 4th floor. What?
Goodbye.
I'll meet you there. Without another word, she was gone. What the? Her words reverberated through my half-dazed head. The data center? But I thought it was locked. I made my way into the after-hours school and headed for the data center on the 4th floor. Eventually, I wound up at the data center, but when I arrived, Kyoko's not here. That's weird. She said she'd meet me. Is she maybe inside already? I put my hand to the door, and with a certain amount of force, it didn't open. I tried again, but... She setting me up for something? The data center on the 4th floor.
What's this?
Oh-ho! What are you doing up, mister? Breaking into a locked room is incredibly prohibited, don't you know? You think she asked us out on a date? We go to the date center, where dates are distributed. We will both partake of one. You're trying to tell me you didn't actually bust in yet, right? But I can see that, you dolt! Don't waste my time telling me crap I can see for myself. It looked like you might break in any second, so I just thought I'd give you a friendly reminder. Or are you gonna try and tell me you were sleepwalking or something? No, nothing like that. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, for crying out loud. Even I get tired, you know. Stop being weird and go back to bed. What's wrong now?
Just a second.
Why are you out here making a racket? Kyoko?
You too? You guys?
Whatever. The two of you just get back to bed. I'm positively exhausted from the class trial.
It's true.
Sure, you got it. Come on, Makoto, let's head back.
Hey.
Didn't you hear me? We're leaving. I have no idea what's going on anymore.
Shall we go?
Don't worry about it. Let's just go. Yeah, go on, get out of here. Shoo, shoo. So we left and went back to our rooms. And then...
Goodbye.
So, goodbye. Hold on. Listen, what was all that about just now? She woke me up, made me go to the data center, which just so happened to be locked, and then she shows up late and we leave without checking a single thing. I think she wanted to show me that Monokuma doesn't want us to get in there. What was the point of all that? Don't worry about it. I figured that would be the end of our conversation, just like always, but...
Goodbye.
Well then, good night. Sure. And then, that was over. But as I turned to leave...
Mukuro Ikusaba.
Huh. Kyoko was right next to me again, whispering into my ear.
Mukuro Ikusaba.
Except she wasn't whispering at all, she was just speaking a little bit more quietly than usual.
The 16th student.
Ooh! We got a name. It's not Andy. You're not in this game, Andy. You didn't kill anyone. You're just my friend. Sorry. Too bad.
One they call the ultimate despair.
Andy's just his Twitch name? No, it's not. Oh, called out. You don't know how many people Andy's killed. They might just not be in this game. We're down to 6. And then up to 7? That's nice. That's a nice touch. I'm into that. This is to be continued. We're gonna save it up.
Mukuro Ikusaba.
And on these words, whoop, on this dramatic revelation, it's just a name. We don't know what he looks like or anything. But Kyoko knows about the 16th student. We know about the 16th student. So that's exciting. I don't know how I feel about this case. It was a little... It felt like the one I knew the least about going in, and then it just seemed like the most straightforward. Like almost too straightforward. That I was sure like I must be missing all kinds of things, and it... I mean, what else is new? That's kind of my MO, I guess. But, yeah, in terms of the story, it is really sad. I kind of like how they handled Byakuya coming around at the end. I like that he gets humbled by not realize, like they built him up as like a Terminator who knows everything, right? He can fuck with the crime scene or whatever and get away with it. Like they made him out to be like a final boss, and then he got beat. There were things he didn't know, and he gets humbled and ultimately decides to work with us against Monokuma. We don't know if it's legit, right? He might still be a bastard. He might still try to do a murder. But at least sort of taking him from that sort of outsider distant role he's been in this whole time and sort of bringing him in a little bit, I think is a good move, and they did it well. Which is good too, because we're running low on fucking people on the inside, so we need more faces around to participate in conversations that aren't murder investigations. I'm gonna miss Sakura, and I'm really worried about Hina without her. I'm curious about the 16th student, the headmaster, all these locked rooms. It sure does feel like there's a 5th floor, there's a 2nd floor in the dorms. There's a lot more to discover, and apparently we're only halfway through the game, so clearly there's a lot coming up that I haven't foreseen, and I'm looking forward to finding out. It's been a great experience streaming this game. It's been a long experience streaming today. Got up to 7 hours. My throat made it. Sort of. Everyone's voice kind of became Sakura's voice towards the end when I got a little bit hoarse at the end. But streaming this game has been a ton of fun. There's always someone in the chat there laughing at jokes and throwing stuff out and just making it a fun experience. So thanks again, everyone, for watching. Let me quick see if someone else is streaming. There's a streamer I've kind of been meaning to check out who I guess is playing AI, the Somnium Files. But Mystery Funhouse is up to something. With Games Giving, I feel like you never know what you're going to get. What is Jimmy doing? Yeah, I'm not going to raid anyone. You can go check out Mystery Funhouse if you want. You should follow this channel if you're not. I know a couple people piped up to help me out when I was asking for help, so if you stuck around, I don't have any follow alerts or whatever, so you can go ahead and just do it, and then maybe come back and watch some more next time. Would love to see you. Or not, because you probably like to lurk, but you know. It'd be cool. It'd be cool if you had fun. I'm off. See you next time. Oh, next time, probably Monday. Okay, bye.